Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of our Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole with regard to our 2021 and beyond budget. We're looking forward to another day of opportunity to discuss our way forward. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. Again, it's great to see everybody back in the room and ready to go. Day 2 of budget. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:01. Looking for somebody to adopt the agenda. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Capital budget 2021 summary 3.1 is where we're starting today.
I'm hoping that you don't mind if we go to that 4-year financial plan and we just do a bit of a recap of yesterday. I don't want to spend too much time here, but I just think it's important to just talk about some of these numbers. So last night I went through some of the forecasted numbers and just tried to gather some data there. So you'll see I've moved the column of forecasted actual from the first column to the second column, and we've changed it to the new format. So it should balance or compare better to the new format, Budget 2020. So you can see operating revenues are up, and I've just made a note of a few of the reasons for that. So one of them is a lower forecast for allowance for doubtful taxes. So maybe we should talk about that, and maybe we should be more conservative and just put that at the budget number of 3 million. I'm not sure. I've allowed for, I believe, 1 million for allowance for doubtful in 2020. That has been the trend the last couple years, 1.5 million. So, but that is one of the reasons you're seeing that revenue forecast being above what budget is. The other one is lot sales. So we've had an extremely good year in lot sales. That, however, does not affect that bottom surplus line because whatever is sold in lots also will increase that transfers to reserve in that bottom kind of section there that's unrestricted funds designated for future use. So that number increases based on if those lot sales are up. The other one is revenue sharing. So we budgeted for 1.7 million in revenue sharing, and what went out was about 750,000. So 780,000 maybe. And so that's something else we need to talk about is what moving forward where we're going to be with our revenue sharing. Another reason for the increase in revenue is that regional waste budgeted for a net amount, and then when the forecast was put forward, it was forecasted separately revenues and expenses. Now the net budget was 1.975, somewhere in there, and the forecasted net was 1.3. So that does add to that bottom line, but the expenses that were forecasted is 1.8 million versus forecast of 550,000. So that also increases that forecasted amount for revenues. The reason regional waste is seeing a bit of a surplus there is just the uncertainty with what moving forward, what that program was going to look like, and just not much planning for the future, or just getting the services done and paying the staff. That's what happened there in that program, so. I think the other thing we wanted to talk about was the operational expenses budget from 2020 to 2021, and Murray's kind of got a list there of kind of the highlights of that. I'll turn it over to him.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Rhonda. So I took a look at the year-over-year increase in budgeted expenditures within the operating portion of the budget. And overall, we're seeing an increase of $3.7 million. Now, on the surface, that might seem pretty significant one year to the next. But I went through and highlighted some of the significant changes this year. So solid waste expenses, both with the uncertainty that Rhonda referred to, as well as the separation of the revenue and the expense into two categories. That represents $2.5 million of that 3.7. So that's a fairly significant portion of that. The broadband project in operations, new project this year, $700,000. That is in that 3.7 million as well. Amortization has increased $700,000. That's not a discretionary expense. That's in the 3.7. Factor those three items out, we're actually down $200,000 compared to the 2020 budget. Going further, we've increased the cost of the Nordegg lot sales by $400,000, and the RCMP expenditures, the police funding model, is roughly $450,000. Factor those items in, we're actually $1 million under what we were with the 2020 budget. Over and above that are additional items that have been recategorized between revenue and expense. So I'd suggest that number is even higher. So what would appear on the surface without any analysis as a significant increase year over year, factor out those significant individual items, and otherwise our expenses, we've actually decreased expenses year over year from 2020 to 2021. Does that make sense?
Councillor Duncan?
It does, except I don't quite understand the solid waste portion. Why are those, you're just referring to because the expenses will be ours as opposed to a regional system, or is that a?
That is part of the explanation. So a couple of things are happening here. One, as Rhonda touched on, we previously budgeted just our net expense. So we let the revenues sort themselves out against the expenses within regional waste operations, recognizing our net expense at the end of the day. What we want to provide going forward, mainly because the operations are going to be changing, but we want to provide a more transparent display of what our true costs are and our true revenues. So we've broken those into two. The effect of that is that by having the gross number in expenditures, that pushes that number up to that 3.7 million. If we had netted them again, we wouldn't have seen 3.7 million in expenditure increase. So that's part of it. Now granted, and I'm glad you brought this up, Councillor Duncan, is that is part of the revenue change from one year to the next. And if you look at our 2020 revenues versus our 2021, it doesn't look that bad. But there are some key things happening, and Rhonda touched on some of that. We know our tax revenue is going to be dropping between doubtful accounts and lower assessment values and the disappearance of the well drilling tax, things like that. At the same time, we have other things that are compensating for that, at least for 21. So increased sales for Nordegg, we're anticipating things like that going up. This revenue from regional waste is pushing that number up in comparison as well. So you've got that happening on the other side of things.
Thank you, that's good.
Any other questions? We're on board so far.
Okay.
Okay.
Then to the capital summary.
That would be page 3 of 20.
I apologize, I just have to get to it on my laptop here. My eyes aren't what they used to be, so I need to have it in front of me.
It's okay, take your time.
Okay, so in the summarized document, you'll see broad categories in each department. For example, to begin with, ag and community is just broke out in equipment and engineered structures. And then corporate services, equipment and engineered structures. Similarly, down in public works, there's the different overarching programs such as asphalt overlay, grading projects and base pavement. Public works operations has bridges and water and sewer. As we move through each of the departments, they will break those categories out and talk about each of their projects individually and touch on in more detail what has changed from last year at this time when budget was passed. So I'm also going to try to track as we go through which projects are funded from reserve, which ones are funded from tax revenues, and which ones are funded from grant revenues, so that we can kind of see how the bottom line changes if we change a program or a project. If we add a project, how will that change the bottom line? If we delete a project, how would that change the bottom line? Because if it's funded from reserve and you decide to take a project off, really that isn't going to contribute anything to your surplus. What's going to happen is that transfer from reserve isn't going to happen, and that project's going to come off, and you're still going to have a deficit. So I just want to talk about that for any projects that there's any kind of discussion on whether it is in consensus that we're moving forward with that project. So I think that's all I had for a summary. Do you have anything to add, Marie? No. Okay, so we'll move on to the departments.
All right. Well, that sounds like we've got an idea, so we can watch how the bottom line changes as we
Yeah.
make some decisions here today.
Yes.
So we're starting with 4.1, draft Public Works capital, and we'll see how that changes as we work through. And I see we've got both our Public Works folks here to give us all the ins and outs of the capital projects.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Reeve Laird, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, Council. I have been given the honor of opening up for capital. I know each of you are on the edge of your seats in anticipation to my esteemed colleague, Mr. Eric Hansen's Public Works Infrastructure Capital Program presentation. So I will do my best to keep my presentation short and sweet and hopefully be just as enthralling as Public Works Infrastructure's presentation. So continuing on, Public Works Operations Capital for 2021 is seeing an overall decrease of 10.5% from 2020, so 10.5% from 2020. This is partly due to, one, most 2020 capital projects being completed in 2020, with only a few projects being carried over to 2021 for final completion. Two, and for those projects in 2021, having a greater degree of certainty in the costs associated in completing that particular capital project. Having said that, I will now take a little bit of time and touch on each capital project associated with 2021 budget year. Once I've gone through 2021, if council so chooses and would like, I can provide some detail and background to any of the projects from 2022 to 2030. All right, so starting off with vehicles and equipment. As you can see there, we've separated out to, again, as per last year, vehicles, light duty, heavy duty, construction, general, and then a new line there accounting for and anticipating that we will be moving forward in the new year with county taking over the transfer stations, rural transfer stations, and the landfill, along with, again, partial share in the cost of operating the recycle depot at the Rocky Transfer Station. So that line was put in there to help council see as to what we're looking at in terms of cost in regards to replacement of some of the equipment associated with being able to operate our solid waste side of our programs in operations, public works operations. As always, abiding by Clearwater County's Fleet and Equipment Management Plan in terms of the replacement guidelines, with the understanding that we account for the experience and expertise of our fleet and equipment supervisors' discretion in extending and or repurposing our fleet. We always account for that, and I shared that with all of you yesterday. We do have those guidelines in place as per Council's approved Fleet and Equipment Management Plan. However, having said that, we always look at each of our pieces of equipment and how that equipment is faring, and if it's able to extend it an additional year or so, we will, or if we can repurpose it elsewhere within the organization, we will do that. So you see there on the vehicles, light and heavy duty, it's sitting at $1,055,000, and the partial reason as to it being higher than 2020 is we had to do a carryover of $330,000 from 2020 in the replacement of our 2008 picker truck unit along with its rig up. And what we're seeing, and I need to make council aware of this, is we're running into challenges with our manufacturers in regards to getting these trucks in a timely manner, i.e. Hopefully in the same year. And we're seeing this in our larger units, as I know all of you are aware of, also seeing that challenge with our fire equipment as well. And as I said, it's delays associated with the manufacturer, and in turn, the manufacturer getting its supplies in order to rig up these trucks and build these trucks for us. Along with that is the replacement of another plow gravel truck, and the third of 5. So that's what you see there. Those are the big ticket items in the light and heavy duty equipment there. The solid waste one, so what we're seeing there in the $480,000 is Unit 213. It's the 2008 Kenworth tri-drive hook lift truck. And for those of you who had the opportunity to sit in as a member of the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority Board, this is the unit, the tri-drive, that we brought before the board on a number of occasions, 2 years in a row, I believe, that needed replacing. Now, it's sitting currently, it's at 15,210 hours, okay? We have been milking it along. So, dependent upon where our distribution of assets, asset distribution agreement lands, we err on the side of caution and anticipate that may land on our laps, right? This truck is needed is utilized for our transfer stations, both in the Rocky Transfer Station and in our rurals. It's a very uniquely equipped truck. It's not one that you can just pick off the shelf, okay? It's designed for a specific purpose. So if it does land on our lap, that is a unit that will need to be replaced. And so that's where a good portion of that solid waste number comes, along with a landfill scraper, okay, for the landfill. Any questions on that?
Mr. Magnus, it's my understanding that particular unit will take a number of months to have spec'd and built.
That is correct. Our hope is, again, that we're able to attain it within the year. And if council so chooses and moves forward in approving this budget in this sense, in regards to what's presented here, once, and I know the team here in regards to negotiating these various agreements, our intent is to move along with that in a timely manner. And as soon as that is done and that is determined here as to who gets that truck, if it does land on our lap, then we would get on that immediately in terms of ordering it up.
Councillor Lang?
Kurt, a couple questions. I realize this truck's getting a little old. I'm wondering if you know what the depreciated value is of it. And also, you said it's uniquely equipped. So the riggings that are on that truck, could they be taken off and put on a different, just a bare bones unit?
You know, that question there, if you wouldn't mind, Councillor Lang, I do have our fleet and equipment supervisor here, and I'll let Scott address that question in regards to if we're able to strip off that truck to move it over to a new one. Scott?
We'll just take a moment to let Mr. Patel come forward. In the meantime, perhaps...
Right there.
Oh, he's going to make... Mr. Patel?
You're on.
This thing running?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Councillor Lang, that unit, the hook lift, has, it's come to its end of its life. In the past, we have moved units, equipment to different trucks. I'll use an example. Our picker truck, our unit 403, is a 2008 Freightliner. We repurposed the picker from the old Louisville, moved it onto that unit. And today it sits as a 2008 Freightliner truck with a 1990 Fosse picker on there. And that unit ends up costing us a lot in maintenance. So I would definitely recommend replacing that as a unit. So that would be.
So, yeah, it's better in the long run to go new, definitely. Now, in regards to depreciation, I'm gonna actually turn that over to Murray, if you wouldn't mind, Murray, in regards to, it is a 2008 unit, and you can address potentially the depreciation.
Mr. Hagan?
associated.
I was gonna say, I don't have the depreciated value. Rhonda might. We would probably have to look that up. But I'm just wondering in what context the depreciated value provides information to the committee.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's any value in it for, to go towards a new unit trade-in. If it's 480, would actually be 780 or.
Okay.
And I know there's probably not a lot of value in the truck, but I was wondering with the attachments and the riggings and all that, sometimes that can be worth more than just the old unit itself.
So with your permission, can I rephrase your question to Public Works? Do we expect to get any residual value from the sale of that truck and equipment?
You're reading my mind here, Murray. So right now, that unit has a zero book value. There's no value associated with that unit. And we did have an appraisal done on each of our pieces of equipment. So what we can do is we can follow up and just look into our data, what the appraisal was associated with that vehicle. But I mean, there's the appraisal value, and we'll find that out. And number two, I mean, we do send them to auction, and possibly Scott may have an idea here as to what we could potentially see with it going to the auction. But that can be different year to year, and depending on the industry and market and so on.
Now I see, okay, I was looking and you both have your lights on. Go ahead, Ms. Sherhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm something else, that were you planning on taking any of that out of reserves for that purchase? I know with the negotiations, it's kind of hard. We don't know what the reserves are going to end up looking like for Clearwater County's portion. So I assume that you did not anticipate that coming out
did
of
not
reserve,
anticipate,
right?
that's correct, Ron.
Okay, so, and once the negotiations are done and we have an idea of what we have for equipment reserves, we can adjust that at a later date.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I also wanted just to add some clarification as well, that when we're looking at these capital expenditures, we're looking at the gross cost. We're not looking at a net of proceeds or anything like that. Similar to the conversation that we had about separating operating revenue and expense, we want to be very transparent here as well. So what we're seeing here is the gross cost of the vehicle and the equipment to go on it. Any anticipated proceeds, we would budget within revenue on the other side so that it comes into the equation, but is separately identifiable.
Right. Counselor Lang, does that, okay. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, just to clarify, you mentioned that, you know, should we get this in the allocation of assets from the landfill? Sounds to me like it doesn't really matter whether we get it or not. You're gonna have to buy a new truck, aren't you?
You're absolutely
So
right.
it's got nothing to do with the
Councillor
assets much, really.
No,
Okay.
that's right. Either
Thank
way,
you.
in order to continue to operate our rural transfer sites, that unit is crucial for that side of the operation as well. So you are absolutely correct. We would need to get a truck one way or another. Yes.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer read my mind. I was thinking this is going to be a moot point. We're going to need the truck regardless. So. But it's good information for us to understand. Carry on.
Okay, so moving on to bridges. So what we're looking at in 2021 are replacement of 4 bridge structures. And each of you was presented with a map, okay, as I came around, and which shows the location of those 4. So what we're looking at is one on the north end of Sunchild. And then there's the, that would be bridge file 79167. I know those numbers don't really matter to each of you. But the next one would be just north of Alhambra on the pavement on Alhambra Road. And then we have one in Leslieville itself. Most of you are probably familiar with that one. That one just comes off of the corner as you head down. I think it's Lobstick Road or something to that effect. Councillor Lawley, I'm not sure what road it is. It's just on the hill as you come down that hill. It's quite scenic. It's quite a nice bridge. So that one's going to be replaced. And then the final one is the one on 5-3, Range Road 5-3, just north of 598 that we had to close here towards the end of the year. So that one will, as soon as the budget has been approved, our intention is to hit that one immediately and get it back open.
Mr. Magnus,
Yes.
the one south of Leslieville, is that the one right in Leslieville then?
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And that's 7787 bridge number?
That one there in
Or-
Leslieville, the bridge file number is 8142.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and my apologies. Thank you to Kate. She put numbers, associated bridge file numbers with each of the ones on the map.
And
Yes. So the 79167, obviously that's the Sunchild one. 7787 is the one north of Alhambra on the pavement. And then 8142 again was the Leslieville. And then 7469 was the one on Range Road 5-3.
Councillor Lang?
So I think I know the answer to this question. Is there any provincial funding that can go towards this, or is that bridge program still zero funded?
You know, we've done actually quite well over the last 2 years. Out of the 8 that we've replaced, we received funding on 7 of them. Through the STIP program. And our intention, what we do every year, is we put forward the application for grant funding again. So each of these have an application submitted for funding for the new year. The deadline is typically November 30th. And so I have my team, in particular Kate, she puts it together and submits them by November 30th. So, and we typically in the past, we find out towards the end of April whether or not. So we fared quite well over the last 2 years.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Could you remind us, what percentage funding do we get under that program? I've forgotten what it is.
I believe it's anywhere up to 75%.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no other questions with regard to bridges. Oh, sorry, Ms. Sherhan.
That's all right. So we have assumed a $1.5 million grant coming from the province out of the 6.2 million that we're budgeting to spend. We have received a letter from Alberta Transportation just thanking us for the application and that we will be considered. You know, it's hard to know what they're going to fund and what they're not. So you don't want to put the whole 70 or 75% as revenue coming from the province in case we don't get it. But we do want to put some revenue in there because in the past we have been very successful in getting those grants. So
Thank you for the clarification.
yeah.
Okay, I will move on then to water and sewer, water and wastewater. Okay, again, just focusing on 2021 for now. I'll move down to the column for that. So the first item there is the Nordic well number 8 installation and tie-in. So our intent in 2020 was hopefully to not only drill the well, but tie it in as well. And there was a lot of optimism behind that could potentially be done with keeping in mind that that may not occur. And what happened was exactly that. So we were able to drill the well and conduct a number of tests to make sure that that water was good. And as a result, we were not able to tie it in. So the tie-in portion of it will be done in 2021. So this will include all the components associated with that as well. Okay, so that's what you see in 2021. The next item is the Nordic sanitary dumping station. And that's the commercial side of things. So that is your design construction of the dumping station for commercial septage. And this will be located at the lagoon site itself. Okay, and will be set up in the same way as our bulk water station in the establishment of accounts, right? So now we can have an accurate tracking in regards to who is utilizing that lagoon in terms of disposal of liquid waste.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Lang.
Kurt, I thought the lagoon at Nordic was already set up for taking commercial hauls. So I'm a bit confused.
Okay, that's a yes and no question,
Oh, that's why I'm
answer?
confused.
Okay, a yes and no. We had gates set up and it was on an honor system where people could go in and they just tie in to the cam lock and they dump, right, the vac trucks. But it started to become abused to the point where, believe it or not, we had to lock the gate and we had to put up a security system. And in broad daylight, under the security camera system, the individual got out of the truck, the back truck, and took the lock off and went in and dumped. So we said, that's it. And it was being abused. So we felt moving forward, we need to set up a septic receiving station, much like the Rocky Lagoon here. And therefore we had much better control over what's occurring there. So yes, we did at one time a very just tie in and that, but now we've had to move to this system.
Councillor Lang has a subsequent question.
Now I'm changing to a crime topic. Was he
Oh, this individual was talked to, yes.
talked to?
Yeah. And consequences were given. Okay,
Okay, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just one more question on this. So people are going there and using that. How much of that happens, and what's the real downside of that, of receiving more fluids than you would like?
what I'll do is, I'll turn that over to Kate, if she wouldn't mind just coming up. She can give us a better idea as to approximately how often we see that lagoon being utilized in that manner.
I'm not so concerned about, well, I am interested to know how often it's being used like that, but what is the problem with handling that, or is there a way of keeping it on an honor system with a camera or something, so that you, if there's money to be collected, can you collect it without spending $600,000 or whatever the number is? That's basically my question.
Good morning. Sorry, I'll just clarify a couple of things. Currently, we don't have a cam lock that they tie into when they dump. The trucks will back up to the first cell and dump, so we're receiving damages to our liner because it's not a proper system for to dump. The individual that did cut the gate, he knew it was locked, so he didn't even go up to the gate. So that company has not been able to dump in our lagoon since, and it's been approximately
4 years.
4 years. So currently we only have one company dumping in there. So this system is more to facilitate more operators to be able to dump in our lagoon, again, the proper way. It has no repercussions for, like, it's not terrible, our system, the honor system, because the guys do still have to contact Jesse or Kyle out there and go in and dump. This new system, we want to incorporate a muffin monster as well. So we do have to go in there every year and kind of net out the items that are dumped into their septic that usually get processed at the lift station. So that's also some additional cost facilitated in the $600,000 for it. So it's working, the system, however, it's something we should address eventually.
Supplemental?
Supplemental. Well, and I guess that's my point. It's 600,000 it's shown this year, and Nordegg is just kind of getting going. It's not a big operation at this time, both the community nor this lagoon, as I understand it. So, could we not defer this for 2 or 3 years? You said you had one incident 4 years ago, and you're responding now. If it could be handled with the current system, if you only have 1 or 2 operators that are going in there, seems to me you could continue an honor system for some time yet.
Definitely, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and that is, we leave that to council. If that is council's desire to bump that a few more years, we can definitely do that, and we just need direction from council itself, if that is something you would like to do. Yeah, we put it in there. If you want to move it to 2022, 23, whatever year, provide us with that direction, we can do that.
I see that, Mr. Emmons, I do note that I heard damage to the liner, and I have a feeling that that'll be far more costly than ensuring that we give them a proper disposal option. Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird.
Actually, you went exactly where I was going to bring it. It can be deferred. This is not a sky is falling type thing, but the risk is damage to the liner. In the past, we've also had dumping, primarily around the area from, the campsites, and the chemicals in those portable toilets, negatively impact the CBODs and the counts that are required to keep within environmental approvals. So getting a decent dumping station is fairly important. The other thing I wanted to mention outside of a public works world is bring it into a planning world where the entire north side in the cottage lots is also designed for dumping. They don't have a standalone, so the design of Nordig is also critical to the overall septic system, the lagoon treatment. So.
Right. Councillor Lang?
Mr. Emmons kind of answered my question, but there's always more questions popping into my head, so. What are the revenues that are generated from this station out there, from commercial dumping?
Sure.
Yeah, it's not very much, like 25,000 maybe.
That goes with the honor system for sure. Okay. Other questions? Councillor Duncan?
We went through this similar situation when we helped fund the Rocky Lagoon back, and John or Teresa, I don't know if you were there just before you, but we had these discussions as well. And I guess some of my questions that apply to that is you sort of recognize it was similar to the system here in Rocky. Does that include there's some safety shutoffs for if somebody's dropping in hydrocarbons? I don't know if this system would stop that. And also then we would be metering off this stuff, so the ability is there to charge by the meter for that? Or like, I'm not sure what's involved in the design here of your project.
So we haven't done the design yet. All we've done is we've stated to the engineer what our requirements are. So if something that they want to do monitor more, we can definitely incorporate that.
Okay, and I guess where I'm going with that is if we're gonna, I see the value in this in terms of protecting the lagoon, not only the liner, but how it works and risking contamination. But I think, I'm hoping that within this budget, we would also have the ability then to meter off and card swipe or bill people directly. That takes the honor system out of it and takes staff away from having to be there or run around and collect, et cetera, like that. So there's some advantages to this down the line in that respect, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Where my thoughts were as well was having some way of documenting and getting data beyond the honor system. Councillor Lang?
Guys, we've all heard about the problems the town has had with their lagoon, and I guess I'm concerned about different levels going up. And is there a discharge from this lagoon into fresh water out there? And where my head is going is the lethality testing. Are we ever going to have to go through lethality testing with this Nordig lagoon, and then which could lead to bigger problems down the road?
So currently we haven't discharged the lagoon. We just last year had the last cell brought online because we got to the certain levels and aeration installed. We do get tests every week and we have no concerns with the levels of it to date. The exact test when we discharge, I don't know off the top of my head because, like I said, we haven't discharged it since we built it in 2013.
So we're not at that point where we're required to discharge yet.
No.
So.
And we do, like Rick referenced, the CBODs, and those are all within spec. It gets tested every Tuesday in Red Deer. We have no concerns. Kind of on an off note about the honor system, so as you're aware, we installed the bulk water station within Nordig, and the revenues have gone up substantially compared to what it was prior. So I do feel there will be some increased cost compared to what we see now, as well as if we are able to incorporate different companies going into the system as well.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions at the moment, so.
Okay, we'll just carry on here. So the next item is the Nordic Sanitary Dumping Station, the trailer. So this is the trailer RV dumping station to be potentially located within the gravel parking lot within the hamlet. So intention is to establish a facility to allow us to be able to utilize or provide a service to any trailers that come in there.
If I may, will there be some sort of water or potable water as well? So when they pull in, they can fill water and dump septage?
Again, this is just the preliminary budget, and we did ask for that, yes. So we're trying to find a location that we could easily tie into our water system as well as our lagoon system.
And
Or
I
wastewater
assume more than
system,
one
sorry.
spot. I watch, the trailers
trailer.
line up in Rocky. And they've got 2 spots and they are busy. And given what we're seeing going on in the West Country, I feel that this will be, I almost wonder if 2 is gonna be too few.
And you're absolutely right, Reeve Laird, we've recognized that, and hopefully we're, by implementing this capital project that provides that service out there, which we definitely saw this year in regards to the use of the West Country.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lang.
Just further to Councillor Reeve Liard's comments, Nordic does have the one private dumping station at the lodge, so, and that one is being well used.
Okay,
The next one is what we reference as the Nordic wastewater treatment plant locating new priming lines. So these are the setup of what we call priming lines for our roper pumps, okay, which are located in our wastewater treatment plants. This will help to hopefully extend the lifespan of our pumps by what we say avoiding hard starts. Okay, these are very expensive pieces of equipment, these roper pumps. So what we're trying to do is implement mitigation measures to help extend the life of these pumps. So that's what you see there. The next item is the Nordic wastewater treatment plant install of H2S and LEL detectors, LEL standing for lower explosive level detectors. Excuse me. These are as per regulatory requirements. Okay, it's a safety issue, so we can't really get away with not doing these. So this is something that needs to be done. The next item is our Condor Lagoon upgrades. That is just a little bit of a carryover to finish off the upgrades, and that basically consists of our 1-year deficiency inspection and some tests associated with monitoring wells there. So just a few small items in regards to finishing off that project. The last one on for 2021 is our regional wastewater system design and wastewater kidney, so the wastewater kidney. So again, excuse me. As per Council's consensus and guidance at the September 21st Strategic Planning Committee meeting, Council directed administration to consider the source-to-source wastewater kidney treatment facility to meet Clearwater County's need for a regional wastewater treatment facility. So what you see there is as per Council's discussion on that September 21st. And in essence, the consensus and guidance to that is that we incorporate that into our capital budget for a regional wastewater facility in Leslieville. And as a reminder to Council to meet the needs of our community, along with receiving external septage with the potential in the future to tie in Withrow, Alhambra, and Condor as well. So that on 2022, and I'll just jump ahead just to 2022. So that number there is the construction of that facility. And then if you look a little further down in 2026, the 2022 is phase 1 of that. And then 2026 would be phase 2 if we so choose to move forward with that. And eventually it's then set up and constructed at that point to have the ability to bring in Condor and Withrow and Alhambra as well. So this is something, again, that we need to put before council if indeed this is the direction you want to go. And please provide us direction in that.
Ms. Sharan?
Yeah, I just want to note that there's 7.9 million in the sewer reserve. And we assumed a $3 million draw on that for 2022, but really we want council's direction on what funds out of reserve you would like in 2022. I hate to jump ahead on Kurt here, but
That's quite right.
there's quite a lot of sewer activity in the capital project list there in 2022. And yeah, we'd just like to know how much of that you wanted to come out of reserve. Of course, which projects want to go forward.
Councillor Lang?
So I guess I have some questions and some concerns. So the town, out of their, I forget how much their lagoon is costing, but they got quite a hefty grant from the province. And of the remaining, they're asking 20% from the county, I believe.
That is correct.
And the way I
yes.
see it, you know, I don't know that 20% is fair or not, but I think we're getting a not too bad a deal with that, and it does serve our needs. And it's a heck of a lot less dollars than this. But I guess where my mind is going, because we have this town lagoon, which is basically regional, we're, in a sense, partner with the town on a lagoon. Would the province look favorably on us if we applied for a grant for this? Or would they look at this as a duplication of service and maybe, oh no, you don't get that grant? Because this is a lot just for Clearwater County without the help of the province. And I guess I'm looking to you, I don't know, maybe administration has a better idea if we would be successful in getting a grant like the town, or if they would go. And we know where the province is, they're getting rather tight and they're looking for regionalization, so.
I'll turn this over to Kate, and that's a good question because Kate has had a number of discussions with the grant technologist with Alberta Transportation, KAT, and she can address some of these concerns.
So we did submit an application for funding for this project. We talked preliminary, she hasn't done a thorough review. The item she did bring up is the cost for sure. The external hauling would not be included in the grant. So it would, once we take out the external hauling, it would be 75% of that cost if approved. Question she asked was the surrounding hamlets, why would we decide to tie them in versus have their own standalone lagoon, say Withrow? So I did provide the Withrow study that was done in 2014 to her for review. Just due to emails and size, I mailed it off to her this week. I haven't heard anything back on that. So that's kind of the things they are looking into because it is such a high cost, but she never gave me any idea which way they may go with the system.
And in addition to that, there was no comment made on her part in regards to referencing Rocky as well.
No, she didn't talk about the town at all. No.
Yeah, no, there was no concern there with that already being available. It was more so just the choice of system and so on. And I would like to point out that if you look at 2029, and it does show the Leslieville Lagoon upgrades and I've put that in for 2.5 million there. And again, as a reminder to council, it is currently grandfathered, and ultimately there is going to come a point where we'll need to do upgrades to that. Whether that is along the same lines as what we did with Condor, or we move towards a more in-depth system, I mean, that will ultimately come to council's discretion and decision. But there are still other options out there. I mean, we can do an upgrade to the Condor or to the Leslieville Lagoon and have a more in-depth discussion as to the extent of those upgrades here. But this now again is back to council's discussion on a number of occasions, in particular again at that September 21st Strategic Planning Committee meeting, of potentially meeting the needs of the community in regards to a regional wastewater facility.
All right, to that end, what I'm looking at is essentially what I believe to be engineering for the project, and which would be in 2021, allowing us then to apply for additional grants, et cetera, for 2022 or 2023 in whatever year we decide to build. This could be deferred after that if we wanted. I will say, and you can confirm that for me, and I will say I get a lot of calls about this on Withrow in particular was very happy here that we're moving in this direction, given that they were able to provide us some information to previous councils, and each of the hamlets on that side of our municipality are looking for this kind of solution. And when I mentioned it to the Leslieville residents, that this is when I was asked, they wanted to ensure there was going to be an RV dumping station on that side of our municipality as well, because they seen the value in it. And somewhere where they could receive septage from many of the residents that, have to have pump outs, et cetera, and they have trucks come. So they don't all go to the Rocky Lagoon. They're going all over the place for sure. And I know that in the past, Councillor Lang, you've looked into that, and they're not all going to Rocky. Councillor Lang.
Well, so I did when the town of Rocky came to us, I don't know, about a year ago. I did phone commercial haulers around the area. I think it was 3 of them, and 2 of them never hauled to Rocky, and the one did. Most of their hauls were to Rocky, but yeah, our area is huge, and so they were hauling to, I think, Sundre and Eckville. Sylvan, I can't remember, but not only a small part was volume was actually coming to the Rocky.
So if you could confirm, sorry.
Yeah, but having said that, it is a lot of money. Maybe we don't need it, because maybe their hauls going to Sundre or Sylvan are going to be a shorter distance than coming to Leslieville area too. I think there needs to be some more work done on this, and I'm concerned about the dollar amount and the future grants. We know where the province is going, and I guess I want some more assurances those grant dollars are going to be there before I feel comfortable in moving forward.
Could you confirm if this is engineering and design type work?
Yeah, the first year, and Kate can expand on this as well, is that first year would be a receiving stream study, and then the engineering for design would occur that year. Anything else, Kate, on time? And then, of course, construction in 2022.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, I see the immediate needs of the county well looked after with what looks like a leveraged investment into the Rocky receiving station here. But this is something I think that could happen over time. I guess my question is relative to the 563,000. I guess I would like to see you pursue enough engineering to look after the grants. I don't think you need to do a lot of detail, but you do need to do enough work, and I commend you for looking into the grant streaming at this point in time to see what's available and to identify what you need in order to line up that grant. I'd be most interested in that.
And that's a good point, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. In the last communication I had with the organization that will oversee this and the establishing and construction of this facility is they've reached out as well with University of Calgary was one. There's what they have, it's called an innovative grant through the University of Calgary. So the discussion I will have, if, again, depending on council's direction here, is if we want to move forward with this, is we will definitely pursue that, and they felt quite confident about that one. And we would work with the engineering firm to obviously pursue other grant opportunities. That would be a requirement that we would request from that engineering firm to pursue these, yeah, because in and of itself, it is a unique facility.
Okay. I think that's all there is for questions on that part, unless there's others. Sorry, Councillor Duncan, go ahead.
I guess I'm in favor of going forward with engineering as well here. I think we can potentially revisit this if we get a better idea of grant dollars in the future. It would, although, you know, this is gonna have to be done sooner or later, and it's not gonna get cheaper either. Doing it anytime now takes the 2.5 million off the table in 2029.
That's correct.
So there is a savings there down the road. I think we would have to probably be prepared to maybe revisit this, not just in the next budget cycle, but this would be something that we would want to probably tender in the fall for the next year. So it could be done. It would have to be, we may need to revisit this through strategic plan or something, because if we want to tender it, say in the fall of 2021, because the grant is there and we are achieving it, we would have to adjust this year's budget, or sorry, 2021's budget to account for that. So I want to be somewhat fluid here, but I do see the value in doing at least the engineering now and potentially moving forward, even revisiting this fall again, if we get a better idea of costs. So this engineering will also give us a stronger perception or stronger conception of what the true costs are going to be on the building of it.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just the last supplement on that. Like the 563, I would guess that that's a very detailed engineering. Whereas for grant purposes, you don't need anywhere near that, and you may have some unique features here, but there's tens or hundreds of these things designed and built across the country. So I would expect that the actual engineering required at this stage is a lot less than what this number is. So I would like to see that number included in this budget. The number that enables you to apply for grants and define your project without this great detail.
This number here is a detailed number. We've been working very closely, and what you see here is the numbers they've provided in depth. You are exactly right, your initial statement that this number we have here is quite accurate to what we're seeing for it. And that includes that firm pursuing other grant avenues as well, definitely.
So what does that mean?
So what I'm hearing here, and I'll ask that question then, is just for clarification purposes, this number that we have here then is the receiving stream study that needs to be done along with the engineering, along with the pursuit of other grant opportunities. And my understanding then is that council would like to move forward with this for 2021.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I believe I understand where Deputy Vandermeer is going and well hear the point. The unfortunate part is with a wastewater system, it's not a bridge. There's no standard design drawings. It can't be cookie cuttered because it all relates to the effluents going into the in-stream. So it depends on the flow quantities of the creek, the exact location, the quality of the material, the geological at that site. So although you have standard designs of lagoons, whaling systems, truck dumping stations, items like that, it has to be designed and applied for on that site. You can't genericize the engineering and apply for the grant. It has to be for that location and for Last Hill Creek versus Lobstick versus Blueberry versus an alternative location. I don't know if that helps address your question.
Well, I do understand there are some specifics that are required, and certainly I would understand that that would be done. But that's what you're saying, you need all of that or you need half of this to do what you're talking about.
All of it.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
I guess I would just reinforce that, you know, as a council, we made the decision to go with this type of system, this wastewater kidney system. As long as we're wanting to do that system yet, then I don't see why we wouldn't proceed with this, the majority of the engineering. If there are things we absolutely don't need, then yes, let's not. But if we are satisfied that's the system we're gonna put in place eventually, let's do the engineering. It probably will be pretty much fully applicable even if we delay the construction for future years.
I would agree with that. Are there any other questions with regard to water and sewer? Ms. Duran?
Are we saying that we wouldn't move forward unless we got some grant revenue then? And are you seeing the whole reserve being depleted to do this project or those projects in 2022?
Councillor Swanson, and then I'll come back to Councillor Duncan.
Knowing that this is a future forward project, in my opinion, so doing it now, I feel that the need is now. So I'm okay with proceeding in 2022 as outlined and using the reserves as, in my opinion, using the reserves as outlined.
Councillor Duncan?
Considering that in 22 and 23, then the amount we have in capital on water and sewer, I think it's probably, or sorry, in 22 is the bulk of it, that it's probably best that we look at using most of the reserves. I don't know what the percentage of these, I guess, based on what the town was able to achieve, they got 75 or 80% funding, right, with theirs. So, you know, the absolute best we could hope for is even at 50%, we're probably still going to deplete most of these reserves that we have left to do this. And if we're doing this, we're not only going to deplete the reserve, we're going to have to look at next year or the year after as well. There must be ways to start replenishing those reserves, whether that's from, you know, surpluses or whatever we do.
Okay, so my understanding is there's 7.9 mil in sewer reserves, and currently we're allocating 3 million to draw down in 2022. So are you suggesting, Councillor Duncan, that we draw that down to
6.
5 or 6?
Yeah, let's draw out 6 maybe.
6? Other thoughts? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Well, certainly on this big one, this 7.2, my view on that is that doesn't go ahead at all until you get 75% funding. Same way that Rocky Mountain House did it. I think you get yourself ready. It's not an essential item at this point in time. We have a regional receiving point. And if you can get grant money, I would support it. If you can get the 75% dollars.
Councillor Lang?
I'm okay with moving forward with the study and the engineering that needs to be done. But I agree with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. I want to make sure we have these grant dollars from the province before we move ahead. And if that's next year, fine. If it's the year after, I'm willing to wait a year or two till we are able to position ourselves and get those grant dollars.
Additionally, do you have a comment on from 7.9 million with a $3 million current drawdown on reserves to what Councillor Duncan is suggesting is move to a $6 million drawdown, given how much work we're going to be doing in 2022 potentially?
To draw down on this specific project?
No, for that year.
Funding it through reserves in 2022, just
There's
using 6 million
several
of reserves.
projects. There's several projects scheduled for 2022.
Okay.
It's not just this project.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
So that would be Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Councillor Duncan as far as drawing the reserves down to 6 million.
Any other councillors? Because I would agree that we're going to need to bring that to the $6 million mark. Other comments? Councillor Duncan?
And one of my reasons for drawing it down that much is after that, there isn't much in the capital plan for sewer, so, other than, you know, potentially expanding in 2026, so. It's, I think, the appropriate time to draw that one down.
It then allows us to rebuild it in the subsequent years.
At least 2 years there to rebuild. Before we hit 2026.
Yes. So we're good with the $6 million drawdown rather than 3? Okay, that's what we're doing.
And add some grant revenue in there, or no? Add some more. Grant revenue, are we assuming that there will be grant revenue for that regional project to
That
move
is,
forward?
that's what
Yeah.
we're hoping.
To keep it as a placeholder, I would have some grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll definitely, once those, we have feedback from our various applications, definitely we'll come before council and provide you with those details in terms of grants, grant funding available.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I'd just like to stress the importance. You don't show it as being funded without grants. You should budget whatever is required for the 25%, and anything above that, the other, in other words, the 75%, should be shown as grant funded. If you don't do that, you're not gonna get it. And Rocky Mountain House did this perfectly. In fact, they said, look, we've got the engineering done. We will build this mechanical system if we get the grants. That's the exact way of doing this.
Okay, so my understanding is these are gross numbers that's put on this sheet. Any other dollars that would be coming in will be coming in on a revenue side somewhere in here. These are just the total cost of any project, so we understand for transparency purposes a gross number. Somewhere else in this budget, there'll be where the revenues are, including grant dollars. Ms. Sherhan?
Yes, Alana, can I have you put up the 4-year financial plan, please? Yeah. So on this document, you can see budget 2021. In the second section is the capital section, and it shows capital revenues and capital expenditures. So what we would do then is show any grants coming in for those capital revenues, for those capital projects would be shown in capital revenues. And any funds coming from reserve would be those restricted funds used for TCA. So the difference kind of in that second section is what would be the draw on tax revenue for the capital projects in any given year. For sewer specifically, I have not added any sewer grants in. We just need to confirm that this project would not move forward without those grants.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions going back to water and sewer? I think we've got a way forward here, recognizing that that we've been kind of focusing and zeroing in on in 2022. There's lots of opportunity to try to ascertain grants. We also recognize it could be, it's also going to not require the 2029 2.5 million. That offsets it and puts it down below 4.5. Then if we are able to get grants on top of that, this may be well within our range. Okay. No other questions? Perhaps we move on to what is next? Gravel pits?
Okay. If, I'll just put this forward to council. If you'd like, while we're on water and sewer, we could finish that off and just look at 2022 and beyond. I'll leave that to council's discretion. Would you like us just to remain there and just finish it off for water and sewer? I can do that.
Certainly.
Okay, let's just do that. Okay, so in 2022, we did touch already on the Nordic sanitary dumping station at the trailer site there. So that is, of course, that 450,000 that you see there is the construction of that station itself. Then as you move down, we have the Condor replacement of collection mains priority 2 and drainage improvement. So we completed the priority 1 replacement mains in 2020. So what you're seeing there is to move forward with the design, engineering and construction for the replacement upgrade of what are priority 2 sanitary mains, along with stormwater drainage improvements within the hamlet. So essentially curb and gutter establishment within that hamlet. Carrying on, we would do in essence the same thing with Leslieville. So again, detailed design, engineering, construction for improvements to the what we call problem drainage areas within the hamlet, along with repairs for the sanitary collection mains and if needed, required upgrades to lift station as well.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
And how does this get paid for? Is there a local improvement tax, or how does this work?
That is entirely up to the discretion and direction of council as well.
Yeah. You know, we have other residential subdivisions around the county, and they usually look after these enhancements. And it's been a long time in the current situation. I think that the lagoon upgrades, I think it's good that we did that. And we can look towards other, lagoon upgrades as necessary and as we get grants. But this is in the category of kind of nice to have, I guess. But when we were looking at upgrading the sewer system at Withrow, We were looking at doing that as a kind of a local improvement tax, as I recall. Maybe Councillor Duncan might recall that as well.
Councillor Duncan.
I probably should let Rick talk to somebody else, take a swing at it, but basically the residents would pay for what's on their own property, and we would be paying for the rest. What we've done, we moved towards user pay system for these back in the day, but we're only covering operational costs from user fees, is where we've never ever set aside anything further for capital. If we wanted to move towards or levies of some kind to help pay for this, that is an option we have. But we did have a lot of pushback even at the Withrows level for them. We haven't had that 75 or 80% buy-in yet there because of the cost of what they would have to do on their own property. So we've got some hurdles to overcome there on that respect. What we're seeing here in my interpretation of the $2 million in Leslieville and in Condor is a $4.4 million is stuff that's not on private land, that's on the main lines in the county. So yes, there would be, those people are already hooked up to lagoons, so it would only be in a new situation where you could really put offsite levies. I guess other than that, would defer to staff. We could do offsite levies if we wanted to on stuff in the curb and gutter system.
Mr. Ammons.
Be quite difficult, Councillor Duncan, you put it best, with a brand new system. That's a different conversation. Like back in the day, that special tax was applied to Leslieville and they paid back the lagoon system there. To upgrade or replace, enhance that lagoon now, goes outside. Same with Condor, those are existing facilities. The expectation is the municipality maintains and keeps up to standards. So yes, that you explained it very well.
So even for the curb and gutter, there's, like, you were talking lagoons more there, but would that also be with the curb and gutter system? Okay. So the only other option to us then is and it's incremental, it's very small, is if you start trying to achieve some capital return on the user fees, which, like I say, I think we're close to 100% operational cost now for the residents there, but we've not ever went beyond that.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, so the other question I have is as an example, the Condor, you're talking about replacement of the mains. What's the status there? And are we seeing leakages or what's happening? Maybe Daryl or somebody has comment on that. Or administration, what's the status there?
Yeah, so actually I'll have Kate join me here again. She can provide some additional detail here, but we had them cameraed, and there are a number of lines, both Leslieville and Condor, where it was determined that there was sag, breakage, so on, leaking, and we had the engineering firm then determine priority status, so priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, being immediate repair or in good condition, fair, not good or bad, exactly poor, and replacement. So what we did last year in Condor, or this year I should say, was to replace those lines that were considered urgent need. And so our intention then with Leslieville is to do the same, and along with our priority 2, so those that are sagging, etc. And that's where we're moving forward with Condor as well. Now, I would like to also point out that the reason we brought in the curb and gutter as well, in conjunction at the same time as doing the lines, is it minimizes the amount of time we have to go in there and tear up the roads. So we want to do it all at once. And as you can see in 2023, I have there paving, Leslieville paving and Condor paving. Now, Eric can speak to this here, is my understanding was in 2023, we were going to move forward potentially with the paving of Leslieville East. So we tried to time this in such a way that, one, need to bring this into is disruption to the schools, because Condor School is there, from last we heard from them was they anticipate opening up the Condor School in the fall of 2022, and then January 1st for the Lesville School. So what we've tried to do was, again, minimize the disruption, minimize the amount of time, or in terms of tearing up the roads, do it once, and then with the paving occurring Lesville East, is we were hoping to combine that all as one tender, and therefore do Lesville East Road and be able to pave Condor and Lesville as well that year.
Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, I maybe can shed a little light on the Condor too. We're looking at systems that are 40 years old, have served well, but I think there's a number of identifiable problems. And it really comes down to a long-term maintenance and vision for having those utility services being reliable and not having emergency situations come out. And again, those sewer mains do tend to follow the streets, so it's impossible to actually access those without digging up the streets. So that's part of, I think, forward planning. We know we have to maintain the pavement, maintain the streets, and create some sort of drainage within those communities. So I think it's good forward planning for our communities.
I would agree. Other questions, or do you have more you'd like to share with us, Mr. Magnus, on the water sewer?
Other than one last point on that is you'll see just if you move up to, it's about the third line down, it says Nordic Phase 2 Water Treatment Plant Upgrade. So there are, starting in 2024 to 2027, there are numbers associated with moving towards Phase 2, and that's with the understanding that we have to reach a certain population, and that's about 1,200. So it's there with the assumption that, we reach that population by that time. Eventually, it will need to be done, and but those numbers are there just to make council aware of keeping it in the back of their mind, what we potentially may need to do in the future, assuming that population is reached at that point in time.
All right. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
To keep the door open a little bit here on Nordegg. We talked yesterday a little bit about, the north side and the fact that we're sold out of lots out there. And where would the next increment of investment in preparing lots on the north side? I understand you probably have to build another piece of road up there and clear some area in order to make more lots available. I know it's been sketched, but where would that happen? And maybe it's under Eric's
I was
purview.
just going to say a different director.
Yeah, and we can go through that there, Councillor Vandermeer, when we get
A little later? Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
it's the Nordegg, the draft Nordegg plans all laid out,
Yeah.
showing a series of sequence and funding.
Okay,
Thank you, Eric.
okay, thanks.
Okay. So if there are no further questions in regards to water and wastewater, I'll move on to gravel pits. So again, this one here, we just, again, in the same way as some of the projects in water and sewer, just to make council aware of the fact that we continually are on the lookout for gravel pits, and this may entail potentially the purchase of a private, from private land, or that we own it, right? We obviously always pursue Crown, as that is more efficient, effective way and minimizes cost. But nonetheless, having said that, we do put it in there, should property arise that is conducive to providing us with maintaining our 100-year reserves in regards to aggregate. So that 2 million is there should we need to purchase a piece of land that is conducive to providing us a good source of aggregate.
Councillor Lang.
Kurt, where we are with our, regarding our 100-year reserve, I thought we were pretty much there.
Oh yeah, we are there, and our intention is to continue to maintain that as per council's direction in their, I believe it was the previous council's strategic plan that we maintain a 100-year reserve, so we continue to do that and strive for that. Okay. All right. Just moving on then, Hamlet streetlights. So what you're seeing there is the Nordic one. Again, that one is just a carryover to the completion of the project that was begun in 2020. We had 11 lights on Stewart Street along with the additional 3 on the highway. And why there is a carryover was to finish off with those 3 on the highway. There's a bit of a delay there in regards to some of the equipment associated with those poles on the highway.
Councillor Lang.
I'm just trying to remember those 3 on the highway. Did the province help fund them? I don't think they did, and I'm
No, they did
trying
not.
to remember the reasoning why.
It came down to Alberta Transportation did not see a need for any type of intersection lighting there. It was never in their plans. The traffic and such was not conducive to that. So when we went to put up the streetlights on Stewart Street, in terms of the spacing, in regards to that and the amount of lumens coming down, was just enough to cause a distraction into the intersection of Highway 11. So when we went forward and we said to Alberta Transportation, we would like to have the community, and as per council's direction, we'd like to have streetlights put up on that intersection as well. And Alberta Transportation said, nope, because that was never their intention, did not meet their need, did not meet their criteria as to having the 3, but because of just that bit of a distraction coming on from lighting on Stewart Street, it was enough that we now required to have the 3 there, but it was now on our dime to put them up. Yeah.
Well, wasn't that convenient? Okay, so
Alberta Transportation in the last couple days.
yeah, and it hasn't been great news so far. So, okay, that's,
It's amazing what you learn in this job.
it is
Never stops.
amazing stuff. Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
I noticed also in that same section of the Hamlet streetlights, you have it could be a placeholder moving forward, the $125,000.
That is
Could you maybe
correct.
speak to that one just a little bit? What
Yep,
for?
that's exactly it. This is, if so required, we put it there. Should the request be put forward by the community association, in terms of having some additional lighting. So that's what we do there. We put the 125,000 as a placeholder should the need arise and the request be put forward, and if council wants to indeed move forward with some additional 2 or 3 street lights. So that's why that's there.
Carry forward.
All right. Okay, so moving on to regional waste. So again, what we've done here is knowing that we're moving forward with completing some agreements, and Clearwater County, again, I know I've repeated a number of times, but taking on the landfill and rural transfer stations, and of course contributing to the recycle depot. So what you're seeing there is on the administrative assets, and that is for our ID card tracking system, okay? That's what you're seeing there. So we plan to implement that ASAP as soon as these agreements are signed off, and we've already been in discussion with a couple of organizations to allow us to implement that in a very timely manner.
So just to be clear, the intent here is that all residents will carry an ID card when they're dropping off their garbage.
We're going to be finalizing those details, but yes, that's the intent, is that every resident within Clearwater County will be given some form of card. The details behind exactly how that's going to work, that is still being drafted. We're looking into that and finalizing those right now. And actually, we do have a meeting tomorrow afternoon with one of the potential organizations that will help us input that system in terms of how that's going to work. Yeah, so those details are being currently worked on.
Thank you.
The recycle assets, so what you're seeing there is knowing that we will be responsible for a portion of potentially the equipment required to allow recycling to occur at the recycle depot. We're looking at potentially the baler along with some work on the recycle building. Okay, so that's incorporated into that, along with for the transfer stations. Our intent is to bring on some additional bins to handle the cardboard and such. So that's a purchase of recycle bins for the transfer stations.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Just a question on the the recycling assets. Don't we own half a baler right now? Don't we own everything that's required to do the recycling?
Are you talking about within our own rural transfer stations in terms of doing the recycling?
Well, I mean, it's all being handled at this point in time, and we have we have an interest in the current system, right?
That is correct, yes, at the Rocky Transfer Station, yeah.
So we're working on a joint agreement to use that, so would we need anything else?
In my understanding of the agreement, and I'll ask Rick for clarification on this, and Murray, is that with the agreement, there's a portion of the cost of operating that recycle depot will bear down on us as well, which will entail any type of maintenance associated with the recycle portion of that transfer station, along with the potential of equipment purchase.
Mr. Emmons, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, I just noticed.
That's quite all right.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I don't know how far down this path we can go while we're still in negotiations. We're really treading on perhaps some privileged conversations here.
No, I appreciate that. I understand that there will be associated costs with the county recycling, and that's what you're reflecting on, some capital.
Yes, that's correct, yes. And thank you, Mr. Emmons. The next one, the 16,000 that you see there is the replacement and additional fencing at the landfill, along with upgrades to the scale house building, i.e. implementing what we call security roll shutters. So we've had a number of break-ins at that scale house building over the last year. So we're just trying to implement some mitigation measures to try to deter these would-be individuals in getting inside that scale house building. So that's where you're seeing that cost come in.
Oh, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, okay.
And then moving there forward into 2022 and beyond, what you're seeing there is the 200,000 in 2022 is some industrial landfill cap upgrades that we plan on implementing, and then the transfer station assets moving forward, 400,000, 600,000 thereafter is goes back to Deputy Reed Vandermeer's question. I believe it was at the last council in regards to eliminating the trans stores and revitalization of our push pits. So that is where the 400,000, 600,000 and so on, with the intent to, the first one being potentially the Caroline transfer station. So that's where those costs arise.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess just looking at this, my eyes are drawn over to 2027 with a $3.6 million. Maybe you could speak to what that's
Sure. So that would be then development of our cell 3 in the same way as we are currently just finishing off cell 2 here. So that cost there is to associate with the development of cell 3.
Supplemental, Councillor Lougheed, and then I will go
Yeah,
to Councillor Lang.
And that date would be based on kind of current volumes of going into the landfill, or would that be based on efficiencies that our municipal partners are finding with
That
places to go with garbage?
Yes, good question. That number is based basically, historically speaking, what we can typically project for the tonnage coming in. Usually we see 6 to 7 years for a cell before we need to move forward with another cell. You're welcome.
Okay. No other questions?
Okay, so in and of itself, we've basically touched on the majority of what we're looking for capital in Public Works operations. If there are any other questions?
I don't believe there are. Well, that's the first section done. Before we move on to Public Works infrastructure, and I know that Eric is so excited to share his surprises that he predetermined for us yesterday, we're going to take a 10-minute break. That way we can all top our coffees up and be ready for Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're returning back and we're moving on to public services infrastructure. It looks like we've got a few last minute details to complete with public works operations.
My apologies, Reeve Laird. Murray Hagan, he kindly reminded me of the fact that we did forget one capital project on the operations side of Public Works, and that was airport. For one reason or another, I'd completely forgotten about that one. That is down there at the very end, right after solid waste. And as you can see, in 2021, we have an amount of 970,000, and that is our share of potentially terminal building for 2022.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you again.
Just before you leave, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned 2022.
I'm sorry.
Kurt, it is 2021, isn't it?
Thank you for that correction, Deputy Reeve.
Okay, that's expected and doable, quite doable, right? What do you think?
Again, the last message I received and understood was their intent is still to move forward with it being completed in 2021.
Thank you.
Councillor Hoven.
I was under the impression that the town had not finished their open house, so they did not know what they're looking for to build with the airport terminal. Do you have any, how did we come to that number of $970,000 when we don't know what the specs are?
So this 970,000 is what the town provided us with regards to their capital plan. So they provided us with the numbers, and Rhonda can speak to this as well in regards to their capital projects. So the number they provided us with was Clearwater County's portion of it. So I'm going to assume and speculate that number still goes back to potentially, I believe, what was option 2 at the time. But again, it goes back to the number they provided us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A subsequent comment I would make is, given that we haven't had the input from the community yet, and there's an open house to come, if the community chooses something bigger, will we be then left to contemplate taking those additional, our half of whatever additional funds are out of contingency? I guess that would be our only option. Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. My suggestion is yes. The dollar value between the options were fairly incremental, and identifying this amount, which I will suggest represents kind of a middle of the road option. If the community comes back and the two partners, the town and the county, concur and agree upon an option, the variance could easily come out of contingency.
Right, thank you for clarifying. It does feel a little bit like we're predetermining an answer before we go to the public, but at least we're doing our share of funding what we're given the information for.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And thank you to council for your patience and the questions. Thank you.
That brings us to 4.2, Public Works Infrastructure.
Yes, good morning, Reeve Laird, committee members. It is my absolute pleasure to present the Public Works Infrastructure capital budget to you today. I also wanted to give a big shout out to my team there and help in the creation of this budget, as well as the execution of the projects over the course of the year. It's been a very challenging year, and my hat's off to the individuals, the consultants, the engineers, my staff, and all of the county staff that made the year as successful as it truly was. So with that, I will walk into the first line item there, which is road construction admin. That is the cost center for the construction staff, so the supervisor, the two foremans, as well as the land industry coordinator. Then with that, we go right into the facilities, if there's no questions on the road construction admin. So the first line item there is the emergency services backup generator. That was identified last year in the 2020 budget for business continuity. With the discussion surrounding the broadband central office, we've deferred the construction of that backup generator till we've finalized that plan to see if there isn't some opportunities to co-locate or use that in a common area that could be used for two different buildings to maintain that. So it was coming toward the end of 2020 when we started really seriously discussing the options for the broadband central office. So the decision was made to defer that backup generator to see if there was some efficiencies that could be found. Next one on the list is the Condor Public Services front parking lot paving. That was identified last year during budget. Maybe it was strategic planning there. We discussed the front parking lot paving of all of our public services building. We've identified Condor in 2023, and a reoccurring theme, which is consistent with a lot of what Mr. Magnus there outlined, is that we wanted to combine similar paving projects in the area. History has shown that we can save thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars by combining smaller projects with larger projects. So a lot of these paving projects have been moved around to facilitate the needs and the other common projects in the area. So as we get down farther in the list, you'll see how some additional paving in that Condor-Lesserville area is in 2023. That's why it's in 2023. Nordegg Public Services, there again, front parking lot paving. As we get down farther in the list, you'll see that our major paving project in Nordegg is going to occur in 2022. There again, this would be added on to a much larger project for cost efficiencies. Lesserville Public Services Building.
Councillor Lang?
Eric, the Nordegg, so that paving, that's the commercial core? And would that also be the road going up to the quarry? Like, I'm just wondering what all paving projects in Nordegg?
Yeah, I've outlined those in the Nordegg capital project lines as we come down through the list.
Okay.
And, but I'm happy to provide you that entire breakdown of all the paving there.
Sounds good.
For sure. So yeah, the Lesserville Public Services Building completion, as you can see in 2021, we're carrying over the funds to complete that project in 2022, or 2021, sorry. So 2020, 2021, getting ahead of myself. So post RFP, after we've completed all the work with the site grading, the site prep, the building RFP, council's decision to build a 3-bay facility. The overall costs are around $4.4 million. We plan on spending $3 million in 2020, and the balance of that money will be spent in 2021. I think I've alluded to before that we're hoping to have owner move-in by February 10th, the progress that Ledcor's made. Even with the recent restrictions, progress is still going very well, and that completion date is still on track. To further along on that same budget line, we might as well take care of that as well in 2023. There again, the front parking lot paving, as well as the access road along the west boundary of that property down into the balance of the 8-acre parcel that's left over from that that was constructed during the time that we did all the earthworks there. I guess indicators have shown that there'll likely be a request from the community to come to develop that, balance that 8 acres, likely for recreation. So that paving could be put in there as a placeholder if that 8 acres was developed. I would strongly encourage and recommend that road be completed to what the original plan was, which is to have a paved road down into that recreation area. So I'm sure, stay tuned for the asks in that regard. The next item on the list is the Lesserville Fire Training Tower. In the meeting notes, or the minutes of to this, the beginning of this strategic planning, those minutes were included to actually the approval of the fire training tower as well as the training center or the prop pads. That discussion included that the estimate was provided by emergency services, and council's decision was to have those two items, basically the burn tower and the training center, split over 2 years. So it's not a perfect split between the 2 years. The training tower is slightly more expensive than the balance of the water mains and the prop pads. The intent is to put out an RFP that meets the operational requirements of emergency services, fire for their training tower. And pending the outcome of that RFP, the prices there would then reflect what the true cost would be. So I may be just gonna pause on that one if there's any questions in that regard. Seeing none, very good. So moving down that line is, next item really is the Caroline Commercial Lot Development. The reason it's outlined in red there is we've actually bumped that ahead an additional year. We haven't seen any interest, or very little interest, I guess, in the industrial areas. We've been looking at, going on a development pace there. If those industrial lots were to move and be sold, then it would make more sense, I guess, to move on the commercial lots and that development. So we did bump that ahead to, in preliminary engineering or detailed design in 2023 and then construction in 2024. On a positive note, we're just going through the final details of a draft agreement with TC Energy to lease the industrial lots for the next 18 months. Could be upwards of $380,000 in revenue in that regard. So they want to take, there's basically 10 lots, 3.3 acres apiece. So that's exciting. So we're hoping that that project continues to move forward and provides an opportunity for them to have a laydown yard similar to what they had up in the Metal Dog yard there. So we're hoping to have that finalized early in the new year. The last one on the facilities line is still the Ag Rec facility. There's been some discussion historically over the past couple of years of other options for the Ag Rec facility. The budget is still carried in 2024, as well as, I believe, in 2028 as for the balance of that. I look to maybe some discussion with Ag Services, Ag and Community Services when they come up. I know they're working on the business plan for some other options in that regard, and those discussions can maybe include Matt and his team. So in comparative to last year, the facilities capital is much less, but that sums that up for 2021. Resource roads, there again, outlined in red, just because that project has been bumped forward again. The project that has been identified and discussed many times with council is the O'Cheese Road, but really we're waiting to see spending a cooperative partnership in that regard. So until there's movement on a partnership, we anticipate that we'll continue to just keep moving it forward. It's identified as a priority for the community and this council, but we also need to have those partners to come to the table as well. From that, our gravel road rehab.
Sorry, I just wanted to double check. So 60,000 in 2022, 8 million in 2023, and 10 in 2024, and that would be 1/3 county, and then 1/3, like three. You would need 3 partners to move ahead, or like, I mean, 2 additional partners.
That's the desire, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. You bet. Our gravel road rehab. So going back to my road construction admin, my team, the construction supervisor and the foremans, with the addition of our new foreman there. I've yet to actually introduce him to council yet, but he's a very well-versed construction consultant foreman. Has worked in the area for years. His name's Jody Langford. And we are really looking forward to him to include him in our construction foreman team to help accomplish our gravel road reconstruction goals. This item here, I provided the map yesterday, and really that map, the way that program's designed is that it's a block funding that's provided for the maintenance and investment into our gravel road inventory. We employ up to 35 owner-operator contractors from the community, as well as that's the opportunity for our summer staff, returning college students to come to the community there and work on our roads there. It's a very well-received program that employs a huge amount of contractors in the community. There again, it's just basically a block-funded program that we've basically laid out a priority list based on the historical data that we've seen for road failures or areas of need, pending the spring breakup. If it's similar to what we've had this year, some of those priorities change. And this nice part about a day labor program is that we have that flexibility, providing that we can get the utilities and the proper environmental assessments done. We still have that ability to react and respond to problem areas.
I'm just looking at the map you did yesterday, and it looks like you've laid out a 3-year rehab program for our benefit, so we can see where these pieces of road are going to be rehabilitated over the next 3 years. Are there any questions? Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Just a question, remind me on the process. We establish the rates, the day construction equipment rates. They don't really bid on these, do they? These 35 contractors, do they bid on it, or do we set so much an hour for cat, so much for hoe, and that sort of thing?
It is the latter, Councillor Vandermeer. We have a county rate schedule, and the equipment is hired at that county, council-approved rate. In 2021, I want to bring back that rate schedule actually to council for consideration. We want to adapt that actually to be a little bit more fluid in responding to the latest version. The rates are based on the Alberta Road Builders book, which sets a base rate across Alberta, and there's usually a percentage based off that. And that percentage is indicative to local comparative rates as well as availability. So we have basically a formula that we use as our Alberta Road Builders construction book as the guideline, and then we base a percentage off that.
Percentage of that, and you haven't had any trouble getting these contractors the last year or two, have you? Has it been, have you had lots of subscribers to this program?
We've had numerous subscribers there. We have not had any trouble finding contractors in the last couple of years.
Okay. Now, I'm just thinking about, this is $4.8 million, $4.9 million worth of work every year. I guess that is a type of contracting that we could use in other areas as well. I mean, usually we take the idea that we need to bid on these things. As an example, building construction, we always bid that out. This is something where we just have local contractors show up and they work by the hour.
So comparatively, our construction costs using our day labor as well as our in-house staff for supervision, between $230,000 to $250,000 a kilometer. If we were going to use the Spate Road, for example, that was upwards of $300,000, and then that's on a tender job. There's the possibility of a cost savings to tender out all these projects. What that does take away from, and we've had this historic conversation, is the 30-plus contractors that we employ locally, because the chances are that these individuals wouldn't have an opportunity to work if it was tendered out. They wouldn't be able to resource themselves together to say, we can put in a number on this grading project. The type of equipment we use, I say, there's the possibility of cost savings there, but it also would not provide that opportunity to the local contractors, the owner-operators, et cetera. So this has always been, we know that the work needs to be done. We know that our gravel roads need to be invested in, and it's always been council's idea that we would employ the local contractors to do this work.
Well, I mean, I guess all I'm pointing out, this is a system that seems to work quite well. It seems to have worked for the county, and it works for the local contractors. You point out that on Spate Road, where it was rebuilt, probably cost even more than what you do with your own supervision and these local hourly contractors. Good supervision, good knowledgeable contractors. We know if you as the owners, you're taking some of the risk out of it by defining the project, and you should be able to do it easily, as efficiently as bidding it out, I suppose.
Yes, and we pride ourselves on doing that. It's, you know, we have a quality team of supervisors, and that's because we don't take on the extra the expense of engineering design and survey. It is very much at the quality of our foremen to be able to work the land negotiations, environmental requirements, the design of the road to meet their satisfaction, to meet our policy. And my hat's off to the work that they do, because they provide us a good product in the end.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Eric, my question is going to these local hourly rate contractors that you hire. You mentioned that you have about 30 of them? You just mentioned that.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe there's more? Maybe it's only 30 you use, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of wondering how many are on your list? And is the work spread out equally among them?
The work is not spread out entirely equally. There are certain contractors that, for example, our graders, was really the quarterback to the team in order to make our project successful. When we look at, we try to very much spread out the work towards to the different types of equipment, such as the gravel trucks with the soil haulers, in order to bring the material to the road. But we do like to have returning contractors that come back and actually that require less supervision, provide us a great quality of work, good value, I guess, to try to make these projects successful. So to be completely honest with you, the work is not completely spread out evenly among all contractors. There are returning contractors that have been with us for years, some new to the list, some we've tried. Unfortunately, the operators weren't able to meet our expectations, so we won't continue to use them. So the ones that do work with us well, provide a good product, good value there, we tend to bring them back.
So you do have contractors on your list that you've never hired then?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Right. It sounds like a fluid situation.
Very much so. So moving down the list, we go into grading projects. This item, which is the north end of the Beaver Flats Road, north of Highway 12. So a couple of years ago, we reconstructed the first 5.5 kilometers north of Highway 12. The next 9 kilometers up to the corner where it starts turning west has been identified and been on the list for a while now. Still identified as a priority. That's the expensive portion. So it's been there for a couple of years, but I just want to make item note of it again.
Any questions with regard to page 9 of 20? Moving on to the next page.
Asphalt overlay. We've actually have no asphalt overlay projects identified in 2021. Historically, we had 752 access, Red River access, and Bunch Road identified in 2021. with a modified work program over the course of the next couple of years, we've deferred those back to that philosophy of combining similar projects. 752 access, for example, we know that the province is looking at a twinning project for Highway 11, which would impact 752, so we thought it would be prudent to not overlay a portion of that road that may be partly deconstructed during that twinning process. So that has been deferred until we get a better idea on what that twinning is gonna look like. The Bunch Road has been moved to be combined with a similar project to Leseville East, for example, there, when we do the paving there. Bunch, which is the north end of the Alhambra Road, make more cost-effective solution for that to be done in the same year. It's a small 400-meter project there that can be easily added onto and get a better price on that tonnage. So really, by the time we hit 2023 is when we start getting into the life cycle of our asphalt surface roads, approximately 15 years. And that's when we start seeing the continuous investment. We've done a lot of paving back in 2009, 2010. So now we've basically come back to the cycle there that we're gonna have to start overlaying these projects there. And the 15-year maintenance cycle, it's not a hard number, of course, it's all based on condition. There again, we've also combined, Wall Street Road is just a good example. Red Deer County has aligned their capital programs with us for the south end of the Wall Street Road, because they wanna finish that connection to Highway 54. So, very much so trying to combine these projects so they're close in proximity to try to capitalize on the cost savings. So that's really all I have to
Deputy
say
Reeve
about.
Vandermeer.
Yeah, thank you. Just before you leave that Wall Street Road discussion, there's that gap on Wall Street that isn't paved. Is Red Deer County gonna pave that now, you're saying?
That's correct. So they've aligned their capital plans to when we do the overlay on the Wall Street Road, that's when they want to finish the base
Okay.
pave on the south end of Wall Street.
Terrific, thank you.
I may
Good collaboration.
I may have just committed them. Hopefully they haven't made the same announcement I just did for them on their behalf. Sorry, Marty.
Well, we gotta keep them on their toes.
That's right. Base pave. So as I alluded to yesterday, we do have a couple surprises here. The first one being the North Saskatchewan River Park. So Alberta Transportation recently proposed a 1/3 cost share for the intersection upgrades on River Road and Township or Highway 11A. As recently as Friday, Rick and Dean and Rob from the town met, and the town is also in favor of the 1/3 cost share to get that intersection completed. So as council may be aware, we have reserves set aside for the completion of the intersection for River Road and 11A. So it's great. This has been a long-standing, outstanding issue to identify it and to get a solution, to solution this access problem for River Road, the North Saskatchewan River Park. We've also had discussions with the affected landowner approximately where the intersection will be located. And he seems very excited and willing to cooperate as well. So I guess with that, we've included it's approximately a $900,000 build for the intersection itself. I've included some additional money in there to finish the engineering design for the rest of River Road, because that was really a huge part of a piece of the puzzle, I guess, to come up with a solution for River Road. We've always identified that as a high priority for surfacing, and if we have a solution for the intersection, that brings that up to the next line item.
Councillor Lang.
So Eric, is the intersection to stay where it is, or is it to be moved?
So it's to be moved approximately 200 meters west. So it's going to cut off a portion of the West End Husky property. Approximately, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the area, it's where these RV storage is. He's basically offered up a land swap between his west end of the property for where the River Road is currently accessing through. So it's really, I guess, exciting that we have the local landowner very cooperative, as well as the cost-sharing partners there with the town and Alberta Transportation. So yeah, that does bring us to the next item, which I've identified, which is new, which is the River Road upgrade. So that includes the grading and the paving. So the grading would take place in 2022, with the paving to take place in 2023. Our engineers have identified some concerns with the river migration. So we are going to invest in a river study there to see what type of erosion that's occurred over the last few years, to do a risk analysis. You know, is it the lowest risk, just build it in place and we should be good, or is it medium risk? You know, we've talked to the town already about trying to acquire, you know, get a buffer in between the river and the road to maybe acquire a little bit of land along the side of the North Saskatchewan River Park, and maybe the construction of a guide bank if need be. And that's the other mitigation measure that could be done to protect not only our road, but also the town's asset with North Saskatchewan River Park.
Councillor Lang?
So, Eric, this River Road, is that from 11A to 11?
That's correct.
How many kilometers is that?
About 4.4 kilometers.
Okay, I guess the numbers work. Yeah, this is a surprise. I thought that would never happen.
Merry Christmas. No, really it isn't. It is, it's
So
really
that's
been the
for
Alberta
next-
Transportation.
Next year.
Yeah.
That's not Merry Christmas this year, but anyways, yeah, no.
So the intersection would be scheduled, so the timing is by design as well. So the intersection work, there's been a recent development, I guess, with TC Energy again, using North Saskatchewan River Park as a large staging area over the course of next year. They're seeing upwards of 600 and 700 vehicles a day to be bussed out of there.
Supplemental?
Well, I guess you guys know what you're doing, but my understanding was there was not enough easement there to get, you know, from the road to the private property owners, and then with the river on one side, I just thought there's so many problems that these obstacles can never be overcome.
Are we talking about where the intersection is, or the balance of the?
River Road. Just to
River Road in
pay for
general?
River Road.
I'm not sure, that there's definitely going to be some challenges with some of the adjacent landowners. We would want to try to bump the road slightly to the west. I would hope that if council approves a grading paving plan, that would provide the leverage and because of that opportunity to acquire the additional right-of-way that would be needed to support a finished paved road. And that's what we'd be looking to negotiate, I guess, over the next year.
Okay, thank you.
No, it is good news.
So to stay on base pave, so there again, so River Road, it really is just an estimate based on the, $822,000 a kilometer that we've seen over the last couple of years. We know that the River Road's gonna come with some complications. It might be a little bit more, but that's, as we go through 2021, while we're doing the intersection work, we'll get better numbers for 2022 and 23 in that regard. Spate Road's identified here. Council recently awarded the base pave to Central City Asphalt. Just recently heard that their aggregate source is coming down by the Racinus Caroline Bighorn Rodeo Grounds, that transportation pit. Associated Aggregates has a pit just north of that, so we believe that's where the aggregate source is for that project. So this is when we starting to kick into some of the base pave projects for Nordegg. This is identified as, this one's in the base pave for public works. The other ones are actually separated out into the Nordegg plan. But the Quarry Road, which is 600 meters, scheduled for 2022, of course, coordinated with the other paving projects in Nordegg.
Councillor Hoven.
I guess this is for both of you, thinking about Condor so close to Highway 11. have you, either of you thought about any potential opportunities for working with the province when they're twinning Highway 2? You know, if we're gonna be doing paving in Condor, are there any projects that come to mind for, 3-4 years when the province does their work that we can work jointly with them and maybe get some cost savings?
That's a great point. We haven't reached out to Alberta Transportation in that regard. From what the draft plans I've seen, they're working more on the ends of, closer to Rocky, out to 22 in their short-term plan. They don't even have a plan much beyond Highway 22 right now to even know when exactly all that work's gonna be done. But absolutely, it's, the point's well heard of, if there's other opportunities when they're doing their grading, their paving, to, if there's an adjacent program. Maybe if you have anything as well.
Nothing beyond what Eric said, and Eric's absolutely correct. From all I've seen thus far, as they're working on the ends, like Eric pointed out, towards the Rocky side and Sylvan Lake. Other than just some initial proposals on the establishment and construction of some roundabouts that are going to that has been put forward, and where those roundabouts are going to go, but nothing beyond that. But definitely, as Eric said, that we'll definitely work with them and communicate with them, and if there are efficiencies to be found in terms of some of these projects, we would definitely touch base with them.
I guess from my perspective, I recognize these always come with an upgrade to the base and then a bit of a time period, usually at least one winter season, and then we pave the following year. Is there, and we see it in kind of the 1-2 thing, is it possible, even if we somehow noted it on here, I'm thinking future councils have to learn this as well, that's how it's done. Because it took me a little while even to figure out there's this 2-piece process in doing the base and then that first base pave. Even if we color coded it somehow, just looking for clarification on making this easy going forward. Now that we've got a new system, there must be a way we can achieve that.
I think that's something we can, because this capital plan is not in Questica, I think our budgeting software moving forward there on the capital side, we can definitely make it more clear and itemize maybe better how these, what's associated with. But maybe Rhonda might want to speak to that as well.
Yeah, we've just had a quick look at the capital projects in Questica, and there's some really great things in there. So we do have up to 2020 loaded in there and have had a look. So it is exciting that next year you will see a different format and budgeting similar to the operating, but more detail in the project itself. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I recognize, the first glance you look at the first year, you don't realize that these are a 2-year project and there's the base and then the base pave. It's a little bit difficult at first to understand, so I think there's opportunity here. So it's more a comment of formatting, not about the budget itself.
No, absolutely. Anything we can, any takeaways we can have there to better communicate the intent of the plan there to council, the better. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So moving on from Spate Road, we still have the Burnstick Lake Road identified in the 10-year capital plan. This goes back to a discussion we've had a couple of years ago. And you'll see that the paving of the Burnstick Lake Road, so this would be the next portion from the south end of the existing pavement to the access into the summer village, as well as the campground there. And it also aligns with the asphalt overlay that would be completed on the north end of that project there. And I can't quite see the year there, but those, there again, hopefully there'd be a cost savings that could be realized, larger asphalt job there that we could do the base pave work as well as the overlay on the north portion. So, like I said, it can't be lost that combining these projects there is, could equate to hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings. So in the last one, I believe on for base pave is the Lestiville East Road. that 6.3 kilometers. So the county was successful this spring with the municipal stimulus program grant of 1.4 million. So the balance to be funded through, I'm assuming, tax levy. Paving still remained in 2023, so that was consistent with the previous plan the council laid out, I believe, and endorsed as early as last year. And then the neighboring paving projects have all been in concert with that as well. So there will be a 2-year delay, but again, I think there's value in combining those projects and pushing that one project off for the additional year. Yeah, so that basically summarizes base pave.
I don't see any questions.
Perfect. So next one is West Country Roads. So that is a reserve funded through basically a policy driven under our, it's actually under our paving priorities and other major projects policy there. We put $300,000 a year into reserves for our West Country road upgrades. So scheduled as early as 2023, and we're looking at the next 5 kilometers of the North Fork Road to include that portion from where the last project finished down to the bridge on the Ram. So now we get into the Nordegg Draft Development Plan. So this is where the discussion about the base pave for the Nordegg projects, as well as some of the timing for the Nordegg development. As you can see, there's a lot of red and there's a lot of new compared to what council is, and I wouldn't expect for council to digest this all today. As we can see, it's a long-range 10-year forecast, and this is costed according to the development plan. So the Nordegg development plan is the parent document, and this is the capital construction costs that are supported through that development plan. So planning, I believe recently reviewed the Nordegg development plan with council and basically gave an overview of how they see Nordegg being developed over the next 10 years. This is the capital that we require to develop it at that pace. Really for 2021, the most important year when it comes to budget. The other new item there is the South Townsite Access Road, approximately 1 kilometer. It includes the development of a second access into the Nordegg directly east of the manufactured home park. The development of this road will provide a secondary access into the hamlet, as well as funneling the quarry traffic away from the developed parts of the hamlet. Preliminary engineering and detailed design are scheduled over the next 2 years, with construction to commence in 2023. Paving would be complete approximately 2028. It's an expensive 1 kilometer piece of road going through wetlands. There's a bridge as well as the intersection treatment. So heavy engineering costs there as early as next year. Then, so that'd be the preliminary engineering, all the wetland assessments, compensation, any other, say, preliminary engineering is required. And then by 2022, we get into detailed design tendering with construction for 2023. That's probably one item that council has not seen before. And so I expect that if you wanted more discussion in the future on that, that could probably come back as part of more of an in-depth development plan with planning, but I leave that up to council. Really wanted to get that one earmarked though and identified early.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see this one, and I mean, yeah, anything for Nordegg is good to help its growth. I'm just questioning whether there's the need for this right now. I mean, with the population that we have at Nordegg, I'm just thinking there's more important things for Nordegg than this right now. That's where my mind is.
Perhaps there's an opportunity to do the engineering and then consider when the construction would be most effective from there forward. Mr. Hanson?
I really, really, we want to provide from Public Works infrastructure perspective, is to provide the support for planning. And I could certainly see, and big shoes to fill for Jose there when he's going to, bring this development plan. And now that we've capitalized it in this way to communicate with council, given the development pace that we're seeing up in the north end, as you can see through the development plan outlined here, that the north subdivision development is actually quite far down the development path, I think 2028, I believe. So I would really look to, maybe it's not appropriate in today's discussion to reallocate those future projects, but certainly in an additional strategic planning session there in the future to look at the data that supports what the sales have and, how does this development plan line up with how this council sees it in continuing. This is very much a draft, subject to council's will.
Ms. Sharan?
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that we only need to balance 2021 this year. So really the important projects are the ones identified in 2021 and get some direction there. And from there, we always will have strategic planning sessions in 2021 to go through the rest of the projects that are on Eric's list.
Councillor Swanson?
I'm happy you've identified this project because the way the sales have been going, there's going to be a lot more traffic going into the town. And once commercial core is done, again, it's future planning. And yes, we all know that through the permitting and engineering process, that can take time as well. So depending on your reports on the wetlands, et cetera. So I'm happy that it's earmarked and that we're gonna seriously look at that.
Okay.
Okay, still staying with the 2021, so outside of the south townside access road is the completion of the Phase 1 manufactured home park. There's part of the money, there's just a carry forward from 2020 to finish the vinyl fencing along the quarry road. Historic commercial core, 2021, install shallow utilities, retaining walls, stairs, boardwalks, and install three-phase underground power, and of course, to pave in 2022. The original plan, council would have seen last year, we've discussed this since, is that we're recommending that the shallow utility work, all the underground work be done in 2021. And as those are completely dissimilar projects compared to paving, and that way we wouldn't have any chance of having a delay to the paving contractor because of the utility work. So with that, then we go to, we've always referred to as Lower Stewart Street, Coal Miners Crescent, I think is the proper nomenclature for that. 2022, base pave, the road adjacent to that is the Shell gas station, Crescent. Yeah, and then I guess they're again outlined by 2023 is really when we start into the draft capital plan, which identifies the construction priorities in Nordegg. Very much so, like I say, now that you've seen the capital resourcing that would be required, that would be a continuous conversation over the next few years.
Just on a note on that one, that's one that we'll have to give some consideration. We've had some concerns brought forth from Councillor Lang with regard to dust mitigation. So given that we'll likely be doing some sort of base work by the looks of it, then we'll have to consider what options we have for mitigating dust in 2021 before we consider paving in 2022. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, when I was approached about the dust problem, it's not only the golf course, but it's people sitting out there and having a meal or having a drink on the deck. The golf course and this dust, there's been a lot of traffic, so it's not a very pleasant experience. But I did not have the knowledge, or maybe I forgot about it, that we were looking at paving that within a couple years down the road. So I did not have that to share back with them. Maybe they'd be willing to put up with the dust for another year, knowing that they're gonna get something solid down the road here. But yeah, it's kind of a tough one, because it's gonna be another miserable year if we don't do dust suppression yet. I certainly don't wanna waste tax dollars, that's for sure.
Mr. Magnus?
And Councillor Lang, there is that option of providing the calcium. We could lay that down, and it is only minor. It's approximately $4,700 to lay that down. And that's potentially something we could consider in the meantime till that paving program happens there, as pointed out by Eric yesterday.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I jotted that down. I'm just wondering, that calcium chloride is, gosh, we sure get a lot of complaints about that. And I'm not sure if the benefit's gonna outweigh the complaints. Like, the tourists with their vehicles and their trailers and that stuff is like crap. And it's almost impossible to get off, like there's nowhere to wash their vehicles out there right now. I don't know what the community's gonna think about that. I don't. I wish there was some way to laying that down where it would stay on the ground and not splatter up. I'm gonna leave it up to you guys.
Just food for thought as we consider whether we'll be spending dollars on dust suppression, recognizing we're gonna be doing at least some level of construction back there to get that ready to pave the following year. Councillor Lang?
I guess this is a question I could put forward to the community. What do you want? Dust or crap on your vehicles? Let me know. Then they live with it.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so just in regards to, there will be, all the prep work and the paving will be done in 2022 because that road has actually been reconstructed and already has the start of the base. So there will be no reconstruction of that structure. So it'll just be, the small item that you see there in 2021 would only be for the part of the tender development, finalized survey, and then all the work would happen in 2022. So really it is to address the dust issue outside of, the cost share program that we have. There's the SB 90 program project material, but that would definitely be a hard investment to recover.
Councillor Lang?
Okay, maybe I'm losing my place here. When is the rest of Nordic to be paved, the commercial core and those other ones? What year is that? 23.
22, sorry.
20, it's the same year as
Yeah.
this, yeah.
22, sorry.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. It's all done the same year, okay.
All right. No other questions?
I believe that summarizes the Public Works capital for us.
Are there any other questions for Public Works? Seeing none, I want to thank you both for all your efforts and your teams for putting this together. You've given us much to think about.
Thank you very much.
That brings us up to 4.3, corporate services. Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm going to ask Cam McDonald, Manager of IT, to come and speak to these items, and in particular, the broadband being the most significant of these.
Right, do we need to take a minute to do some COVID sanitization? We'll take a break.
sure I've got everything here.
All right. Thank you for your patience and appreciate that we always need to sanitize in between speakers. We'll see what we can get done in the next 10 or 15 minutes before we take a break for lunch. Mr. Hagan, did you want to lead off?
Sure, thanks, Reeve. Essentially, it's business as usual with the exception of the broadband. So maybe I'll ask Mr. McDonald to speak to the more routine items first. And if there's still time, then we can get a start on the capital costs of the broadband initiative.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hagan. Good morning, Reeve and council. We'll start off with just my regular IT budget, and we'll skip over the broadband as requested. So we'll just break it down really quick. Servers, I'm asking for 2021, I'm asking about $60,000. And that's just as we rotate through every year. Every 5 years, we rotate new servers in. And one of our servers is end of life as of next year, so we're just going to replace it. And you'll see that as we go to 2021, 2022, 2023, we're just rotating those 3 servers in, and then there's a bit of a lull for a couple of years until we start doing it again. So that's just replacement of core functioning servers that we use. The next thing down is battery backup, or UPSs. They're actually about 6 years old now, and we've actually moved them out to about every 6 years now, as opposed to 5 years. That we find that the lifespan's a little bit better now. We actually replace batteries yearly instead of waiting for them to fail. We do some proactive stuff. So we'd be looking at about $55,000 to replace an existing out-of-date one. We've got our ERP consulting for the RFP coming up. Again, for
Do you have a question?
to go over that and produce an RFP. Sorry.
Can I add to that?
Please.
So the ERP project, council gave us approval to move forward with that in 2020. We issued an RFP midway through the year with the assistance of Metrics Group, our consultants on the project. Unfortunately, we received 0 responses to the RFP, which was very disappointing. So we're planning post-budget, as this has taken up quite a bit of our time right now. Once our time gets freed up again early in the new year, we're planning to reissue that RFP, reformat it somewhat. As well, we've given some potential vendors that we expected to see responses from. We've given them a heads up that we will be reissuing. So we're going to focus on that. In the meantime, we did take advantage of the time that we did have available prior to getting into the budget preparation to actually invest time and some money in consulting work into reformatting our chart of accounts, which is a key step that we needed to do as part of this transition anyway. We were going to wait a little while until we were right into the ERP project, but decided to move ahead. So we have actually been able to accomplish quite a bit of that preliminary work so far, and that's part of what Rhonda touched on. In terms of our formatting and some of the challenges that we actually encountered in terms of implementing Questica this year, because we're straddling between 2 charts of accounts. And this is actually going to make our lives a little easier going forward. So it was some short-term pain for some longer-term gain. So that is the intention of putting additional dollars in here, looking forward to reissuing that RFP and then selecting a vendor and starting to plan for implementation likely in 2022 or 2023.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
Murray, when exactly did we get this new software? When did your department start using it?
Are you referring to Questica?
Yeah.
We signed up with Questica during the year, like back summertime. And we've been working to get it set up since that time, and the department started using it in October to start building the budgets.
Okay, and just to clarify, if I remember correctly, it's to give us more detail? Is that one of the main purposes of it?
That is one of the main objectives of the budgeting software, but also to make the whole process more efficient, and take some of the risk out of it as well. A lot of the work that we were doing was relying on spreadsheets, which can become corrupt. So the last thing we wanted is to get everything put in there and then the day before budget deliberations, not be able to share any of it or modify it. So we get a great deal more security and comfort with this advanced system, as well as the functionality that Rhonda touched on, both in the operating perspective as well as the capital, to be able to enhance on things. And just to give you an example where some of that efficiency comes from, Councillor Lang, is in terms of the breakdown and the notes and so forth that we can put in. We started to embark on some of that this year. When we work on the next year's budget, all those notes will come forward, so we don't have to start again from scratch. And we will have those available to us, and we can modify where circumstances have changed or projects have become complete and new projects are coming on board. So it's a tool to help us work efficiently and provide better, more readable, understandable information for council.
I guess, thank you. I guess I'm specifically wondering, does it give us more detail in our accounts payable? I know I struggle to, like, it seems like everything's coded and it's meaningless to council, and that's something that we need to watch better.
So let me clarify what I've been speaking to as the budgeting software is separate from the ERP. The ERP is the enterprise resource planning software. Key component of that is our financial software. We are hoping and planning, and our expectations for that product are going to be, again, greater efficiency, greater control, greater security and reliability. But we're also hoping that it gives better ability for drill down to that information, which our current system does not have that functionality to the extent that we'd like to see it. So our intent is to improve reporting to council. Once we get that system implemented, that is a main driving objective of that system, and not to necessarily spoil the surprise when we get closer to it, but we'd actually like to go beyond our quarterly reporting to council and actually move towards monthly reporting to council, starting again at a very high level as we've approached the budget here, so the council gets a good, comfortable overview of how the municipality is performing financially. And then it allows us to very easily drill down into the more detailed information as necessary. Does that answer your question?
Well, we'll look forward to more details in the 2022 budget cycle. That'll be interesting to see how that comes to fruition.
And I guess the next thing on the lines is drones. What we're going to be doing is research and looking into how we can use a fleet of drones for the future, really. We'd be looking at GIS, obviously emergency services. There's a myriad of things you can do with drones, and as they develop more technology, it seems to be an endless ability of what we can do with it. And then we moved over to actually purchasing, and it's obviously an estimate of purchasing one drone or a few drones to create a fleet for agriculture, public works, IT even, GIS, everything really sort of molds into this. So even economic development will could use it, and actually I believe they've actually used the drone already. Oops.
Mr. Hagan.
And if I could add to that, one as well. I touched on this a little bit yesterday in terms of corporate services, stepping forward and volunteering to kind of head up the research into this project with the support of particularly emergency services and IT. The $35,000 amount that you're seeing there is specifically for fire rescue. Those on the ICC committee may recall that when the draft budget was presented, the town was not supportive of upgrading to a commercial grade drone in 2021. So we've had discussions with emergency services, and we've actually, corporate services, as part of this initiative to kind of make it more of an enterprise-wide service, we've taken the initiative to put it on our capital request list here, suggesting that we recognize the need for emergency services to upgrade that drone. They've been using consumer-grade drones to date, and that runs some risk for us of them not being able to rely on them into the future. So that's why we put it here, but at the same time, it does recognize a transition to a bigger picture viewpoint of a drone program. So this would be one key step along the way.
We have a question from Councillor Lang, but we're also near to lunch. Perhaps this is something we can return to and have some more questions and answers about that program after lunch. Will 30 minutes of lunch break be enough for everybody? Looks like that we will. We'll return at 12:30. Thank you. Okay, so we're returning back to corporate services. We're on partially through the corporate services capital plan. I believe we were in the process of starting to discuss this drone capital project.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Yes, I am. I'd like to just ask Steve Debian to come up and give us a little rundown on exactly what the drone that they'll be looking at getting more specifically. I just saw him here, I swear. Steve? Okay, they're looking at a drone. I'll just skip until, we've got an IT steering committee that we go through and we approve software from vendors, and we look at stuff that, for example, Public Works brings up a new piece of software to manage graders or many other options that, and what we do is trying to combine all the software so that it can be used throughout the county, not just purchasing one in a little silo, try to bring it together, and that's what this committee's for. So I use it for, what the funds for, the 20,000 is for training of staff, for security. We've done a little bit of that this year. We've tried to refrain ourselves from pushing a lot of security training out this year with COVID. People have got enough worries on their minds. Stuff like Microsoft Office training, all those kind of things that we want to train some of the IT steering committee people to sort of go out and train the trainer idea as we go forward. So that's why that budget's in there. Software demos, stuff like that, sort of to go through. So that's one of the things there. Oh, and I'll introduce
Councillor
Steve.
Lang?
So, Cam, on this IT steering committee?
Yes.
First of all, I'm wondering who's all on that committee? And my understanding then, so this 20,000 is kind of like wages and salaries then?
No, not wages and salaries. It's for training of staff. Like for example, first off, who's on it is a representative from each division, representative or two from each division. It's a committee to get together to talk about what they'll bring forward for different software projects. And we look at it and do demos and make sure that they're work with everybody.
Sorry, what do you mean by each division?
Each group, each department. So
Oh.
fire has a representative, corporate service has a representative, ag has a representative, sorry.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
And
thank you.
so that is to sort of in-house train staff to go out and explain, security, Microsoft Excel, Word, SharePoint to other parts of the departments. Sort of train the trainer idea.
But so this does go towards their time?
It goes towards their time, and it's only probably an hour every month. And, well, we tried to, this year was a horrible year to try and get together for COVID, but typically we try to get together once a month.
Okay.
And then they also present new pieces of software that they may be interested in looking at for
Mr.
each department.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you. Maybe I can provide some additional clarification. Soon after I rejoined Clearwater County in 2017, Cam and I had a discussion about reformatting and re-implementing this committee. It had been in place before and somewhat disbanded, and brought it back together with a purpose, as Cam touched on, in terms of making sure that each department isn't kind of following their own path in terms of system needs and software, as well to give IT an opportunity to get their head around all the systems that they're expected to support. And quite honestly, I've been very pleased with the performance of this committee. Cam chairs the committee, and it's been an opportunity for each department to work through their representative to bring ideas forward to the committee. And what we're finding is suggestions for software are going beyond the department that's asking for them. We're seeing opportunities to use them across the organization. The other thing that I've asked Cam specifically to challenge the committee members on is to make sure that our existing systems can't do the job adequately. They may not be able to do them absolutely to the extent that the people would like to see, but if they can do the job, then my expectation is we go with the software we already have. We don't duplicate and buy something else just because it does a little bit more. So it's only in a situation where we can't meet the user's needs and there are clear efficiencies to be gained, that's where we move ahead with software. To clarify what the budget is about as well, and I recognize that through CAM's department, through IT, they do support the users absolutely through training and so forth. That doesn't necessarily come out of this funding. That would be within his operational budget to cover that. What this is, excuse me, if the committee agrees that a certain piece of software is advantageous going forward, this gives CAM the ability to go and purchase that software and get it implemented. And so there will be some training with that specific software as well, would come out of this. The general training would come out of his operating budget.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thanks, very much better than what I was saying. So I think I'll just put the drone questions over to Chief Debian, if there is any.
Do we have any drone questions? Oh, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe just for the benefit of the chief, to help him catch up to us. I was explaining to the committee, Chief, that while we're looking at enhancing and really embarking on the potential of a organization-wide drone program, and we intend to be researching that starting in 21. This item specifically we brought forward as an organizational request, but specifically this is the drone that your area was looking to implement to upgrade from where you were before. And the other reason that it's here is because we see potential advantages of a commercial grade drone beyond what fire services may be able to utilize. So maybe if you don't mind giving a little bit more background on what this drone will be expected to do specifically.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Reeve Laird and Council. Within the UAV program that we've currently developed, we've started to see it branch out and morph into a lot more what we originally thought than the 2017 pilot with the original consumer grade Phantom or DJI Phantom drone. In 2020 here, we went out early in the spring and did a pilot program in West Ferrier and Ridgeland Estates, where we flew imagery, so reflew the whole entire subdivisions, and we weren't sure what it was going to look like, so we were able to fly it, and for those that are knowledgeable in cameras, we're at about 0.6 pixel per resolution, so very, very good quality. What we've been trying to work on is take that imagery that we flew, that whole area, and then embed it into our GIS program for the county, which would give us that, I guess, the benefit of a current flyover, but at a way fraction of the price. And then COVID hit, and that kind of slowed us up. But what we in turn did is we took a look at it and we developed a complete structural protection program for Ferrier, West Ferrier, and Ridgeland based off of that imagery, because it's tied so tight and so deep, and it's current. So we've got the map that we've got developed, and we're trying to work with GIS to get that embedded into that program. But it really opened up avenues that, you know, for a price of a consumer drone, what can we do with it? How can we do it? And one of the things that it did do is it did tax our current UAVs, even on that flight. So with the current program, or current drones that we have, it took about 6.5 hours to fly Ferrier, West Ferrier, and Ridgeland. So it took a fair little bit of time. Keeping in mind that these things last about 25 minutes on a battery, so a lot of battery swaps and a lot of hands-on with it. And you know, if I can find a way to pull the drone map out of the software we use and send it to council, I think it would be something that you folks would find very beneficial to see the quality that came out of it. It was very impressive. But like I said, it opened up a lot of doors. But keep in mind, we're still using the consumer grade product that we wanted to move up to the next level, where we're into something that can take the flight time, take some adverse weather. The current ones that we have, we can't fly in fog, we can't fly in rain, we can't fly when it's super cold, so it has some barriers with it. But I think the benefits that could come along with it, so with this specific UAV, It's like everything technological based right now. Everything's changing really, really fast. So there's a lot of UAV companies out there we've been watching and researching, and I've got one of our staff members that's a very smart robotics guy, so we've got him really dialed into taking a look and finding what works, why it works, and what that looks like. We're also working with a consultant right now. He wants to build one that's based out of Alberta products. So Alberta software companies, Alberta parts companies, so we're not sure where it's gonna land. But with this product alone, what we put in here for is what they call a DJI Matrice 300. It is a industrial grade UAV that has a mammoth amount of attachments that we can add to it. So for example, we can put LiDAR on it, we can run thermal imaging camera, we can run massive high resolution Cinemax cameras if we wanted to go that far. But we are already starting to see the price start to come down a little bit, and again, COVID hurt because DJI is manufactured out of China. So we saw a bit of a price hold, and now it's starting to drop a little bit. But in talking with both Murray and Cam, the opportunity to run a bit of a fleet with these where we've got a quadcopter or your typical drone with the 4 engines that move around that you see a lot with a industrial based one of those with the attachments that we can drop stuff from it like we currently can, just as adverse weather plays with it. We can actually tap some of the battery life into it, so we get an hour of flight time, like some big advantages there. But maybe we look at a fixed wing as well as a fleet that can really tighten down that GIS mapping. So if you go to a fixed wing, you've got a longer duration. So some of the fixed wings can get up to, or you can get, depending what you want to invest in it, but I mean, you can get up to 20 hours with some of them, but that's a big investment. Some of the ones that we've been looking at, an hour, hour and a half flight time. So now you can cover off a lot of ground very, very quickly. And with the proper imagery, I think it would definitely benefit our GIS, which then comes down the line into a bunch of other programs. But I know we've flown for our communications department. Ag is asked to fly some with the thermal side of our drone. What we have found is our current thermal drone, we can no longer get parts for it. So we're holding it together with bubblegum, Band-Aids, and baler twine to keep it going. So that's, when we had the conversation, it really morphed into something more holistic throughout the county that could really benefit and help a lot with imagery and everything else.
Councillor Lang?
Yeah, this is kind of exciting, and I remember this discussion last year, and I think I was the one that asked for a little bit more investigation into the drones. Steve, you said a couple things. I am a little bit confused as to why this drone is in corporate services, because it's mainly, well, you said it's specifically for fire, so I'm not sure why it's not an ask under Steve's department. So you can answer maybe that, Murray. And then I do have some drone questions for Steve.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. To answer your question, Councillor Lang, 2 primary reasons. As I mentioned earlier, this was originally included in the draft emergency services budget, and the town was not comfortable with contributing money towards the drone, so it was removed from that budget prior to approval. And that's really when some discussion started between IT, myself, and Fire Rescue Services in terms of, could we think bigger on this? And while this drone was originally proposed through Fire Rescue, as the chief has touched on, we already see some possibility in terms of other services that this specific drone could provide to other departments. And I think it'll be a key part of our research into what kind of functionality we can get out of this, and will this give us the imaging that we need for our GIS system?
Supplemental?
Yes, I want to ask Murray another question before I move on to Steve. So is the organization looking at the fire department staff as being the operators of these drones and getting the pictures for GIS and planning and every other thing? So you're planning on expanding the scope of service or practice for the fire department?
Not necessarily. That's a great question. I'm glad you asked it. Where we've got trained pilots within fire services, but our fire services pilots also have the designation to be able to train others within the organization. Kurt, for instance, is a trained pilot for a drone. We're looking at a couple of the IT staff taking that training in-house so that they can better support this technology as well. So what I would foresee is identifying, and this would be part of our research, is how many pilots do we need within the organization? We wouldn't necessarily intend to draw fire away from their regular duties to help us out. But at the same time, if they're doing some work in an area, we can probably make use of that data that they're collecting. So I think there will be some synergies. Similarly, if we've got communications or GIS using a drone for their purposes, fire may be able to also get some benefit out of that. So I think it wouldn't be a matter of just using them. I think we would have resources throughout the organization, and the drones I would see as actually a shared utility.
Okay, thank you. Can I move?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Steve, you said some things that I totally get it. You said that it's, well, first of all, it's hard to get parts on your other drones. What I know about drones is they seem to get outdated very fast, a lot like computers, and it can be hard to get parts. So do you know of any local Alberta companies? Like, I always find myself, I like, when it's something that can be hard to get parts for, I like dealing locally and be able to go there. Like, is there anything, like, rather than reaching out to China, anything local?
Can I chime?
Oh, yes, please.
So, Councillor Lang, yeah, absolutely. We engaged early on in our drone program a company called MIR Aviation out of Calgary to help us build it. Keep in mind that we've had it for a number of years, and when these UAVs came out in what they're calling the commercial status. So it sounds a little bit goofy, but you could go out to the store and buy a drone and fly it all you want for yourself, as long as you follow below 400 feet AGL or above ground level. The minute you use it for any commercial purposes, sell a photo, use a photo, now you've got to come down the commercial side of the training package, which you need a operator manual, you need a repair manual, you need dialogued out flight control managers, ops managers that need to be designated within this manual. So we engaged this MIR Aviation out of Calgary. The gentleman has been involved in aviation. His name's David Curry. So he's been involved in the aviation industry for better part of 40 years, and including crash investigation for Transport Canada. So a very knowledgeable individual. Sits on the UAV steering committee for Transport Canada. He is currently looking at trying to manufacture an Alberta-made UAV specifically for emergency response. He sees the need in it and the demand in it. He works with a ton of different fire departments and rescue agencies in Alberta, Saskatchewan, BC. So he set us very well up and kind of used us as a bit of a test subject to work through some of the processes. He's also currently working with us to get the beyond visual line of sight requirements that would definitely assist into different flight aspects. But so he's building or trying to attempt to build one based out of Alberta products, working with U of A and different groups that he knows with Canadian-made software and Alberta-made parts as he can, or at least Canadian-made parts. So he was hoping to have something up and running by November, but that hasn't happened. I know he's building it and he's hoping to test fly in January. So we're getting closer to it, but not sure what it looks like, how it operates yet. So hopefully Alberta-based.
Oh, okay, so there's only the one company, you know of then?
Lots of these are based overseas. We're looking at one made out of the US right now to try and get a little bit closer, but that's about the only one.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? Go ahead.
I just want to tie back into what Murray was talking about. So within Regional Fire, we've got 4 certified pilots and 2 certified Transport Canada flight instructors. So what that does for the organization is as we move this forward, we can deliver the training in-house. So typically if you're going to go out and take the training, you're probably looking, depending where and how, between $500 and $1,500 to take just the ground school. We're able to deliver that in-house. And then you got to write your tests. So the online test, I think it's $50 to write the online test. That we can't get around, it's directly to Transport Canada. But then there's, once you get your license, you've got a restricted license until you can do a flight test. So our instructors, our flight instructors can do the flight test, which also has an additional savings of about $300 per student, which we don't have to charge because it's all our internal. But if we send somebody out to do it, it'd be about $300 a pop. So some big cost savings there. And I believe the IT steering committee, and I'm looking at you a little bit, Cam, but I believe they're already started to talk about some training early into the new year.
Sorry. Absolutely, Steve. We have been looking at it. Actually, it was Evan that brought that forward. So we're looking at training possibly one IT person. And then there was some other people that still have to submit if they want the training, like agriculture, public works and stuff like that. But there was big interest, let's put it that way, very big. So that's good news.
Are there questions or comments with regard to the drone program? From my perspective, I can recognize value in having it from an organizational level. This is obviously a new initiative. The optics around this right now, quite frankly, are not good. Given that the ICC committee, my understanding is they did not approve it. So I'm disappointed that we didn't have sort of more information come forward as the whole program. I'm looking forward to seeing and hearing more about it. I do see the value. I just am concerned about the optics, that we didn't get it through fire and now we're just changing up and putting it through corporate services. So it's just something to think about. Personally, at this moment, I don't know if I would purchase it or not. I get both sides of the equation. But those are my comments. I don't know if there's others. I'll leave it for now. Oh, Councillor Lang.
I have a question. I think I already asked this question yesterday, but if I did, I already forget the answer. Are other municipalities using the drones yet? Do we have any feedback? Like, I'm always hesitant to be the first in. I like to sort of, I guess, have feedback from other people, organizations before I jump in.
That is a valid question, Councillor Lang, and that would be part of our research, is to see to what extent and purpose other municipalities may be using them. Perhaps the chief can comment in terms of emergency services or if you've heard of other uses.
They're coming online very mainstream. I'm fortunate enough to sit on the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs UAV steering committee. And the dialogue there is municipalities are starting to integrate into the fire services that operate them. In Alberta, Redwood Meadows operates one, and they're using it for municipal work as well. I know Red Deer County operates one. I'm not sure how much of that gets filtered into municipal work as well. So to answer the question, we're seeing more of them shift into the fire service that are then shifting back into the municipalities. And I think part of the rationale for that is they're really challenging to get the certification for them. But it seems if you're running through an emergency services organization, it might be a bit of an assistance to get started.
Supplemental?
Well, it's kind of a comment. And I don't know if you've thought about this or if there's a way around it. I was well aware of the flying of the drones over the ferry area. And I got quite a few complaints. People feel their privacy was being invaded. And I don't know how high these fly, but I know if some of these complaints got back to you. So that's kind of a concern too.
Within the airspace, anything, and there's case law on it, because once we started getting some of the complaints, we looked, we knew kind of what the laws are. So anything airspace wise is open and free airspace. When it comes to the UAV, there was a case law based out of Toronto that legitimately, as long as UAVs aren't staring in and peeking in the windows, it is allowed. It is 100% within the boundaries. We don't fly that low. Like even on the Farrier flight, we were probably flying between 300 and 400 feet. So we're not low.
Do you have another supplemental? And then I'll go to
Hey,
Mr.
Murray,
Hagan.
because this is where I'm going, like anyone can sue anyone for anything, whether they're in the right or the wrong. And I, you know, people look at the county as having the big person. That's where I'm going, liability. And anyways, maybe Murray can touch on that.
Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. I think what this brings up is the importance of communication plan around this. And we'll follow up with Fire Rescue Services in terms of looking ahead and where we may potentially go with this program. We can start laying that groundwork and informing the public now and taking the surprises out of it for them. So I'm not overly concerned, as the chief has described, we're not breaking any laws. But I think the better that we can inform the public why they might see a drone out there, I think the better. And I think increase that understanding of where the benefit is in terms of efficient use of their tax dollars.
Perhaps there's an opportunity to educate council as well in the coming months at a workshop or some strategic planning so that we better understand this new program.
Absolutely.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I was going to make similar comments about communication plan as well. And also I would comment a little bit on the ag service side. We've had that discussion a little bit around the table at ag services. Drones are probably going to be playing a part there in the future as well. Things like not tracking club route into people's fields or using a drone instead, or being able to access more remote locations more quickly for weed inspections, that kind of thing. It's probably not a program where you could justify it just for agriculture or for ag services at this point anyway, but it's, if you combine it with other departments, it starts to get more realistic there.
Okay. Any other comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, I think I'd just echo some of Councillor Duncan's. On a personal basis, I'm certainly a drone enthusiast and model aircraft enthusiast, so understanding the subject matters. I'm glad to see you're exploring the potential for fixed wing too, which may fit better with an overall GIS picture throughout the county, as well as for agriculture with your quadcopter, your the smaller short-range aircraft. But I would caution that anything that floats or flies could be a source of new troubles with neighbors, and definitely want to work cautious with that communication process. Drones have certainly got a bad rap, and I think the rules and regulations that are coming in are trying to mitigate some of those concerns that people have had in the past. And I think by communications we can work that it's being used for their benefit and to provide greater future planning. Thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you very much.
The very last thing is a plotter for GIS. Our plotter that we're working on is quite old now, and we're just looking at replacing it, keeping it basically the same size and the same features. And it's just a matter of replacing it. It's quite old, to say the least. So, okay. Any questions on the IT budget part?
Looks like we're good to go forward
Okay.
with whatever's next on your
Okay.
list.
The next thing is broadband, and there's a significant change in my budget there, as you will see. It's $11,840,781. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Lang?
My pack, is that on page 14?
No, we're still
Oh,
on page
okay.
13
I
of
was gonna
20.
say,
Page
it jumps from
13, it's
13 to
the,
15 and
Okay. We're just
the ninth
sort of
thing
putting
down.
broadband as a package.
Right.
Yeah.
We kind of skipped around and
yeah,
now we're just going to talk about broadband.
yeah, it's the same package as the ninth one down. So we'll start off Well, I said the grand total, so that's good enough to start with, I'm sure. I'll start off with the Farrier Phase 1 project. I gave a sheet out, a supplemental sheet. I think everybody got it, Alana. And it's blue on the top.
Yes, it's this one.
Does everybody have one? Or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll start off with the Farrier Phase 1 part of the capital. It's just the continuation of that project to finish up for 2021. So we've included that in this year's budget, in 2021's budget. So that's about 261,000. The broadband Phase 3, 4, 5, 6 is actually us purchasing a preliminary bunch of fiber and conduit, and that's that price, that $1,398,000 for, I've put a tender out for 350 kilometers of fiber, and I will be putting out a tender for 225 kilometers of conduit to pre-purchase ahead of time because of costs and availability. Even if we order it tomorrow, it's gonna be 12 to 16 weeks out. So we really sort of have to get on that. So I've broken that budget out over those phases for that 350 kilometers, and it's still in our Phase 2 part also, you'll see down there. So that's pre-purchase of fiber and conduit and some storage places to put it. The next thing down is the wireless broadband project, which is to go along with the capital project for Phase 2, which is Rocky Mountain House, Caroline Olds. We'll be placing a few towers down that route as we go forward, so we can capture residents and people along that way. The next one is the Nordegg interim solution, which is council approved to go from the Farrier to Nordegg via microwave dishes. There's 4 towers, and then there's gonna be a main tower in Nordegg so that we can get all the residents there. We believe we can get about 1.5 to 2 gigs, not per person, just to that point, and then we would divide that up amongst the users, and it would be a network operator that would run that. We would just build it and supply the equipment. In the neighborhood of 50 and 10. It depends on how many people are actually there. It'll definitely be less in the winter, and it'll be more utilized in there, but we will prioritize the local people. You can, technically you can prioritize per device, so we would do that if that's something there. So we try to keep the people that are actually there all year round prioritized. And an ISP would come to the table and operate that for us. The next one is the Rocky Mountain House, Caroline Olds Broadband Phase 2 that's already been approved to go to Olds. That's probably our biggest one this year. And that this is the biggest budget over the next 5 years because of the combination of the interim project and the fixed wireless and the purchase of the fiber for the continuing phases. Any questions yet?
Councillor Hoven.
In the 5-year of the Nordegg interim plan,
yes.
What year in the capital plan are we planning to go out to Nordegg with fiber?
The plan was to go to Nordegg in 2025, and that's estimated that we put the cost there at $4,308,000 So that's why, I think that's why the discussion went around to get Nordegg serviced a little quicker if we could.
Has IT been able to put together a business case for spending $1.5 million to go out to Nordegg? And what the revenue will be? I guess the reason I ask is we had a consultant in here a few weeks ago, and he said he's out there in Nordegg with his TELUS hub, and he's able to video conference on it. And we also know that Starlink is doing betas all around
Yeah.
North America, or maybe not all around North America. But I'm just worried about us spending almost $1.6 million.
Yeah.
And then before we even have that project completed, we've got
There'll be-
Starlink and TELUS,
And there'd be other
and
solutions.
it's not necessary.
Absolutely. We are actually putting together, well, it's actually in the engineer's hands right now.
Okay.
And we are actually developing it, because we have to actually, locations of towers, et cetera, and then we're gonna look at that. So there will be one, it's sort of cart before the horse right now, because we've just hired our engineers. So we'll be probably, as we get closer to the cost and the solutions, we can go from there on a business plan, or predicted business plan out there. As you said, Starlink's gonna be out there, and the other thing that's, we've applied for grant with, from the CRTC. And we haven't heard from them, but we're gonna reapply the grant, through the UBF for the Nordegg capital build for fiber and for the fast rapid response. So that's in play too. So if that actually comes, we would take this back to council and forward you this information and hopefully have a decision out of that, which direction we would go to. So I don't know when they're gonna be awarding the rapid responses, but we would definitely bring that to a council and have that decision whether we would close out the interim or continue to go with it. So there'd be another opportunity, I think.
Supplemental, Councillor Hoven.
And that's for the January 15th intake or the February 15th?
January 15th, that's the rapid response one we're applying for. It's basically the exact same application we did for the CRTC, because you really can't change it too much, because they're the same people, I believe, anyway.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Lang.
Cam,
Yes.
yeah, just in talking to Starlink that Councillor Hoven brought up, I think you said, yes, Starlink will be out there. Okay, I need clarification.
Yeah,
That's the first I've ever heard.
Yeah,
So if they're gonna be out there, I wanna know when. And I wanna know how much download, upload they're gonna provide.
that's a
And what the
good,
cost is gonna be to the residents.
okay, I will not have the costs for today for Starlink. And download, upload, I've been seeing on beta tests, and this is YouTube, so some are fixed, some are, it wanders around from about 70 megs, seems to be the average upload, and down about 35, it's about 50-50, but that's, yeah, it's a little weird, no, it's the other way around, sorry. Your download's faster.
70-35.
Yeah, sorry, 70-35, but take that with a grain of salt. These are YouTube guys, either possibly grandstanding or trying to cut it down too. So it's a little,
And so,
unless we got one, I wouldn't believe the numbers totally.
and so when is this supposed to come to Nordegg?
That's the other question is, I talked to them on December 10th, and it wasn't a very good conversation. I had a fantastic rep all along, and then they've given us this new fella. He basically said, oh, just apply for it, and then we'll send you an email and tell you what you pay. It was horrible. It was actually a very bad conversation. So I've gone and asked, I'm trying to get another source at Starlink to talk to. It was disappointing, to say the least.
Okay, so you have no idea when this is
No,
supposed to come?
not-
It could be
not
next
to
month, or
Nordegg.
it could be 10 years from now.
It won't be 10 years. It's gonna be quite soon. I believe it's gonna be within a year or so, for sure. but I don't think it will be, it's hard to say when they were, and Murray was on the call too, so I'll let him speak a little bit to it.
More question.
Supplemental?
So if they come, there'd be no competition? There'd be no open access? So they could basically drive the price?
Yeah, they could drive the price. I think so far from what I've read on, again, take it with a grain of salt. Some of the spots is $200 or $300 a month, some are $175. I don't even know, I know that the, Starlink actually gave up in Northwest Territories, they gave some Starlink satellites away.
Sorry?
They
what?
gave some Starlink satellites, or dishes away to the Indigenous people to test, and I haven't heard any outcome of that yet, but that was
That'd
sort
be
of interesting. Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out. So right now, I think they're so swamped right now with requests, I think that's why they're really pushing us off. It's,
Sorry, Mr. Hagan?
Just to expand on that topic, Councillor Lang, we have not had very constructive conversations with Starlink yet, and certainly nothing specific to Nordegg. As you're probably aware, this is an initiative by Elon Musk, and we're monitoring their development as they go along. They are in beta testing right now, but they are moving very quickly in terms of the satellites in orbit and starting to get out the receiving equipment, and they're starting to put price packages together and so forth. So their service area is going to be fairly wide and definitely covers where we're situated. So it is a situation we're monitoring, and we're quite aware that it could present an option to ratepayers of Clearwater County should they choose to go that way. But it is a whole different model, because now a ratepayer, once it's available in Nordegg or anywhere else in Clearwater County, can purchase the dish and so forth, sign up for the service, and they're good to go. And they've got better broadband than they have today. So it is a situation we're monitoring as we're continuing on council's plans for the backbone network.
And as a side note, sort of, if there's people in Nordegg that are interested, they can go to the Starlink website and sign up just the same as me or you or anybody else. And maybe the more people in the area that do it, they'll take a little bit of an interest too. So that's another option in that area. And again, in the Starlink's model is not to get areas with 200 or 300 people in that area. They're looking at the rurals, 4 or 5 people in their little cell that they would get, so they could get good bandwidth. They're not looking at, a Rocky or a Caroline, or even Nordegg in the summer would probably inundate the bandwidth on that. So that's about the only weakness they would have. But they've even said that that's not part of their model, their business model at all. They want 3 or 4 houses in an area and continue income for that.
Councillor Lahi?
Yes, and I think we should keep in mind too that one of the challenges that Starlink will have with Nordegg, especially in the beta part of their thing, is their constellation of satellites is not filled out yet. So with the topography around Nordegg having mountainous and trees, it's very quick for those satellites to drop below the horizon. So the service might be somewhat intermittent in the initial beta stages until that satellite constellation fills in, and then it may be a choice for the future, but we don't know when that might be.
Exactly. The other thought too behind Starlink is that they're gonna need Earth stations. They still need fiber optics all over the world. They're gonna need their main base stations. Of course, they're gonna start building in populated areas such as Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, etc. But eventually they're gonna do substations, and that's probably where maybe there's some simpatico with us that we can supply them a base station. I have no idea if they'd even be interested in talking to us about that. As per the last conversation with them, it wasn't very good, but previous conversations were fantastic. So It's just a matter of who you get as a rep, which was disappointing.
Councillor Lang?
So if we went ahead with these microlinks to Nordegg, and because Starlink will still need fiber, this microlink would not help Starlink?
I don't think it would help them at all,
Yeah,
no.
it's my understanding.
I think the best we could, with the microwave link, we can service, you know, the general population in Nordegg via wireless and get them up and working a little bit better than they are today. As a long-term solution, no, definitely not. It's interim solution for a reason.
I'm also wondering, like, this micro link, what it would provide for businesses out there. We heard about the struggles with Shell gas station.
Yeah.
And I believe they had to go 3 different providers or
Yeah.
something. That almost did not go just because of no connectivity or poor connectivity. And they had to,
That's somewhere definitely where that would help, for sure.
a microlink would help?
Yeah, it
That
would
was that?
definitely help them because we could actually, again, where I was mentioning the prioritization of, if we had a commercial, we could actually, I think there's 3 levels, or priority 1, 2, or 3. We could actually prioritize them and give them a higher level of service than your typical person would have, so that their business or other businesses could use that. So there's some flexibility on there on how we could prioritize things. Is that okay?
Are there, do you have any, okay,
Oh,
are
sorry.
there any opportunities for partnerships that we could potentially have for a link out there from Rocky?
The microwave link, I don't think there's too much opportunity because
Right.
it's sort of so self-contained for us. The fiber optics is a totally different story. There's lots of opportunities, and I believe there's opportunities with a few vendors that we've talked about or talked to, but I really don't think we say them here.
I understand. So there are partnership opportunities
And there's lots of
for
letters of,
fiber.
and letters of interest too.
And we do have letters, actual written letters
Yep.
of interest?
Yes.
Well, that's nice and closer to concrete.
Yeah, it feels a little bit
Soft
better.
concrete.
Yeah, it feels a little bit better, that's for sure.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, just a question on this Nordegg thing. I'm glad to hear that you are getting lined up for the rapid response intake January 15th. Pleased to hear that. We, of course, spoke about the possible work with the Indigenous group out there too. Have you made any headway there, or can that be a part of it?
Yes, that's gonna be, that won't be part of the first rapid response, but it will be on other application.
Okay, well, that, I mean, clearly that's important. And then the other related question to the rapid response is, I understand that one of the key considerations is how many premises are you hooking up? So that's one of the issues of getting enough there to be competitive in that first intake. So how many
Actually,
residents would you be hooking up?
The rapid response is for transport out to Nordegg. That's part of, it's one of the only projects that's actually transport aimed. So
Okay.
it fit us actually better because
Okay.
we don't have a direction from council to go fiber to the home.
Okay, so you're in that category, and that's fine as long as, however it can best qualify is the main thing, because as you know, we have a notice of motion to talk about it more early in January,
Yeah.
so.
And I think it's a great foundation to start with. You know, we need to put the foundations in before we build the rest of the house, that's for sure.
And yeah, in terms of the interim solution, you know, I understand that generally the target with the wireless systems that you're proposing, correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand you're trying to target 50-10.
Yeah, we're trying to minimally target 50-10, but the concept here is not to do, we would like the minimum to be 50-10, not up to 50-10.
Yeah, but.
That's a sort of a difference in semantics, because a lot of companies give you 50 and 10, but they say up to 50 and 10. So you could download 5 and 4 one day or something like that. We're trying to give you a minimum of 50 and 10, which is quite a different service. It's a higher level of service.
Certainly, yeah, I understand and appreciate that. The 50-10, though, is something that was a target that was established 4 or 5 years ago. And it's trying to achieve at least that as a minimum by 2021. Obviously, we know there's many parts of the country and our community that don't or won't have that in 2021. But you know, there's the Gretzky saying about you skate to where the puck is going to be. And in this case, the puck is going to be the next move up is probably a factor of 10 on that. And the issue I've always had with the wireless systems is that you will never meet the next standard. So that's why, you know, I have stressed the...
That being said, Councillor Vandermeer, is technology changes, wireless technology changes with it. In 5 years, it may. When we go, in 5 years, we're talking about building a fiber out to Nordegg. Maybe the technology will have changed enough that we don't need to do fiber, which I highly doubt. But the technology may be there wirelessly to do this by just swapping it out. But you know, who knows what happens in 5 years in technology. The world's changing very quickly. And technology is changing at a blistering speed. I think by the time they put out 5G, there'll be 6G, 7G out, and it'll make your head spin.
But it has to be served with fiber in every case, and I think you've mentioned that before.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, thanks on that point.
Okay, Councillor Lang?
You know, the microwave link is certainly better than nothing, no
Yeah.
doubt. One of my concerns is if we get this micro link out there, is that going to destroy our chances of being successful in applying for grants?
And that's something we're actually investigating, and we're, because it's an interim solution, I don't believe it does. And we're relying on our engineers right now to, and I've asked them that question pointedly, actually.
And that's going to be very, very important.
Yes, absolutely. The other thing is that the intent of, even if we do the interim solution, we're hoping that when we put the towers in, and if we buy down the road, we do install fiber, that we could reuse the towers and maybe possibly have other ISPs and other vendors hang their own infrastructure on them as they go up, i.e. sell services and stuff like that. So there would be some leasing opportunities there for us. So we wouldn't be really throwing all that money away for the microwave necessarily. The towers would still remain, once we go by and install fiber them, they would still have a longer life than just putting it up there. So it's an interim solution, so it's as good as an interim solution can be for that area. It's hard to, we're not gonna get every answer out of that solution, that's for sure. It's not a Cadillac solution, it's the best we can do within that budget and timeline.
Councillor Hoven?
Well, I see the importance to improve the internet out in Nordegg, and looking at the capital plan, that is on the books for 2025. Spending $1.577 million this year based on 350 residents, and most of those residents are only there seasonal, not full-time. That comes out to about a $914 a year subsidy per resident. And it seems like an awfully expensive way to pay for internet. So as we go on, I'd just like everyone to think about those numbers, especially since it's only a 4-year solution.
Absolutely. Noted.
Councillor Lang?
Just further to Councillor Hoven's remarks, I think it'd be very interesting if a census was done out there now, because a lot of these part-time ones they're almost full-time now. Those part-time homes are not really part-time anymore, a lot of them. And a lot of them are filled on weekends. And we've just heard from planning on how hot the market is out there. And we've also heard from real estate people how it's impossible to sell homes when they don't have internet or decent internet connections. So there's other ways to look at this.
As I recall, during our workshop, and perhaps I'm sharing out of turn, but there was some discussion about the value of your property having approximately a 5% increase in base value based on having fiber to the premise. So there's value there as well that we need to always consider as we're building out this program here. So it was just one of the, and that's to the price of selling your home.
Yeah.
So that's a direct impact positively to the folks in our community. It's always an interesting concept. Any other thought? Oh, Councillor Lang.
Well, it's related, but it's a little bit off related. I just had a conversation with the manager of Wilderness Village a few days ago.
Okay.
And so they're desperate out there. Anyways, they're looking at sell a tower going out there. I think Rigstar is who they're looking at. But also in getting fiber put in the same way as what Rustic River did, which is too bad. We've missed that opportunity if that's what happens. But I made the comment to him, I said, well, maybe the cell will be enough and it'll satisfy your customers. Like it's about, they get 3,000 people a month for about 4 months of the year. And actually they're getting into winter camping and all that now too.
Oh, good.
And he goes, oh no, Teresa, it won't be enough. He goes, the people that come out here, he said, they demand both. He said he's getting under a lot of pressure. They want good connectivity with internet and cell. So it was. Yeah,
I don't doubt it.
he was very, very, very strong in his comments.
Yeah, I agree.
So any other questions with regard or comments with regard to broadband as being presented so far? Ms. Sherhan.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify funding for this. So in 2021, there's 9.3 million coming out of reserves. And then the following subsequent years are tax funded. So are we moving forward without knowing about grants, or are these projects that would be dependent on a grant approval?
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Well, I'd just like to finish the discussion around the interim solution for Nordegg, and I think I agree with Councillor Hoven on this. The interim solution at $1.57 million for a short-term, rather minimus solution is not that attractive to me. Like I say, I appreciate the fact that you're making application under one system, one stream of the rapid response. But there would be an opportunity subsequent for the February one as well, I'm sure. So there'll be multiple opportunities here over the next while. I think we need to be prepared to do the right thing on this and build the fiber out there. Probably, I would comment, with or without funding, but I think we should try to get the funding. We should strive to put something in place. And my concern with, as you pointed, with the first part, the fact that we're kind of late, probably in getting it in, I'm not sure, but we're kind of late. If you were successful, that'd be terrific. But the next phases, I'm sure, will require a demonstration of significant premises hooked up. That'd be, that's the way it's tending. A lot of the backbone is put in place, and if you get this one under the backbone type structure, that would be terrific. But increasingly, they're looking for that final mile and connection. So the incorporation of the Indigenous group in the area, together with however many premises can be connected, will be important. So, like I say, I will be discussing that with you when we come back with the notice of motion to do Nordegg more completely in the more complete discussion on Nordegg there early in the new year. So we'll have time. And as you said, you know, we have a chance to modify this interim solution here over the next month or two. So that sounds fine on that part.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. Councillor Duncan.
I'm just wondering if you can share or have any ideas yet on what time frame is for tendering some of this work?
Yep, sorry. Absolutely. We're doing the preliminary, I'll use the old Caroline to Olds as an example, but right now we're getting the detailed drawings set up, and they've started last week to do that. And what we would look at doing is tendering out for construction, probably the end of January, if not sooner, but what we want to do is have that out as soon as we can, really, because the construction season's short, as you well know, and we'd like to get people in line. So we're looking at that kind of timeline, very, very aggressive. And I know the engineers are not, I don't think I'm the favorite person right now.
And so would that include the
That
Nordegg
includes the
interim?
yeah, that
as
includes the
well?
interim solution and the wireless. And they're not really helping us too much with the order for the fiber and stuff. We can do that on our own.
No.
And that's under, we're doing that right now. So
Okay, so that's
hopefully we'll
kinda-
close that tomorrow.
Our time frame is fairly short to reevaluate any of this if we wish to do that. I'll leave it at that for now, thank you.
Yeah, we really have to get everything done so quickly to get into the construction period, that's for sure.
As, out of curiosity, in past conversations, we've chatted about the potential for making even that run to Olds as a phased project. Is that, are we able to modify that if we needed to?
Boy, that'd be, everything can be done if I get the right motions, but
I
right now I
understand.
don't have it. We're going forward with the approved project as it is.
Absolutely.
We can, yes and no, I guess is the answer.
I'm recognizing we do have a few notices of motion that's going to come forward in January. And
Yeah.
that has the potential to be one of them, and I think it's nice to be a little bit aware of that and
Yeah.
Prepared.
We're aware of it. It's hard to stop a train that's going really fast in a month. So there'll definitely be a cost to changing our scope. There always is. If you change our minds, there's some cost somewhere.
I understand.
What it is, I don't know.
I understand. I just
Yeah.
asked
No,
the question.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Hagan?
Yeah, and just maybe to loop around back to previous comments that Cam shared with us. Those letters of interest that we've received from potential partners are very much contingent on that and interest expressed from them in that connection to Olds. That could have a bearing back on their interest in partnering with us if we make a change there. So just to tie those two things together. And then as well, I would just go back to Rhonda's question as to funding. Are we anticipating to build in an assumption of grant funding here, or is this initiative a go with or without grant funding?
I had it flagged as coming to it for sure. So I haven't lost it in at least my notes yet, but I think we're trying to, at least I'm trying to get through some of the comments and questions, and then we'll circle back. So if I don't remember, by all means, let's keep a flag on it. Councillor Hoven.
So just a question of clarification then. So the phase 2 project, Rocky Mount House to Caroline to Olds,
Yes.
for 2021, is that to go all the way to Olds in 2021 or stopping in Caroline 2021 and then
No.
from Caroline to Olds in 2022?
That's the entire 2021 to go to Olds, the whole entire way.
Okay, good, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, okay, on that run, and I know we can't really get into the specifics of the letters of interest here, but I've raised the point with all of you in administration that a connection could be made at Caroline, or in fact, west of Caroline, to connect into a line that goes into Calgary for redundancy or for the main access. And it could carry everything that we could put together in the Rocky Mountain House area. So we have choices there. So it would certainly be my strong recommendation, and we'll discuss it early in the new year, to go as far as Caroline or west of Caroline, make the connection. I've made the point, and I don't know, Murray, I've asked you a couple times, the cost of being carried either from Rocky Mountain House or from Racinas back to Calgary with existing lines. My understanding is it's in the order of $30,000 to $50,000 per year for a 10 gigabit connection. Now, you had indicated to me that in fact might be lower than that, and if it was, that would be terrific. But if it's in that range, we're looking at spending $4 million versus spending $40,000 or so a year to carry the same load. Is that correct? Is my number in that $40,000 range the correct number? Or please give me the number if it's different.
I suggest, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, that that range is reasonable. Perhaps it could be lower, but as identified in the previous open council meeting, there are some consequences of making that choice and losing the access to be able to sell wholesale fiber access. And I would suggest that may be outside the scope of this discussion today.
Thank you. I absolutely agree. And I imagine that information will come to us as part of that package that we're talking about with those notices of motion. Thought I was going to have a Freudian slip there, notices of a motion. Do you have a supplemental question, Deputy Reeve?
No, not really. Just to comment that yes, relative to the notice of motions, we'll have some other discussion, I know, around fiber to the premise, which also has to be resolved. So we'll bring that forward in early January. And as a part of that notice of motion would be the fiber that would be that smaller dimension and would go to the premise, and that would be part of an extension of your pre-ordering of fibers. So we'll discuss that more later, but clearly the connections are important, that we fully understand the options for connections and the business that would go with that, the volume of business, and what assumptions in terms of who would hook onto this system. Thank you.
Councillor Hoven.
In regards to the phase 2 down in Caroline, I know you'd mentioned that the engineering is out, getting done right now.
Yes.
Part of that engineering is is running the numbers into a proper business case?
Yes, absolutely.
When
That's
will
part of
that
it.
come before council? Because I am good with all the numbers here except for the temporary solution, or the short-term solution to Nordegg. But before I say yes or no, I do want to see that business case.
Okay,
Any idea when that would be coming back to this council?
I haven't talked to them about that. I've got them actually working pretty hard on rapid responses and UBFs and all this other kind of stuff, and the actual engineering. So I don't have an answer for you today, but I can get one shortly.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Duncan.
Just a question on the interim solution again. Could you ballpark at all the tower versus the equipment aspect of that? Just the difference?
Yeah,
Like
let me, bear with me, and I think I can roughly get it for you.
I guess where I'm going there is the risk to us on, for the most part, changing that to a different solution down the road is the equipment that's on the tower. I think we can probably recoup those either selling those towers or releasing them or moving them somewhere else. I don't think they're a bad investment there. I would also.
The whole cost for, hardware and all that kind of stuff looks like it's about $145,000.
I think that's the number you
So,
sort of relayed to us
yeah.
in another workshop there.
Yeah, so it's about $145,000. So it's the real cost is the towers. They're expensive.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so you'd be out, I guess, that
And
much.
not that
money.
I'm expecting we would recoup the whole cost of the towers, there's moving costs, et cetera. We're not gonna recoup all of this by any means, but it's not, in my mind, a loss. And I guess with that, I would just make the general comments that I'm also okay with this plan as it stands now to move forward. I was trying to take advantage of or cognizant of the time frame we have to work in.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that at this point, if we're moving forward with this plan, we have to fund it without grant funding. If we get grant funding, it'll be a bonus to and a carry forward or a surplus for us next year. The other point there being that there are other projects that, if we're unsuccessful with the grant funding, that there are certainly other projects in the future that could include fiber to the premise that we would add onto our system that we could apply for. Maybe the chances are changed because we have a backbone system running there, that maybe it's gonna be more difficult to get a fiber to the premise grant, as opposed to they would expect wireless solutions or something like that in those areas, or whatever happens. But again, like I said, my recommendation here is we move forward with this budget item through reserves and taxation funding.
Thank you. That's what we're starting to get to, where we can give a check mark on this. Councillor Lang.
Okay, so with this sheet in front of us,
Yes.
as you all know, I've got someone in my area that's very interested in what's going on. So I'm gonna throw this out there and get your feedback, Cam and/or Murray, for your opinion. And it's with the wireless connection to Nordegg. And so these towers. So what has come, and this was an older email from a past open conversation that I got this feedback. To put up a communication tower, about 25% of the costs go into prepping the site, getting power and erecting the tower. If you take the tower down and reclaim the site, you have probably lost 40%. Do you agree with that?
If you take the tower down, you've lost 40% of what?
Because you have to reclaim the land and the labor and the time to move it and.
That's a hard number to sort of guess, because it would depend, I guess, if it was our land or if it's leasing land, or there's sort of some questions to that.
Well, this comes from a fellow that's put up towers and taken them down, so I'm just, I'm just saying, this is a concern of mine.
Yeah, well,
And I'm
I guess we're
concerned
not
about-
taking any towers down, so that's
Okay,
so
I'm concerned about losing the potential for grant money, and then I knew he'd sent some, I just found it
Okay.
now, so.
Yeah, I guess there's so many different variables in there. 40% seems like it's a doable number. Could be less, could be more, depending on if we were leasing somebody's land and we had a long-term lease with them or something like that, there might be different costs. Or if it's our own land, it would be a lot less.
So-
Some variables in there.
So I guess, moving on, I'm on the fence with the wireless to Nordeg. I mean.
That's fair.
I can go along with it if that's what the majority of council wants to go with. I don't want to lose any grants because of that. But I do really question the sense in going to Olds. We can create the current redundancy here in Rocky, so I am really looking forward to a conversation about this down the road.
Okay.
And Rhonda had a question about proceed with grants or not. I've always said a third for last 6 years now. If we use all our money for this right now, then I'm gonna be a lot more stingy moving on.
It's fine.
So I'm okay to throw our money in right now.
All right, so we're going to be circling back to are we going to be moving forward with or without grants was the question. Back to Mr. Hagan.
Not to address that question directly, Reeve, but I just did want to clarify for all of the committee that the numbers you see before you are the estimated costs that relate to what's been approved so far by council. So the interim solution for Nordeg was one of those items that has been approved. So what you're seeing before you today are the estimated budget requirements in order to carry out that approved overall project. So just for clarification.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm reminded that these are the gross numbers for these, and if there's any revenues, including grants, we will be finding them showing up in the revenue section of the capital budget. Okay, Deputy Reeve.
Just to comment on the grant side, I would say, for a portion of this at least, I would use MSI funding for a third of any of this that we ultimately agreed to do.
All right, let's get back to the question at, Mr. Hagan.
Just to expand on Deputy Reeve Vandermeer's suggestion, I would caution council on the reallocation. Of course, council can direct MSI funding to any eligible project they wish, but that will create shortfalls in the other projects where we've already tentatively assigned MSI funding. We've aligned the MSI funding with the projects we believe most suitably meet the requirements of the MSI program. That's not to say a broadband backbone project won't meet that requirement, but it could ultimately end up to being a bit of a shell game, that if we allocate those MSI funds here, we may be looking to tax money or other sources to try and fund those other projects, including paving and road construction and so forth.
Deputy Reeve.
And I would just comment that I think we should use as much MSI funding as possible for this program. If we're applying for funds federally, it would indicate that we are using Alberta-derived funds. And I think to the extent that we're not applying for 75-cent dollars, and in some cases, I would even recommend apply for 50-cent federal dollars. And in that type of case, I would use 25-cent MSI funds. But I think this is an area that we absolutely should use MSI on. And, you know, when we get to that review of that funding, certainly I'm most interested to see how you're thinking of allocating. And as I say, I would allocate the maximum. And if you look at all the projects that might be available, it's probably close to $15 million that would be available. And I think as I say, that's my strong preference, to use MSI as much as possible in this program.
Well, I recognize what you're saying. If the federal government is putting forward 75-cent dollars, I'll apply for every bit we can get. So I wouldn't suggest we would apply for anything less. So that being said, let's get back to the task at hand. I agree with the way it's set up for now, recognizing we're going to have notices of motion and information coming forward in January, early in the new year. I keep saying January, but we're hoping it's January. The task at hand is with or without grants, are we moving forward? Now, my understanding from Councillor Duncan, without grants, what, is it without grants? Councillor Duncan.
Without grants, but I'm not saying that we shouldn't apply for them, it's just that I'm willing to move forward if we aren't successful in achieving some granting.
Okay, I thought I understood it correctly. Thank you for clarifying. Okay, without grants, but we'll apply. I'm going to go to each of you. Councillor Lougheed.
Yeah, well, certainly I would agree with applying for available grants, and I think we've described a phased approach to this broadband project, so I think we should stick with that, and I think the funding would hopefully come from grants, but we move forward through tax dollars if necessary.
So that's 2 in favor so far. I'm going to come to you, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Okay. I would move ahead as far as Caroline. I would not move past Caroline because I've seen no evidence to date as to how that could work number-wise. And I believe we can serve all of the customers in the Rocky Mountain House, west and south areas with a far less expensive approach. And as far as the Nordegg interim solution, that I would also like to hold in abeyance. I'm not totally rejecting it as an alternative, but I agree with what I just heard, and I hadn't heard those numbers before, but it makes sense to me that by the time you install and then may take down, but even, we don't know if the tower is going to be used long-term. They may well be. But if the option comes available to lay fiber there, I would not invest in the towers as the first pass. I would invest in the fiber as the first go and then install towers later on. So that discussion will take place. We will have the application in. We may not know. We may have to make a decision before that, but we don't have to make that decision right now. So I'm looking forward to a discussion on how the business works, who we can sign on to backhaul, distribute on our system. And based upon that, I may be willing to go further, but right now, I'm only prepared to go as far as Caroline.
Duly noted. Councillor Lang.
Oh. Okay, just to clarify, this 12 million, is that what you're asking, Rhonda? If we're willing to move forward with our own money, or if that means also including grants? Okay. With this, because it's mainly the backbone, I am willing to move forward. I expect every grant to be applied for. And where I'm at, if we don't get grants in the future, I might be stopping at this 12 million. And I'm also going to make a note here. I am not willing to go to Olds either. There's 4 million that could get out into our community and connect people.
Also noted. Councillor Hoven.
I am in favor of going forward without the grants. I am not in favor of going forward with that short-term solution for Nordeg at this point. Yep, that's it.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm in favor of going without the grants, but as per motions of council. And that interim solution to Nordic, I'm hoping we're successful with the grant on that one. I would like to see a 1 pass versus 2. I'm kind of agreeing with Councillor Hoven and Lang. And yeah, everything presented is right in line. I hope you're successful on a real reduction on fiber and conduit when you put out that.
All right, that leaves me. I'm also in favor of moving ahead without grants, recognizing and hoping that we'll have the opportunity to either expand and amend the program as we come into other options, opportunities, partnerships, grants. And it'll only happen through motions of this council. So as we are looking at these opportunities, we hope to see them, information coming in from the notices of motion that have been put forward. And we look forward to providing clear and definitive direction so that we do not slow down the program in any way, shape, or form. It is important to our community. We are the Economic Development Council, and we will do our level best as a council to make the appropriate decisions based on the information we have as we're making those decisions. Is there anything else that we would need to help with this part of the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve Laird and council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know that we're putting the pressure on the IT department and corporate services to come through for us in an ever-changing world. I'm sure it's many times a day. Thank you. We look forward to all the hard work we're going to see you bring to us early in the new year. How about we take a 10-minute break? Okay. All right, everybody has had an opportunity to have a stretch, grab a coffee, and we're ready to go forward with the Agriculture and Community Services capital budget, 10-year plan. Mr. Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. We'll just roll right into our capital portion of the budget, starting with equipment. So like my colleagues, we'll focus predominantly on the 2021 portion of, why would we want to focus on that awful year? 2021
Yeah,
is
I was
gonna
just
be,
gonna say, we're kind of happy to leave
Yeah, we're-
that 2020 behind here.
we're done with it, for sure. So we'll focus on 2021 predominantly, but please don't hesitate to ask any questions about the entirety of the plan. Moving through the lines to the first item was Unit 203, Unit 207 spray truck system replacement. This is not replacing the trucks themselves, this is to replace the systems that the trucks carry and operate to do our roadside spraying. We, as council may remember from last year's budget, approved the replacement of 203. That was built this fall and is ready to go for spring. So the plan that we had set forth would be to do the second of our two trucks, 207, right away here this winter. So then we're deploying two of the same trucks come spring. It would be a monumental challenge to try to run two systems, train staff on two different systems, supervise two different systems. So we're very fortunate to have one of the trucks built, and we're very hopeful to have the other one done this winter. Next unit in the queue is Unit 213, which is a ATV gator that we use for roadside spraying, seeding, and other reclamation and vegetation management work. We'll be replacing a unit. Next on the list is replacement of Unit 217. This is our skid steer. The entire amount that you see there is the purchase of a new machine. It does not include the trade-in value of the old machine. That's funded in revenue elsewhere, so you can check back into 2019 before we started budgeting revenue differently and see that the difference between the new purchase cost and our trade-in is gonna be around $6,000 for that piece of machinery. Next piece of equipment in the queue is the 218, which is a commercial lawn mower or turf mower that we utilize for maintaining cemeteries and county lands. We'll be holding on to the machine this is proposed to replace for either hand-me-downs to potentially regional waste or the new waste authority or waste department, solid waste department, or we may hold on to it to provide vegetation management assistance at the transfer sites. Council's well aware that things are fluid in that realm and changes are happening, and there has not been time to necessarily detail out, things as minor as mowing the grass. So we're trying to assist our colleagues in either holding on to equipment or potentially preparing to provide service in that regard. Councillor Hovan, did you have a question?
Yes, please.
Matt, I might have missed this. Under the skid steer, you've got 128.5 for every year up to 2029?
Please.
So this is one of our trade-in programs. So Ag Services receives a new unit every year. They trade in the old one for, they get a substantial value for it. So in capital revenues, you would see the trade-in value of $123,000.
Okay.
So even though it appears like we're buying a new skid steer every year, they are receiving one every year, but they're also getting a substantial trade-in value for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then the final piece of, sorry, we have the next piece of equipment is Unit 228, which is a 10-foot replacement of a 10-foot rotary mower. It's one of our 3 roadside mowing implements, and they're on a 3-year replacement schedule, so we traditionally have done one a year, every year. They get about 400 to 600 hours a year, so this machine will be leaving us with 1,800 to 2,000 hours, which is pretty much their life expectancy once you thrash through the ditch, especially the units we use in the gravel roads. So we don't get a lot of surplus value when they're gone. And then so that'll be it for our 2021 capital equipment proposal. Is there any questions about equipment before I move on to engineered structures? Seeing none. We have a small amount of carryover that we've budgeted for 2021 to wrap up the hub paving parking project. This is another sort of confusing area of the budget because the property there at the hub was owned by 3 different people or 3 different entities that we were paving over. The village owns some of it, the county owns some of it, and the school division owns some of it. So it was budgeted in different manners. If it was our property, we budgeted it in capital. If it was a stakeholder or partner property, then it was budgeted in operating. So there was a little bit of carryover budgeted in operating and then a little bit carried over into capital. And we expect that project to be wrapped up very early in the spring. Just a little bit of finish up work done, some dirt stuff, some reseeding, and just kind of some final touches and holdbacks and stuff to clear up on that project. So from what we understand, it was very well received. Talking with the representatives from the Ag Society, they're excited about the new flexibility that the new parking lot offers them to manage some of their congestion and issues with commingling of the high school parking and things like that. So lots of positives that came out of that project, we understand. And then the final project that we've included in the capital plan is the Rocky to Nordic Trail or rail trail. We've been fortunate to secure some grants to do another round of build on the Rocky to Nordic Trail. So we've been a little bit hemmed in by the Tauntaun Gap and trying to get across it. Some of you might be aware there is a historical superstructure from the existing Tauntaun Bridge that still stands over the gap, and it's a big gap, and it's an old structure. It's the last remaining historical structure along the rail trail, and so the desire has been to try to utilize that structure, redeck it, and put railings on it, get across the Tauntaun, and then we can continue our blitz east when it comes to building and maintaining the existing rail ballast that we're rebuilding or refurbishing trail on. So we were very happy to be able to receive some grants, and so as council may remember in the past, a resolution direction to our department was to find a partner. We cost share all partnerships up to 50%. So we have secured what we believe to be enough funding to complete Tauntaun and do some trail build on top of that. So I can't get into too much details in this venue due to some of the requirements under our grant with our partners, as well as the competitiveness of the RFPs that we plan on releasing in the winter. But as it sits now, we do plan on turning over the work that we've done to construction and working alongside them as we develop RFPs in the winter, and Eric's group will start building in the summer. That's the plan.
Any questions with regard to the rail trail? Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Not specifically to the rail trail, but just going back, I just wanted to add an item of clarification, perhaps using the paving of the hub parking lot as an example. For the committee's benefit, where we've started a project, say in 2020, for example, and it was funded through tax dollars, and the department anticipates needing to carry over some funds for the next year, we, for budget purposes, assume that council will approve a transfer to a work in process reserve for that, so that we're not going back to the taxpayer again in 2021 and saying, oh, we need more money for the same project. We've already funded the project. It's just a matter of setting that money aside. So that will show up in Rhonda's summary under the transfers from reserve for capital projects. If it was a project that was funded from reserve, we simply leave that money in reserve until the next year, so that we can tackle those timing differences that may straddle a year end.
And it goes under what?
If it was tax funded, it goes under the work in process reserve, which you'll see as part of the list on Rhonda's summary of reserves.
Thank you.
So that is a fairly fluid reserve, and of course, all subject to council's approval in terms of what goes in or out of that reserve. But we look to just park that money there over a year end and then bring it back into the next year, so that we fully account for that funding and apply it to what it was approved for.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Swanson?
Just a question on the Rocky Rail Trail. That is engineered as funds come available, or is that completely engineered already?
We've done minimal engineering to date. We do have to maintain an assessment on the historical superstructure to make sure that we have the correct data to draft an RFP. So we've done a very, very small amount of engineering to date on that structure. And in fact, we've actually done it twice now. We had an original assessment of the superstructure, Tauntaun superstructure back in, I believe, 2009, 10-ish, somewhere in that realm. And then we didn't move forward. So just recently, we've updated that because degradation happens on an ongoing basis. So we have everything we need now to task some engineers to do what we need to do to create an RFP. We're only at one half of the partnership building this, so we will be sitting down with the other half in the new year, making plans to move forward on that RFP development. We will be managing the project. The county will be managing the project, and we'll be leading the work that's done. But the partners that we have will have equal opportunity to plan the project alongside of us.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions with regard to the rail trail. Any other questions for Ag and Community Services?
No question, just a comment that from Ag Services budget, then you'd see a revenue of 123,000 for the trade-in value and 315 coming from reserve to cover a portion of that Rocky Rail Trail. So the total of other revenues coming, or other funding sources coming for that, is 438,000 out of that 821.
Councillor Duncan?
but we've had this 500,000 in before. Haven't we just been carrying it forward? Or it stayed in reserves? Is that where it was parked?
Reserve. I thought it was a full 500 too, but I see there's only 315, so I don't know if we used part of it for something.
Yeah.
Work to date on
We did do a little bit of work, over, finishing up some 18 work in 19. We did that bridge assessment, as well in 19. So we have done a little bit of work, and so Rhonda's correct. What we didn't utilize then went into that WIP and carried into this year.
Okay, so Matt, then are we gonna need more than the 315 to complete the Tauntaun Bridge in that? If we have a 50% partner share, or should we, is that why we've left the 500,000 in there?
That's right.
We may or may not need, but you're anticipating needing more than the 315 to complete the
Yes,
work?
yes, I budgeted the 500,000 for 2021 because I believe we will utilize, most, if not all of that, with the partner funding we've secured and also being told that we will secure. So there's quite a bit of excitement about the projects now, after it kind of lulled for a while, and certainly it's driven by, you know, the chaos out west and the desire to have some structure out there, maybe even some discipline. We've seen lots of grant interest come. We have grant applications that have been approved and some that are out seasoning, hopefully becoming successful. So we're fairly certain that we will be utilizing or securing a matching amount. I don't think $1 million of work next year is out of the question. I don't think potentially getting more grant money than that is out of the question, but we probably don't have the capacity to do more work than that in 2021. So if we do secure more grant funding, we would be delivering that into 2022.
Good, thank you.
This is your last opportunity to ask Ag and Community Services any other questions on capital, at least at this moment. All right, thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
Next is 4.5, Planning and Development. Just give them a moment to do a little COVID cleaning. Welcome back, Mr. McRae.
Thank you, Reeve Laird, Council. Good afternoon. We, in Planning and Development, do have an item that is proposed for our capital plan, 10-year capital. And if you scan down to the second last line there, it's in regard to the Nordegg Discovery Center. And you may recall we had a good discussion on this last year. And council directed us to bump the total amount, which we originally had spread over 2 years, to bring it back and put it back on the table for discussion to be carried out in 2021 and 2022. So that's why we're here. Just to maybe refresh your memory, and I've brought Amanda along in case there are any questions. But at the Discovery Center, which we used to refer to as the museum, but you recall that you as a council have authorized us moving away from using it as a museum per se. And the idea now is to install permanent displays that would be upstairs in the building in 2 rooms. And the costs that we've got in here are based on research that Amanda has done. And so for 2021, it would be $300,000. For 2022, it would be $248,000. And so this would basically be for us to hire a consultant or a company to look at the space, look at the artifacts that we have, come up with a design, and then also construct it. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to try to respond to them.
Do we have any questions? I'm watching everybody race to the mics. Councillor Duncan.
And just to refresh my memory a bit, there were some digital displays or something like that? It's not just artifacts, there was some interpretive stuff as well?
Yeah, so this would be an all-new display that would take into account using some technology to make it more interactive, providing a great rainy day activity for people and something for a family. So really activity orientated, not so old school museum where you just read the panels. So interactive stuff like you'd see at the Royal Alberta Museum or one of the bigger centers.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions from Councillor Duncan? So more than just static displays and photos and looking behind the glass. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, Councillor Duncan asked one of my questions. That's what I was remembering, that it was sort of a interactive display. So now I only have 2 questions left. Is this going to require staffing? Is one of my questions.
Yes and no. So the intent would be to ask that the company who we engage with to create some interpretive material that can be done as a family by themselves, but we get a lot of schools coming out to do the mine site tours. So we'd be also asking for some programming as well that would require staff, or potentially we could have a guide that would go to the teachers so the teachers can do it self-guided with their class.
Yeah, I remember something about being self-guided, so that's.
Yeah.
And my second question, if we're moving more toward a interactive display, what about all the artifacts and museum materials that we have? Like, I would hope that they could be on display as well.
Yeah, we have a really large collection, so it's probably not ever going to be likely that we'll have a big enough building to have everything on display, which gives us a good opportunity to pick out the best artifacts, and we'd potentially be deaccessioning some items because we do have duplicates of some things. Because we'd be operating in the museum guidelines, there are rules around how you deaccession. So in the past, there's been rumors that we would be throwing stuff away, which would never happen. Our collection will stay a collection. If we deaccession anything, it would go to other museums. I've already had requests this year from a couple other museums who are doing displays on oil and gas industry in Alberta. And so there's potential for us to loan things or to transfer the ownership to them. Yeah.
So as I recall, I apologize, Mr. Hagan.
Thanks, Ray. I just wanted to build on Councillor Lang's questions, Amanda. So you said there'd be some additional programming if these permanent displays are approved. Have you built that into your budget, or are you able to absorb that within your existing budget?
That's built into this, like the development of that is built into this budget.
Okay.
And then the operation of it would be absorbed by our regular operating costs.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sherhan.
Yeah, so this is funded $150,000 through reserves, and the balance would be funded through tax revenue.
Councillor Hoven.
Can you please refresh my memory? Is the 300,000 in 2021 Is that linked to the 248 in 2022? I'm just wondering, like, if we fund this one this year, do we have to fund the one next year? Or else it's gonna be incomplete?
Yes.
Okay.
That was basically where I was going. I'm like, is it almost better off for us to bite the bullet and do it all at once? And then the question I have is, do we have the capacity to do it all at once? Rather than carrying it over 2 years, just do it and get it done.
We purposely put it over 2 years because it typically takes that long.
Okay.
So it's usually phased into 2 sections, the first being research and development and design, and then the second phase being the actual installation and opening of the exhibit.
All right, thank you. Other questions or comments? Councillor Swanson?
So you mentioned that this would be upstairs and take approximately 2 rooms.
Yes.
Is the Discovery Center need further upgrade in order to accommodate that, or is that or are we good to go with how things are right now?
Yeah, we're good to go. There's just some minor things that we need to do upstairs, security cameras, putting in doors that actually have handles, and that's just because we're still have the really old doors up there. But yeah, like over the last couple of years, we've done amazing things, and the upstairs looks completely different. The floors have been redone, it's all been painted, the windows are changed out, so it's a functioning space that we just need something in it now.
Okay, perfect.
Any other, oh yes, Councillor Lang.
So, with my learnings with tourism and that, it sounds like people are looking for experiences.
Yes.
Now, so is this gonna be an experience that people are gonna remember? Like, you have way more an idea what this is gonna be about than us, and how is it gonna be, like an hour, 2 hours, a full day to go through this, or?
I would guess that it would be a couple hours. It really is dependent on how much a family engages in these kind of things. But I'd really like to see it be not just focused on the history of the area, but also on the natural history and taking into account what questions we see in the interpretive center all year, like from all the visitors. We'd really guide our consultants to be answering those questions that we get over and over and over again.
Given the opportunity to potentially work with the environmental conservation folks in the Rocky area, perhaps there's some partnership where they would maybe appreciate even having a spot in the hallway, even to put up a display or two, that might be very beneficial as well.
Yeah, and I have worked with them in the past, and we've had them bring in non-permanent displays, just traveling things, a lot of bear awareness and information and stuff like that. And I do know that they have quite a great selection of wildlife in their office, which I would definitely be approaching them and seeking a partnership in that regard. Yeah.
Well, I even think about, we have local talented artisans, including taxidermists. Maybe there's an opportunity there for that space and or other space that's now become available in that main level as well. So
yeah,
there's lots of opportunity in this Discovery Center. It's exciting times.
Yeah.
Councillor Swanson.
Remind me, this was for year-round, not seasonal, correct?
It could potentially be, yes, year-round, yeah.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Mr. McRae?
That's all we had for you, Reeve Laird. Thank you.
All right, I'm having one of those bittersweet moments right now. Mr. McRae, I understand we're dwindling down on the days we get to share with you. And I want to remind you what an amazing legacy you've left in our community, and that we're your family. and to remember to come back and visit and check and see if Mr. Reyes is doing the job we think he's gonna do.
I'm not worried about Jose at all. And thank you for your kind words. It's been a pleasure
Thank you for
working
your
here and
years
with
of,
you. Yeah,
thank you for your years of service.
thanks.
Never doubt the coffee pot will be on.
Thank you.
That brings us to 4.6, Emergency and Legislative Services. I know. I thought about it after I said it. I hope so. Welcome back.
Thank you, Laird, Council. I'd like to echo some of my former, the colleagues from past presentations for capital in terms of the work done in 2020 and what a challenging year it's been. And I do want to thank my staff as well for a year 2020, and we look forward to 2021 beginning. To get started with Emergency and Legislative Services 10-year capital plan, I'll do similar to what Matt did, is focus on 2021. And then if there's any questions future years out, you can certainly address those to us as we go. Just stop me at any time. I did want to touch as well, I didn't really get a chance to dive too deep yesterday as we were last on the agenda then as well in terms of operating and the process that the first part of the Emergency and Legislative Service budget went through. So as council is aware, according to the Regional Intermunicipal Fire Service Agreement, the budgets go before the committee, which is the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee at the beginning of October. And from there, the committee reviews the budget, asks their questions, makes any recommendations for changes, and then recommends those forward to the councils for their respective approvals. So I just wanted to touch on that process first for the live stream so that everyone is aware of the process that fire part of the budget goes through. In terms of capital, that was one of the reasons why we had two ICC meetings. We had one on October 8th, where we went over the operational and capital budgets in great detail. And at that time, the committee asked us to come back with efficiencies by deferring some of the large apparatus, specifically units related to the Station 60 into the future years, which in doing so, that's outside of the county's fleet equipment management plan and the guidelines that are set under National Fire Protection Standards. And the committee did debate that in great detail in their second meeting, trying to strike that balance between being fiscally responsible and also replacing the equipment when it needs to be replaced. So I just wanted to note that as well. As we go through, I'm probably going to turn the mic over to Fire Chief DBN so that he can go through the capital items line by line, just as our subject matter expert while we have him here, but certainly ask questions of either of us as we go through. So just 2021.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Good afternoon. So within the 2021 capital budget, we've got in there the replacement of two of our command units, Unit 902 and 904. 902 is a 2014 Chevy 3/4 ton, about over 200,000 kilometers on this unit. This unit has seen multiple deployments into BC and then again up north, so a lot of tough, challenging kilometers put on that truck. 904 is a repurposed peace officer vehicle. as council can remember, I want to say it was late 2017, early 2018, we had a deer strike with one of our units and it was a total loss, so we had to repurpose one of the county CPO vehicles for an interim time. That vehicle also is starting to see some wear and tear on it and also in excess of $200,000 or 200,000 kilometers currently. So the two command units, that brings it back up to the fleet management plan. As we move down into the larger,
What are you replacing them with?
I believe both those are going to be, knock on wood, Chevy 3/4 tons as well. We are seeing some big delays in getting fleet vehicles currently. We have two that were purchased this year, 906 and 908, that were, the tender closed in July and they actually just came in. So we're seeing some delays on, so we're hoping that's what it stays with, the 3/4 ton.
Thank you.
Not a problem. The bigger fleet vehicles, 602 is a tender for the Rocky Station, and that's why we see the split, the 50-50 split as per the agreement with the town and the county. That unit, we're looking at mirroring the current, or the new purchase of the 102 unit that is, the truck's currently in transit out of Quebec to Calgary. So very similar spec to that to move forward. Within that, just so council's aware too, due to COVID and some of the economic times, we're seeing our build times really be delayed. We just pulled the pin on the 500 unit for Nordeg, and we're seeing 460 plus days from time of order to time of delivery. So we're seeing this big delay. I was just chatting with one of our battalion chiefs over lunch here, and he was saying he was trying to order an M2106, which is a basic Freightliner chassis truck, and they're telling him that it's like 6-12 months out to get. So we're seeing some challenges in that. So with this unit, like I said, would mirror that current 102, which is in transit. Should be actually hitting Calgary on next Tuesday or Wednesday. So hopefully we'll take delivery early into the new year. We did do for the first time in my history, and Reeve Laird, you can appreciate the frustration and the pain that comes with it, but can you imagine doing a virtual walkthrough of a new piece of equipment with like a FaceTime type system? It was a bit of a challenge.
I've done it with photographs.
Yeah. And then SCBA replacements, we're gonna start the cycle on a 3-year step for the self-contained breathing apparatuses out of the Rocky Station as well. Those apparatuses are starting to see some wear and tear on them, a lot of use. And before they totally end of life, we would like to move them in to use them in some of our training SCBAs. We're currently using probably 20-year-old SCBAs for our training packs, which don't mirror any of our current packs that we use. They're a 2216, so they're at best 15-20 minute bottle, and they're aluminum tanks, so they don't match. They're not exactly what our crews are using. So we'd like to try and transition some of these ones before they're totally end of life into the training packs as well.
And what are you going to?
They're gonna be the Scott, I wanna say X3 Pro, I believe, is what the most current edition is. Holding our current Clearwater spec. There was some concern previously in regards to the new standard that came out with our SCBAs, and there's a rapid breathing tube on them. And what they've found over years, the NFPA have said that the Scott wouldn't match the MSA, but wouldn't match the Draeger. So now they've set a new standard. But just recently, we found out that they've actually got a retrofit for our rapid intervention packs that we can fit across. So not as big a concern anymore as it once was. So we're working through it. Any
So what
questions?
size is cylinders?
We're holding with the 4,500 PSI 30-minute bottle. Reeve Laird, there is the talk of the 5,500 bottle that's out there. I think in time that's probably going to be what we're going to have to shift to. But my concern is when you're working hard, that 30-minute bottle it's about time to come out and take a break.
That's what my thought always was. Thank you for the detail.
It's around 500. Can you just make it a bit bigger? Yeah, there you go.
Perfect. On Also in the 2021 budget is the remainder of the 500, Unit 500 for Nordeg, the deposit. Like I said, we just pushed order on this truck in the last week, so the deposit will be coming in. We're just slightly under budget, so about $350, I believe, so we're under budget with it. So the remainder will be into next year's capital. And then a UTV trailer for Nordeg. Again, we're looking at a little bit of restructuring with it, but we're trying to get our trailers standardized so they all kind of look the same, feel the same, and everybody can operate them the same. So might be able to get some repurposement out of the current 506T trailer, but we'd like to try and switch the trailers up just a little bit. And then a set of hydraulic tools for $46,000. And that would also work the standardization in. We're currently operating 2 current sets of Homatro, and this would be another set. So we've got a set that was purchased in 2017 that went in Rocky Station. We've got a set that's just currently came in that's going to go to the Caroline Station on the new truck. And then this set in 2021 would go to Nordeg. And then we've got the last but not least is the general line item that we've put in the last couple of years of $25,000. I believe, and I'm going to refer to Christine at the very end of this, but that line item is to capture anything that's greater than $5,000 with a life expectancy. And that just follows corporate services, capital items, principles. Before we used to put some of it through our operating and it caused some problems on the back end. So I want to kind of have that line item in there. If we break like a portable pump or we have something that goes down that falls above that $5,000, that gives us a little bit of buffer room in it. But I just want to refer to Christine with this item as it reflected back to the ICC.
Correct. This one was, this is the approved budget that was recommended by the ICC. Subsequent to that, one of our regional partners reviewed the budget at their council meeting and approved both the operating and capital budgets in whole with the exception of this one line item. From Clearwater County perspective, I don't see any concern with that. Our portion of that is just over 20,000 of that 25,000. We did not expend the full 25,000 in 2020. I think we're going to be at the end of the day at around $8,000 for those items that come over that threshold. So I don't have any concern with leaving in at 25,000. I don't expect we'd expend past that. So we could certainly reduce it to the amount that would have been the county's portion, whatever council wishes in that regard.
Any comments or thoughts on that? Basically, it's fire's contingency is what I understand it to be.
It's essentially an equipment supply budget for things that meet our county's capital threshold. From the regional partners' perspective, they indicated that a simple email to them, they could approve it anyway. So, like I said, I don't have any concern leaving it in at 25,000, but certainly if council wished to reduce it to what it would have been our county portion only, that would be sufficient as well.
Any comments? Deputy Reeve?
I would recommend we leave it in as a standard feature.
I do have a question that perhaps I wasn't paying enough attention when you were saying when some of these trucks are being delivered. I recognize COVID's probably had its impact. Unit 101, 102, 313, 200, and I think you said you hit go on
500.
500.
Reeve Laird, yes, we did hit some obstacles with COVID, but all in all, a little bit delayed, but not a whole lot. So Unit 101 left Quebec, I want to say a day or two ago. It's about a 5 or 6 day jaunt cross country into Calgary. 102 is slated to leave either today or tomorrow, and 313 is slated to leave early next week. Just with them falling in over the Christmas season, we have set up a pre-delivery inspection at Commercial Truck in Calgary on January 5th. Like I said, we've already walked through these trucks, myself, the deputy chief, and our fleet manager, Scott Bertel, walked through these trucks electronically. The trucks look very nice, very well put together. I'm really kind of excited to get my hands on them and take a look at the craftsmanship and the workmanship. But they were just about 110% to spec, so very happy with that. So January 5th, we're going to go down to Calgary and take a look at the pre-delivery. And barring any unforeseen circumstances that may come out of that, I'm hoping by the second week of January, we start to see them come into the county. And then they will be over at our county shop to get GPS units put in and dash cameras put in. And then I think we're going to store a couple of them out in the east side. 101 won't go into service until the new station is opened. It just won't fit into the current building. 102 we're going to put into a temporary in-service for the winter months. With it having 3,600 gallons of water on board, that's definitely could be a benefit. And we're going to place that out of the Condor station until which time we can open up the Leslieville station. But at least then we've got that super tanker in place for the 3,600 gallons over the challenging times where water plays some havoc on us. And 313 is going to be our primary one to get into service as soon as we can. So we're going to work with our members down in Caroline and our battalion chief out there to see what they need to support and what the timeline looks like to get that unit into service. But I would hope and I would assume that 313 will probably be in service by the end of January. Unit 200, we did order, and I believe my memory recalls, we're slated to have delivery of that in November of 2021. And 500, unfortunately, unless something changes, we're looking at delivery February, March of 2022.
Well, depending on if there is any deficiencies on any of the trucks as they come in, especially the Leslieville engine and tender, they could be coming in as the paint is drying on a new station.
That is my hopes.
That's pretty exciting for those members over on that side. They've been waiting a long time for the equipment and the place to put it. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Chief Debian. According to our purchase agreement with the manufacturer, when do we actually take ownership of these vehicles?
We'll take ownership when they have it on site here. That's when we'll take the full ownership, when insurance will switch over to us.
So some of these are going to not be our property until 2021, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we might need to make some adjustments for that. Shouldn't affect the balancing of the budget overall, because the source will carry forward as well.
Catch.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lang.
This isn't part of this, it's past, present. Can I ask them now, or you want to finish this?
I think we're just about done with the fire portion, so you best ask while they're here.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to catch Steve. It goes back to these silly drones. What do you have in your department right now for drones?
We currently operate a Phantom 4, and I'm gonna explain something. I'll list them off, then I'm gonna come back.
Yeah.
So a Phantom 4 V1, a Phantom 4 V2, and an Inspire 1. So the difference between the Phantoms, V1 version 1, V2 version 2, so 2 separate years. So one's a bit of an upgrade.
And they're non-industrial?
They are not. They're a consumer grade drone. The Phantoms run approximately between $1,800 and $2,200, $2,400. The Inspire 1, which is kind of our workhorse. Our Inspire 1 drone has a drop mechanism that we can drop. It's got a payload of about 2.5 pounds. It's got a thermal imaging camera on it. So that's kind of our workhorse machine when we get into the night operations and some of the stuff that we do with it. When it was new, it was probably $2,500 to $3,000. But they've now moved to a different model of them. and you can't get the same attachments, and we can't move our attachments onto it. So it does pose a challenge
Did
on that.
you get them out of that same outfit out of Calgary as well?
No, we got them from a DJI rep or an authorized dealer out of Calgary, which would be, I think they were called Multi-Rotor Heli, is where we originally bought them from.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Ms. Sharan.
Yeah,
Too busy writing notes.
Was one of those drones purchased through the flood mitigation grant?
2 of them were purchased through the flood mitigation grant.
So, just as I was looking at their, reserve transfers, so out of their $743,000 ask for fire services, 690,000 is funded through reserve, and 87,000 would come in as other revenue from, other municipalities on joint, purchases.
Could you repeat that?
Out of the $743,000 ask, 690,395 is coming from reserve, and 87,705 is coming from other municipalities that are purchasing jointly.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Duncan?
The 690 plus 87 is more than the 743?
Well, this is great news.
Oh, the fire service is making us money? That's unusual, right?
More room to spend.
The transfers from other municipalities might come down from that a little, yeah.
Those here are the total ask, not our, just the county portions, right? The 743 is the total, not the county portion.
Correct.
Yeah.
So this is coming with some amendments.
It looks like, I had the old, calculation in for the joint,
The formula?
yeah, for the, contribution from other municipalities. So it's gone down a little.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for the clarification, and it is a good point. The other question I guess I have, and maybe it's somewhere else, there's usually funding towards reserves for apparatus and equipment and for building. Where is that seen in here?
Yes, that's in the transfers to reserves on that 4-year financial plan. And once Emergent Legislative Services gets done their presentation, I'll just walk you through what our normal transfers to reserves are, and those will be included in that.
All right, I'm getting ahead of us.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, if there's no other questions from the fire, perhaps we can get into the CPOs. I see there's a line item there.
Absolutely, and Sergeant Miller wasn't in the office today, so you just get me for this one. Luckily, there's only one small item on there, similar to the fire budget. We have that general for capital for things that need to be replaced or break through time and use. Things that have been funded from this area over previous years have included things like scales, in-vehicle electronics, body cameras. In 2020, we will use the bulk of that funding for upgrades to their CPO's radios in order to get the RCMP encryption added to those as part of that program to work with RCMP and be able to hear what's going on. So in 2020, that's what those dollars were used towards. We don't have anything earmarked for 2021 in terms of what those dollars would be utilized for. But certainly as things need to be replaced, that's where we would go to. Just instead of putting it moved from a materials and supplies line into, or a contracted services into this capitalized amount similar to the fire discussion we had previous.
I do note that the CPOs currently, there's no second line showing when vehicles would be getting replaced. I'm sure they're not gonna be, I'm quite confident they'll need to replace vehicles along the line, and I don't see anything there.
Absolutely. There is one CPO unit being replaced in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, and that is reflected in fleets.
It's
Fleet
some-
management plan. It's because it's not a regionally funded item, all of the fleet vehicles, to my understanding, are within Public Works Operations fleet budget. But there
Okay.
is one unit for 2021.
Thank you for that. I
No
was
problem.
curious, because I'm thinking, gosh, I'm pretty sure they're gonna want a vehicle someday.
Yep.
Counselor Lang?
This isn't really a budget question, but it's been a question I've had for a long, long time on the CPO vehicles, and I always forget to ask it. My understanding is that they get outfitted and they use these high-rated tires for so they could do high speed. What's the purpose? Because they're not allowed to chase anyone.
They are not allowed to pursue, that is correct, but in the course of closing the distance or closing the gap between themselves and somebody who is doing an excessive speed, they are allowed to go beyond the threshold of the speed limit in order to make that traffic stop. The entire vehicle is a police package vehicle is what they call them, so they have heavier duty, and we did talk about this on the fireside in terms of the discussion we had with the ICC, but heavier duty shocks in emergency service vehicles and other parts and pieces that, for the more types of wear and tear that they do go through, those vehicles are something that I don't believe that adds to the cost of the vehicle overall. We have a buying power through our Sourcewell, so we do get quite a good municipal price in terms of vehicles. But honestly, when it comes to the vehicle fleet, I'd probably, if we're looking for specifics on the actual truck itself and vehicle, would defer that to my esteemed colleagues in operations and fleet, for sure.
Yeah, I understand that, and I know we get good buying power, but it's been a question, and I know there's other municipalities that use mini pickups, S10s, things like that, so I'm just wondering why these have to be beefed up so much, and so anyways, I'll refer it to someone else when I get a chance.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none? Well, at least it's not the very, very end of the day this time.
No. Thank you, Council.
And I appreciate you providing a little more detail. We'll be excited to see these new vehicles coming forward now. It'll be very good. That would be nice. What does everybody think? Should we take a little stretch before we get into the four-year financial plan, and then we go back through some of the questions we had outstanding for the day? How about we take a 10 or 15-minute break? Thank you. All right, we have gotten through all of the departmental capital budget overviews. We're now going to be going back through the four-year financial plan and then working on other items that have come up over the last 2 days and figuring out how to balance this budget.
If you want to just scroll down to the bottom there so we can see what the, oh, not quite that far, just, yeah, we want to see the bottom there. So you can see the forecasted actual for 2020 is a surplus of just over $10 million. Draft budget for 2021, when we started, was a deficit of 4.7 million, and the projected deficit for 2022 was a deficit of 23,659,000. There's a couple things I caught as we were going through. One was the Resource Road Partnership funding. Didn't have that in there. And then we added $3 million to the sewer reserve draw in 2022. And expectation of a grant for the sewer system of $5,416,125. So that's changed the bottom line of 2022 quite a bit. We still need to work on 2021. However, there is a forecasted surplus in 2020. One of the things that we haven't gone through yet that I wanted to was the list of reserve transfers that we make every year. It's okay, Alana, I'll just run through them. So these are things that we either annually put money into a reserve for because there's a specific goal in mind, or annually we want to smooth out those draw on resources. So for example, West Country Road Reserve, we put $300,000 in that every year. And then we get enough in there so that the Public Works guys can do a project when we get it up to $1.5 or $2 million. The last, I should look and see when we started this, but there's $1 million going to fund commercial and industrial land development. And I do see that it's in 21 and 22. I didn't look any further. I don't know what year it started or what year it was said to end, but let me just see what the balance of that reserve is. Well, there's $800,000 in that reserve, so this must be the first year that it's going in, 2021. And it's noted to go in 2022 and 2023.
Are we looking at the restricted surplus reserves?
Yes.
Okay, that way we're all on the same page.
Yeah.
We received it yesterday.
That's just the summary. I'm just gonna go through the specific items. Like there's several items every year that go in and out of reserves based on the projects. But I just wanted to touch on those ones that are kind of like annualized or saving over many years for a specific project. Just to ensure that that's still the goal. Sorry, I lost my place there. Oh, that's because. Yep.
Councillor Duncan?
The commercial industrial land development, $1 million, we don't have a reserve of that name on it in our
It's going into the Public Works Capital Reserve.
Public Works capital, okay?
Yep. We fund gravel reclamation, $200,000 a year, and have done so for as long as I remember. Public Works Capital Equipment Reserve, there's $150,000 put in that annually, and we have done that as long as I can remember. Fire facility reserves, we put $150,000 annually in there, and then we've topped up that reserve the last few years to be able to build the Leslieville and Condor Public Services buildings. Fire apparatus used to be at $150,000, and probably for the last 4 to 5 years, it's been up to $700,000. And then all of the apparatus is being funded through that reserve. There's also a command vehicle replacement reserve. And in order to fund the 2 vehicles replacement in 2021, there would need to be a transfer to that reserve of $127,000, and then it would drop back down to what its usual transfer is, which is $70,000 a year. The facilities reserve transfers to that $1.5 million, and I think the overall goal is to build a facility in 2028. Is that correct? And the last one is the GIS air photos. That's another one of those ones where we just smooth out the asks so that it's $76,000 a year, and we fly, this time I think it's 4 years, but usually it's every 3, so. And those are all of the ones that I would say are smoothing out the ask, or we're saving for a specific project. Otherwise, the transfers to and from reserve are because of a project that doesn't get done over 1 year and carries forward into the next, or there's a project coming up in a couple years and we have a little surplus, so we put some money in there. Any questions about those annualized transfers?
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yeah, I would just suggest, if you could provide us a summary of those, because
Sure.
some of them I wasn't quite aware of, and it's just handy to remember those. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Restricted surplus reserves?
I'll send out a summary, a detail of those annualized transfers.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Councillor Lang?
And I'm just looking, I think, I'm looking at my fellow councillors, I think we have the unrestricted ones in front of us.
Well, no, there's one unrestricted one, and then all the ones underneath that one are restricted. Just the very top one is the unrestricted,
Oh, okay.
and then all of the reserves in the bottom are
Okay.
restricted.
I thought there was a second sheet.
Okay, yeah, no, it's all in one sheet. Murray, do you have a question? No?
I was just gonna clarify, I might have missed it, Rhonda. Did you mention the transfer to the county facilities reserve every year?
Yep, 1.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So that is again for the ultimate replacement of this facility. So we've been putting money away so that down the road, the money will be available.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yeah, Rhonda, the county facilities, I think you mentioned the other one, there's 1.5 million for the long-term building, but there's another 200,000, it's 1.7. What was that other 200,000 again?
There's a gravel reclamation one for 200,000
Is that the one that would go into that slot as well?
into facilities? No,
Yeah, it doesn't look like
that's
the
the
one.
facility rental income, so that's any income that comes from renting out any of the properties that Clearwater County owns. So Eric mentioned them yesterday, I think, but they were like the medical building, there's a house on the North Development area, there's a building in Caroline. And that's more to manage the long-term maintenance of the rest of those rental properties.
So that 200,000, let's say your income was maybe 300,000 or 400,000, but you put 200 of that
No,
into this long-term
the
fund.
200,000 is our budget for that, for those rentals, yeah.
But they're not, it seems improbable that they would be exactly 200, so.
No, that's just the budget, so when we come to year end and we find out what our actual revenue is, then we just put what the actual is. But that's just our budget for the year.
It's a placeholder number.
Like, yeah, it might be 198,000 or 203,000, I don't know, but.
Well, as an example, in 2019, it was 1,891,000. So I guess, yeah, I see what you mean. So it isn't 200, it's whatever.
Whatever the
that total
actual is, yeah.
I get you, okay.
Yeah.
Other thoughts or comments?
Okay, where was I going next? It's been a
It's
long
that time
2
of the day.
days.
We're having a little lag. That's okay. We're gonna get this moving forward.
Okay, so if we go back to the
Four-year financial?
four-year financial plan. Unless there's any other questions about that surplus summary, like, is there any of the other reserves you're not sure what would be coming out or going in?
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Not so much the reserves here, but I'm very curious about the MSI, the usage, the allocations that have been made, the allocations that are planned to be made.
Okay, we can go there next.
That's summary.
Yeah, we can go there next.
Do we have that summarized somewhere?
I will, I'll just put that in an email and send it right now, and actually I'll include Alana so that she can put it on the screen. Oh.
Okay. So
Okay,
we
it's
should
just
be looking
going.
for it in an email?
Yeah, I'm just sent it, so Alana will, once she gets it, she'll put it up on the screen.
Oh, okay, that'll be easier than us.
I've included you guys on the email, but
Okay.
she'll put it up here too.
Counselor Duncan?
And I guess at some point, Rhonda, we will also have to reallocate that surplus. Some of it has to go to
Yeah.
work in progress.
No, I've accounted for everything that's gone into work in process.
So that is excessive of work in progress.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Just give Alana an opportunity to get it on the big screen. And it has been emailed.
All right. So MSI at the end of 2019, we had a balance, because that's the last audited financial statement, we have a balance of 17,917,332. And in 2020, the allocated funds were 4,695,344. The projects that we had allocated in 2020 are bridge rehab, the Leslieville Fire Hall, asphalt overlay, specifically the Sunchild Road, and the base pave, specifically the Timing Road. So we were using 13,140,000, and then the project that it's been allocated to for 2021 is the Beaver Flat grading project. So that could be one that we could discuss, I guess, not doing or funding through other means. And then at the end, depending on what the allocation is in 2021, we'd have $2.6 million left to allocate.
So, first question I have is the base pave for 2020. What base pave was that?
Timey Road.
Okay. And certainly, Beaver Flats rating, I wasn't sure that was even a go.
As far as I know, it was. Counselor Swanson?
Yeah, that was for the north end because we phased that. So 2 years ago, we did the first 5 kilometers and this is the last 9 kilometers of that.
So I recall we deferred that in the first year and then spread it over 2 years.
That's right, yeah. Anyway, back to the point I made earlier, I think that as much of this funding as possible should be retained for broadband road rehabs, and that we have allocations for that, I think.
Counselor Lang, in the meantime?
What projects are we legislated that we have to do? And does any of our MSI go towards that or have to go towards that?
As far as capital projects go?
Yeah, like what are we legislated to do annually?
Well, I guess the one that comes to mind, the Municipal Government Act says we have to provide safe community. So earlier, council dialogued the Lesaville wastewater treatment facility. That would be a legislated service. Paving would not be legislated. That would be a standard, but doesn't necessarily equate to safe. It can be a gravel standard and still be safe.
Recognizing that currently they're grandfathered in, is what I'm hearing you say, and we need to make sure
And that's kind of the timeline,
Right.
Reeve Laird. Like right now, they're grandfathered. If we ever got held to a higher standard, that's when legislation would kick in.
Yep.
And require us then to upgrade.
Sometimes it's better to be ahead of that curve than be behind it. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, I guess the point I'm making on this is that you used to have to kind of apply or suggest and get approved to assign MSI to a project. A couple of years ago, they opened it up and said, you can put MSI to whatever you want. Just tell us where it's going. So MSI is one stream of funding. And the reason I have suggested that this be held as much as possible for broadband is that when you start applying to the federal government for whatever these programs are under the Universal Broadband Fund or others, to the extent that they see that you're getting some of your funding from the Alberta government, and clearly if you apply for 70% or 65% funding and you hook up the same number of clients as somebody else who's applying for 75%, you would be advantaged. So there's an advantage to being able to say that you have Alberta government funding in this besides your own. That's your plan. So I think it's highly desirable and advantageous to the county to hold it for that purpose. And I believe that is what Red Deer County is doing specifically. They're using as much or all of the MSI funding that they can get and other grants to work on their broadband. I think it's a very wise approach.
Mr. Hagan?
Perhaps before I respond to that suggestion, I just wanted to clarify with Rhonda, when are we doing Beaver Flat grading?
2021.
Because I'm seeing it as 2022 on the capital listing that we looked at today.
What year is it? Okay, thanks.
So we are earmarking MSI, but 22 as opposed to 21.
Well, I just want to make sure that I've put it in the right spot in, oh yeah, it is in 2022.
Okay. So on our 4-year financial plan, it's in the correct spot?
Yes,
This should
just
just
this
read
sheet is,
2022?
yeah, incorrect.
Okay, with respect to reallocating to MSI, that is council's prerogative. My caution would be the interest of transparency. We have the ability, the flexibility to apply those funds to different kinds of projects. But if we apply it to broadband and, for instance, this money's no longer available for the Beaver Flat grading, where's that money coming from? It's coming from taxpayers. So really, we're taking it from one funding source to another, calling it a provincial contribution towards broadband. I suggest it's not a direct contribution, it's indirect, and it's through council's discretion that it's been applied. So I just encourage council to give that consideration in making the decision.
Can I add something?
Please do.
Just want to, also, we still do have to apply. We have to fill out an application, and it does have to meet certain criteria. It's not just spend it on whatever you want. Yeah, so I'm not saying broadband wouldn't qualify, but we try to put it on projects that we know for sure do qualify so that we don't have as much hassle.
Excuse me, I submit that, broadband certainly does qualify, it's listed. And as I say, the advantages are in the perception for granting. I think it's anything you can do to improve the appearance of your grant, I would think that's what we should be doing, because in terms of the other funding, whether it's a road or something, you're gonna get that from whatever source, whether you get the other source money elsewhere for broadband or whether you use this, it doesn't matter in the long run, but the description of your grant makes it far more advantageous than putting it into a road.
All right, thank you. Councillor Lang?
Rhonda, I'm not sure if I'm missing something. We have the MSI funding, what we had left 2019, funds added 2020. Where's MSI funding from 2021?
I don't know what it's going to be yet.
So there's gonna be more.
If the province approves that, yes, but I don't know what that is, or
When-
if it will be for sure.
When do we expect to know?
In March, when they bring down their budget.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, with regard to MSI funding for future, we are already through some of the conversations that have been shared with us from Minister Allard and others. It has been that we will see reduced funding stream from MSI and other sources. So we need to be prepared that whatever number we may or may not be getting from the province, we'll say may, because we want to stay positive today, it's still going to be a reduced number from what we've historically seen. As much, I've heard as much as 25% reduction. So if we were to look at what we've historically got and forecast from there, you could, I guess, make a bit of an assumption there around what we might get. And it's sort of speculating without knowing. And I can appreciate why we don't want to set ourselves up for fail here. Ms. Sherhan?
Yeah, and it's a little bit deceiving when we see the funds coming in for the different years. Like some years, the province will say, oh, we're topping up last year's, but we're paying it in February because their year end is just a little bit different than ours. And so it's actually quite complex about how they assign the funding to 1 year. So when they say it's a 25% reduction, like I think our actual allocation for the last few years is like 2.5 million. So a 25% reduction could be, 400,000, I don't know. 500,000.
Well, thank you for sharing what historically received. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Lang?
So when we do get it, I'm presuming we're gonna get something, can we make application to use it like right away?
Yes, they expect us to make application by May.
Okay, so that it could, when it comes, be used for broadband at that time.
It could, yeah.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Question, I thought that you normally applied that when the project was done or sometime during the project. And you can keep it, it has an expiry date, it's best before a certain time.
Correct.
So you can keep this for how many years?
5.
5 years, so that's the point. We have a certain amount in the pool now, we can hold it for 5 years if we want.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we know what date is on these? Because we've used a good sum of it in 2020, but whatever our carry forward might already have 2 years already expired on it.
Yeah, so I think our carry forward, so if we didn't spend the 6.8, that brings us up to 9 million. And obviously 4.6 is in 2020, and then it's quite a bit smaller in 2019 and 2018. So I'm gonna say some of it's 3 years old already. And that's part of the reason that we're using all of these funds in 2020 is because it was coming very close to the 5-year expiry date on it.
We are a very frugal council.
We are, you are.
And that's to the credit of historic councils before us and our credit for the years that we've been sitting in these seats. Recognizing that, we're faced with a downturn in the economy and a challenging tax collection process and moratoriums on our taxes. Maybe it's time to look more at how these surpluses, or I should say restricted reserves, are allocated and how we would see them put towards projects that would benefit our citizens, given that it continues to be one of the challenging things that we see in the news being misrepresented as having all of these dollars unspent. They are allocated to projects. Maybe there's an opportunity to do some reallocation. So I give that to you for some consideration. Any thoughts or comments, Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, certainly. I think that is spot on. I mean, we have reserves that we're not drawing down very quickly. But even this MSI, if I could go back to that for just a moment. We have certain programs here, and we've allocated on our books. My question would be, given that we haven't finished the Leslieville Fire Hall, we got 3.12 million allocated there on the books. If we don't report that, or haven't reported it yet, we could fund it in any other way and even reserve that, even reserve something out of 2020. Is that right, or have we reported that?
No, we have not.
That's what I thought, and that's
On the
the point I'm
2020
trying to make
projects.
here. So what I'm concerned about is which of these funds have to be used, have to be assigned in the next few months, and which can go on a project that we're doing in 2021 and could be reported to the government in December or December of 2021 or early 2022. How much money, if we did it that way, would be in this fund? Because some of these projects that you're allocating in your mind or on a piece of paper but not reported is yet to be available.
Well, these are the ones that are budgeted that way, so I guess we could do a budget adjustment in 2020, I'm not sure.
Sure.
And I would have to check and see which ones are expiring this year, because we would want to make sure we used up the ones that were expiring.
Absolutely. We must use everything that's expiring, but I would like us to consider all of those that have not been signed and, you know, it would not be expiring in the next few months, that could be used on a 2021 program. So that would be looking at it with a fresh set of eyes, you know, with a, looking at all the options available, because we're going to be adjusting our budget right up until January 15th or something, I presume, for 2020. You know, you're going to be allocating, finishing your paperwork here in the next couple of weeks or into the early parts of
I
January,
remind
right?
you that we close our offices on December 24th.
That's true, but we allocate, we have to have all the invoices, but we keep allocating, I think.
Mr. Hagan.
Perhaps I can lend some clarification. I believe what you're referring to is our year-end process for our financial statements. And yes, that's where we would look ultimately for council's approval of what gets transferred to and from reserve as of December 31st, 2020. With respect to these MSI funding amounts, I suggest it's a little late in the game if we're looking at the 4 projects that are identified there that were funded from MSI in 2020. Are you referring to roughly $9 million of available MSI aside from these and not counting the Beaver Flat grading?
I'm certainly looking at that 9, but I'm also asking the question relative to these 4 items, some of which may have been completed and fully allocated. But in terms of where the money is actually taken, we could still reallocate up until the time we close our books.
No, we can't.
No.
We can't. Where does the money come from?
Well, as an example, I mean, we have asphalt overlay, we have a paving reserve. So clearly we could take it out of the paving reserve rather than out of MSI as an example. We have choices.
Theoretically, but what you're suggesting is a budget adjustment in the last number of days of December of the fiscal year. I'm not sure that really makes a lot of sense. A budget is meant to be a plan for the year ahead, not an adjustment at the end of the year and a reallocation going against that plan.
Well, we make all kinds of adjustments here, and, you know, even here, the surplus carried forward, where we allocate that. You know, at the end of the day, this is the reporting and where you finally allocate. And I understand, we may not want to do that, but to understand what is available, I think is useful to this council.
And again, if I may respond, I would suggest a more transparent method of doing this would be to leave these projects as being MSI funded as council approved them to be, and use the surplus allocated to reserve to be carried over from year end to be used in a future year.
That's something to think about. I'll leave that with you to think about for a moment. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, when we were going over the broadband, Rhonda, just for clarification, you said that we had 3.9 million already set aside in reserves. And if I believe that Cam did say that we were fully funded in the projects that we have outlined already, correct?
We have 9.3 in the reserve.
Yeah.
And his capital plan is 11.8.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So we would need to find a little bit of, in order to complete that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm okay with what's been outlined there, knowing that we're going to have decreased revenues in the future, and I'm, as much as I understand the need for broadband. I know that the people on the residents on the Beaver Flat Road want that grading done. And with that, so I guess for myself, I want that to stay in the 2022. So that's where, I guess where I'm at, so on that.
All right. Councillor Duncan?
I will concur mostly with Councillor Swanson there. I leave as is, leave Beaver Flats grading in the 22 budget. I would, at this point, be okay with not, or keeping it, sorry, that not using MSI on that one at this point, that we would have time to think through that one through and perhaps reallocate for the 2022 budget, where the MSI funds would go. But I would not, I think at this point, I understand Councillor Vandermeer's suggestion, and it does make sense at some level, but because of the, I guess for me, I would have rather had this discussion back at the 2020 budget. I would rather leave those MSI funds the way they are. I know we didn't ask that question of Cam when he was here today. He's probably the one most familiar with the grants, and whether they even asked that question, we don't even really know what the grant application says. It might just say something like other funds used. I understand you're making a case as well for the province to do that, or, to show that the province is, but I think it's really just, for me, it's a bit of a shell game. I think they fully understand what we would be doing there if we said it's MSI funding as opposed to just regular funding. It's not, I don't think we're really, to me, it doesn't make all that much of a stronger case. There's really only one taxpayer out there, and MSI funding is from that one taxpayer. All our tax revenues from that one taxpayer. All the federal funding is from that one taxpayer as well.
That's true.
Yes, we can make, grant applications are an art form and there's, I've done enough of those, they're an art form, but all right, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
I just want to say I'm for leaving the Beaver Flats grading in 2022. I know your area doesn't have much for paved roads and that kind of thing, so I fully support that. And I guess going forward, we can grant the MSI that comes through in March. We can look at using that, John. And I understand using that provincial form of funding for broadband.
Any other thoughts? I think that the other opportunity we will have, we're often asked as we discover if we have any surplus at the end of the year to reallocate those. There will be that opportunity. That usually happens February, March. Perhaps you could remind us of when that happens as well, because there may be more opportunity for that as well.
To clarify, you're speaking of taking the actual surplus realized on the financial statements and allocating that to reserve?
Yes.
Yeah, so that, we'd bring that before council in March as one of the last stages of the financial statement finalization. But council does have an opportunity here to do some preliminary planning for that today. Rhonda's projection is in the neighborhood of $10 million available. So council could give some consideration now to allocating that to reserve as of the end of 2020. And then that would make it available to fund either broadband or other projects. Some of it could be considered to be put into the tax rate stabilization reserve, which could help address this deficit that we're trying to balance today if council so chose. So that's the point that Rhonda was making in terms of we're in a pretty good situation here. If we didn't have this surplus, council would have some harder decisions to make to cut this down. So council definitely has some flexibility today in terms of this money. Now, at the same time, council can decide to take that entire 10 million, allocate it to specific projects, and we still need to balance 2021 overall. Does that make sense? So anything that council wants to put away at the end of 2020 would not be reflected in the 2021 here, other than what we would pull back into 2021 for funding.
Perhaps we could find a methodical way to start working through that process then, if if you wouldn't mind, whichever page we should be looking at. Maybe we should put that on the screen and work our way through that. So back to the four-year financial plan?
So as I was going through, we talked about these items that were kind of put in the parking lot to discuss after, but there are some items that I kind of made note of as we were going through the capital presentations today that were taken from tax revenue. So any of those transfers to reserve, those annual ones, we could do, no, never mind. The airport terminal building, there's no funding specified for that. So you could take out of your surplus, put into a reserve, and fund the airport terminal building.
I thought we did fund the airport terminal
I
building.
think it's low, it's not for the full amount though, right?
No, it's not. I thought at one point we bumped that right up to 500,000, but I see it's only at 380.
Yeah, I think it's at 380. So we could bump that up to 1 million, which is what the projected cost is for the county share of that project in 2021. And is that project in 2021? Yeah.
Yes.
And thereby lowering the deficit in 2021 draft budget. The other ones, so was bridge rehab. So there was 6.2 million identified as work on bridge rehab in 2021. And we identified conservatively 1.5 million coming from Alberta Transportation. So we could also allocate some of that forecasted surplus in 2020 into your bridge deficit reserve, and then subsequently pull that out in 2021 to fund the balance of that program.
So how much is that again?
6.2 less 1.5, so that's 4.7 million. So if you did that, that pretty much balances your deficit in 2021. Or the broadband project, the balance that's not funded by the reserve, you could put subsequent dollars into that reserve and pull them out in 2021. So that project, those projects in 2021 are fully funded from the reserve instead of partially.
Councillor Duncan?
So I would prefer to fully fund the broadband projects from this surplus and bump up the bridge deficit. We could do that by some, but we do have at present time 12 million in the bridge reserve, so there is there's enough in there to even without any more additions to the bridge reserve, but I'm
For
okay
sure.
with putting some more in because that's gonna be an ongoing one we'll deal with. And I don't know, without having it in front of me, if we've got some big years coming up for bridge roof.
Yeah, I think conservatively, the draw on that there's 20,
There's.
sorry.
You
Gotta look at the
like
right
right now,
one.
you've got 3.7 million coming out of there for 2021. We already know it's gonna be more than that
Yeah.
because we're
And 2.5 in 2022.
22.
And then 2.5 going in 2023. I'd have to look at the details for that and see exactly what transactions are going on in that reserve, but.
The other one for me is I'm not sure where the grading project like Beaver Flats would come out. Is that Public Works Capital? Which fund, Eric? Sorry, would Beaver Flats grading, or which?
It's tax levy.
It was tax levy, but if it was to be a reserve, which reserve is the best one to draw on a grading project? Public Works Capital or gravel reclamation?
We've never actually set up a reserve for a
Grading
for a
projects.
grading project.
Okay.
It was either through MSI or through tax levy.
Okay.
So, we could always make a reserve for it.
Yep.
Yeah, and I guess if you wanna make, the reason for making a reserve is it's not due till 2022. We could fund it directly here through surplus or something if we wanted to, if it was next year, but it's not till 2022, so.
Well, and I guess my point about the surplus, the transfers was, instead of transferring in 2021, you could take some of the surplus from 2020 and do additional transfers in 2020 and then skip the transfer in 2021 and go back to them in 2022.
Mr. Hagan, and then we'll come back to Councillor Duncan as well.
I was just gonna mention, Rhonda, just an observation, you're starting to sound like the provincial government now. And I did just want to remind council as well, I don't mean to take MSI off of the table entirely. While I have concerns about what's been committed for 2020, there is a $2 to $3 million unallocated balance there. So that is still available for council's discretion if they want to apply it to broadband or another project in 2021. That too will help resolve our deficit situation. So just want to be clear on that.
Councillor
Okay.
Duncan.
Sorry, and I guess I'm just kind of spitballing, going round and round here, but I don't know, perhaps maybe a better way to address this then is to deal with those annual transfers first out of the 10 million in surpluses. If we want to keep, unless we see some changes we want to make there, and then see what's left there, and that will help us work our way through that. I don't know if that's a plan of action that the rest of council would want to follow or not there. And we don't have that in front of us, I guess, what that total is, but Rhonda could probably tell us.
Yeah, I'm just working on that. Actually, I'll send it out right away.
It's probably gonna eat up a large part of the 10 million, but
Well,
we also
no,
have
it's
to balance
all,
our.
the 2020 ones are included in that $10 million. What I'm saying
sorry.
is if you,
Right.
if you wanted to,
No, we've already done the transfers, or they're in that 10 million, sorry.
yeah,
I asked that question
they're
before.
already, the transfers are accounted for within, like, and then you still have a surplus of 10 million.
Okay, so then we would be actually bumping up.
Well, that is certainly one option. Okay, so we need to work our way through this in a methodical way. And I appreciate that that is certainly one option. We need to make sure that that you have 6 friends that agree with you. Okay, so where do we want to go? Do we want to work through the transfers that, as you've been able to pull them up?
I can, yeah. We can either, like, the projects that you don't have funding for is probably where I would start.
Okay.
Let's try to figure out if there's one of those that you could put money into reserve for in 2020 and fund that through reserve instead of a draw on your levy. So the unfunded ones are the airport facility, and the bridges. And we've never funded gravel road rehab out of a reserve before, but it is one that always is a draw on tax revenue, so it could be one that we create a reserve for. Or you could just put some into the tax rate stabilization reserve and pull out the deficit. Those would be the ones that I would think are your most obvious options. So do you want me to, can I get you to type them up there, Alana? So on the bottom of, just leave a space underneath the Resource Road Partnership, and let's put airport facility. Yeah, let's just type out the project. So then the next one is bridge rehab. Gravel road rehab. Surplus to tax rate stabilization, broadband, and, I guess future annual transfers could be an option, but I would say that that would be your last resort, so. Okay, so let's put some dollar amounts, in there, Alana. You can just put them in that budget 20 column, if you wanna move those. No, oh, yeah, you could, yeah. So, the airport facility, 970,000, is that?
Yes.
Bridge rehab, I'd say there's like at least 3 million in there. I'll look up at the numbers. Gravel road rehab is 4.9, Eric? 4.8? So let's put $4.5 million in there. 4.500. No, this is gravel road rehab. A Beaver Flat Road's not till 2022. Tax rate stabilization, we could just put that deficit number, so, 4,800,000. Broadband was, what's left to fund, 2.8 million? 11.8 minus 9.3, oh, 2.5 million, Alana. And the annual transfers is 4,023,000, 4023. Yeah. 4023, and then 2 zeros, or 3 zeros, sorry. Yeah, that's all right.
Councillor Hoven?
I just want them there right now, just for discussion purposes.
Thank you.
And then, as they decide which ones they want to, go with, which option they want to go with, then I'll put them into the right columns. Okay?
Councillor Hoven, while you're totaling?
A question about last year's budget. We stayed with a 0% tax increase and we had budgeted to draw, was it 2 million out of the tax stabilization?
No, I think it was about 400,000. Just
Okay,
let me look.
400,000. Now, because we were at a surplus, you never, ever actually had to draw on that, correct?
Correct.
That's right.
Okay.
That will be reflected in your financials.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, are you funding airport there twice, Grant, because you surplus to,
Oh, 315,000 or 380,000, right? So let's go 970 minus 380.
620, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and so actually, I hadn't removed the transfer from the tax rate stabilization, so that was 749,000 in. Let me make sure I'm in the right year. Oh, that was 2021. Sorry, maybe the 2021 is gone. Oh, it was 148,000, so I didn't remove it, but I will, but it's not helping much.
Future annual transfers, that's the annual transfers we do into reserves?
Yes, so that's the annual transfers you do into reserves, like every year. That's the 1.5 million to the facility reserve. So you could choose to do 2 transfers into that facility reserve in 2020 and skip 2021, okay? Yes, like the provincial government.
But if we want to, and I'm not sure if we're working towards reducing that 19 down to 10 million, if we want to reduce it down to 10, then we can't really do that this year then. We want to fund those other things there.
Well, I mean, you could just, that's what I'm saying, you have more options than you need.
Yeah.
So you just need to choose enough, actually, all you need to choose is the 4,800,000 out of that to balance for 2021. And the rest we can take care of at year end, or you can choose to allocate the whole 10 million.
Right.
Yeah.
I think we should at least keep the airport in, that's one we know we're funding in
need-
2021.
Yep.
Yes.
a balanced budget at this time. I think that's our goal, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And those later allocations of surplus, when we have the right numbers, would be, rather than discussing it and soul searching,
No, I know, you're right, but you're also, if you transfer the whole 4.8 out to balance the budget, part of that 4.8 is the 590,000 that's in there for the airport, right? So, we don't need to do, like, just.
I agree.
All right. We're good with the airport facility of 620,000?
590.
590, I think.
380 in there already, 590.
Or 590, I mean?
Leaves us with 0 in there, we should do at least, just to keep something in the account, let's do 600,000 or something.
Maybe round it to 600,000? Okay?
Oh, 600,000?
Yes, we're rounding it. Okay, that's one. Other thoughts? Councillor Lougheed?
No, sorry, I didn't.
I saw your light on.
Rhonda, what else is not? Of the 4 million there, what else is not, what other projects are not funded?
Yeah, the internet, the broadband, has 2.5 million not funded.
So I think we need to put 2.5 million into the broadband reserve to help take care of the deficit as well.
Okay, so just add it like you did the airport one. Yeah.
I was gonna double it for you, but
We still can't.
2.5.
You gotta build up some reserves there, enough that we're spending.
And then we had, there was a road one was low as well, wasn't there not?
Well, the gravel road rehab, I mean, we've never funded
Never
that from reserve. But-
Okay. Yeah.
Or,
But if we're gonna reduce this to 0, then, and we're not gonna fund the balance remaining from gravel road rehab, if we wanna fund that out of taxes, we need to find something else to fund.
well, we could put it into tax rate stabilization and just fund.
And you fund it out of there, okay, that's good, so whatever the deficit is on the gravel road, then that was the.
Well, I mean, just whatever deficit you have in 2021 there, so it's 1,697,596. So just put transfer to tax rate stabilization.
I wouldn't, honestly, I wouldn't put it to tax rate stabilization at this point. We've got, as of 12 million, just about 13.
So you just want to move that amount from there, or you want to find something else?
This is one place where I would say it would then put the remainder in with the broadband projects, because we know that there'll be others to come in the future. But that's kind of the first one that I see in that list that makes sense to me.
Okay, well, then you're still going to need to fund $1.6 million of one of the projects in 2021 to balance, that's all. So you could either take it out of the 12 million that's currently in the tax rate stabilization.
Oh, I misunderstood, sorry.
Yeah.
I guess it comes down to whether we want to leave. Do we want to draw down on the tax stabilization reserve, or do we want to leave it the same? If we want to draw it down a little bit more, then we should balance the budget, taking this 1.6 out of there. If we
Yes.
want to keep it the same as it is right now, we put the rest of surplus in there and take it back out to fund this.
That's what I was,
Draw it down, is that what
Sure,
we're saying?
let's draw it down by the 1.6, the tax rate stabilization.
So transfer from tax rate stabilization?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1.697596.
1,697,596. Yeah. Then you just have to adjust that formula.
And we should have some surplus to reallocate yet.
And it doesn't have to happen during this process, It can happen when we do bring the year-end financial statements. The goal of today is just to have a balanced budget for 2021, so.
Yeah, because there will be adjustments that we don't know what they are yet coming
Well,
in March.
yes,
and-
because the forecast is just an estimate,
Yes.
really. So, I mean, we're estimating it's 10,237,000, but it might be 10,450,000, or it might be 9,300,000. So to get that to zero would be tricky today. But I think, you know, it's there for information so that it's a tool you can use to balance your 2021 budget. And I think, you know, you've accomplished that goal. So the remainder of the work for this portion can be done when we present the reserve transfers right before the financial statements in the spring.
Are there other thoughts with regard to where we find ourselves balancing at the moment?
So is there anything else that you want, like any of these other things that you still want to talk about? Because we can adjust this bottom number however you want, if you made separate decisions about any of these other things that you said you wanted to talk about. So Coal Miners Crescent, I think you talked about it again today, so I think that's settled, is it, or?
Why don't we just take a moment and go over a few of these items? Coal Miners Crescent, dust suppression, recognizing we now have the fuller picture, understanding that we have paving coming shortly. Councillor Hoven.
How far is that? What's the distance for the dust proofing again? And my second question is, how many businesses currently operate on that? Because for me, out in the country, if I want dust proofing, I have to pay for it. Can't those businesses that would benefit from the dust proofing pay for it like every other resident and tax roll in the county?
Kurt will give us a number, but it is the golf course, Teresa knows, right, Mark? It's
the Shell.
It's the, yeah, all the businesses between the golf course and the Shell and whatever's there, is that correct?
Yeah, it'd be the Shell, phase 1 and phase 2, and there's the golf course in there. That's
Is
probably
it-
about it in that little stretch right there.
Is it all Stewart Street, or is it just the stuff
It's just
behind the
the
new
Coal
development,
Miner
right?
Crescent behind
Yeah,
it.
just there, okay.
My question is, are we subsidizing private business with their dust proofing and then not subsidizing, or we're subsidizing to a greater degree, the businesses in Nording than any other place in the county?
Councillor Lang.
The other hamlets, we lay paving down.
Well, I'm not saying we're not gonna pave it in 2 years. I'm just saying for the dust proofing, are we making an exception?
Something to think about, Councillor Lougheed.
Just one thought around that. It's really not a through street. Would there be an opportunity to reduce the speed limit to reduce the amount of dust in the interim before the paving goes in place? Would that be an option? I don't know.
Councillor Lang.
As much as I don't like the calcium, and neither does anyone else, I don't know what the speed limit is on there. I can't see it being very high because there's no room to get up speed. So I'm thinking that maybe the calcium chloride for 4,700 would be okay because, you know, I think the traffic has to go pretty slow there, so it's not gonna be a lot of splattering like it would be on a road with a higher speed limits.
Any other thoughts? Councillor Duncan?
In order to resolve this for $4,700, like we're not gonna be doing SB 90 here, for $4,700, put it in the budget and we can, if you want to talk to residents or you want to, we can sort out whether we can collect some funds from businesses there as well. I think we're putting, you know, we're making trying to help with an administrative decision here when we just, if we put the 4,700 in budget, it's covered whether we have to spend it or not.
Okay. Councillor Lang.
So that's my thought, you know, when you put the 4,700 in the budget, I'll talk to the residents out there and explain why. This is what we're looking at because of the paving down the road, and see if they want it or not. And maybe they won't. And
Perhaps there's an opportunity for administration to reach out and,
Yeah.
Instead of,
rather than me,
yeah, instead of, the counselor, you know your systems and your, product best, you could maybe make that, have that conversation rather than the counselor.
I think it
Councillor
gives
Duncan.
administration an opportunity to satisfy the question, should this be a cost share program or should it be a
Yes.
county program?
Yeah,
Mr. Magnus.
just for clarity too, that price at 4,700, that is at full cost, funded 100% by Clearwater County.
Councillor Hoven.
I'm just waiting on that number now from Caitlin, she'll provide me with that number. I thought I had it here. I have a square meter coverage. It's anywhere from 4,500 to 5,000 square meters worth of road top that would need to be covered.
460 meters sounds familiar. It's less than a kilometer, less than half a kilometer around.
Yeah, I have it worked out to approximately 600 meters. Yeah, around there.
So that number would be will probably be south of that number.
Yeah, and, you know, and our philosophy has been, you know, you could certainly classify that as a high maintenance area. It's within a hamlet, you know, we do take on high maintenance areas. It's not unusual. As for the preference of the product, that's what we would use for our high maintenance areas. We use it on the Quarry Road. We use it in other places there. That's the approved product, you know, from council. You know, we have the two products, but we wouldn't recommend anything other than that for that portion road.
Councillor Lang?
I'm just thinking if the businesses were to fund it, there'd only be one business funding it. Because the golf course, I think we give, they're barely getting by. They've been in the red for years, and without our help, they would have been long gone. So it'd only be the Shell gas station being able to put anything towards this.
All right. Ms. Sherahan?
Oh, I'm just waiting till you're done.
Nope.
Are you good with that item
I
then?
think we're good there. I believe the next one is SAR insurance.
Yeah, that's just a note to me.
Okay.
About the $2,000 extra insurance that SAR is gonna be, gonna need. The next one's the transfer to the SRO and the RCMP admin. I do agree that this one needs a little more discussion, but I think because we're in the, agreements for, 12 months, we have to give a 12-month, notice if we are going to withdraw from those agreements. Maybe it's something we can speak about at a strategic planning meeting. I think it has to stay in budget for 2021, so.
There is an agreement for the SRO for 12 months. There is
Yes,
no
no
agreement
agreement for
admin.
RCMP admin.
So if we wanted to discontinue that today, we could. And how much is admin? RCMP admin?
Think about 190,000.
Now, that is obviously nice to have for the RCMP, but we also are now being faced with a 400 and some.
454,000
Okay,
for
450.
2021. and
For
then-
2021.
And then it gradually increases as we go.
At the very least, if we do leave this in, and that's if, I think that we would be giving them notice. At least I would hope we would be, because I don't believe that we should be in a position where we're funding something at a back that feels like it's being downloaded, and also funding it locally. That seems like double dipping to me. Councillor Duncan.
Okay. So some of the rationale back for funding this was to improve the RCMP service, get the officers out on the street more than they are in the office. I would suspect that if they want to accomplish the same service, if we discontinue this funding, then they will either have to hire staff or more officers to provide the same level of service. If they do that, our level of funding is gonna go up on the police model, is it not? Although police model funding is only for officers, it's not for, by their definition, and I looked to staff for that, right, they're only talking officers is what we're funding with our 450K that we're putting in this year.
And they're held to the call rate as well, Councillor Duncan. So they have parameters, they can't just replace, they do have parameters. And you're absolutely right, as far as, the initial rationale for hiring the admin positions was it would put the trained officers out where in a position that they're trained to do. My disappointment going through the consultation process was I voiced that to the province, and they won't recognize the funding of these admin positions to their funding model.
Yes.
So it is outside of what's being downloaded upon municipalities today.
Well, they would probably recognize it as funding if bumped up the requisition by the same amount, just to like play that game. But the other part of this for me is that I would not like to do this unilaterally because the town funds some of these as well. I think that's not fair because those were kind of agreed upon with I think that if we cease funding those positions, I think the town should be given the same opportunity at the same time as us to do this, and make that same choice. Otherwise, they may feel obligated to pick up all of it if we aren't, or they would have to make that decision, right? That should be a discussion, or if they suddenly decided to walk away, we would have to decide, are we gonna walk away too, or are we gonna fund everything? Or just our share, and they would cut staffing there.
That's why I suggested it might be a discussion over 2021 that we would be discontinuing for 2022. That gives us 12 months to have that conversation in. It also gives us 12 months to talk about the SRO, which we could do very quickly, and then see what comes back from the CPOs. So we've got a few options. Councillor Swanson, and then I'll be going to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then over to Councillor Hoven. We've got quite a few interested. Start with you, Councillor Swanson.
I would just be curious to know, maybe going forward, and as Reeve Liard has suggested that this could be a conversation for 2021, is what other counties are supplementing, if other counties are supplementing the RCMP barracks in their own, and how much, and what are they doing it with? So if we are doing specifically for admin, are they doing more for, in that department, or if they're, like, as far as admin support, or if they are doing for our CMP positions in and of itself? So I would be curious if any other county is doing the same as we are, and if they are cutting back or thinking about cutting back as well.
Councillor, oh no, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then over to Councillor Hoven.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, carrying on from Councillor Duncan's comments, the reason we funded these positions was so that we'd get better service out in the countryside, that we'd actually free up the officers' time so they're out on the roads, they're out in the neighborhood. And other counties sometimes are even funding directly extra police officers. We are fortunate, even though we're being downloaded on, we are fortunate in that we got 2 extra officers assigned to this detachment in the last year. So my view is that we should continue at this time to fund these staff positions to keep these officers out in the neighborhood. We haven't completely solved the crime problem in Clearwater County as of yet. So I think we could see this continue. I understand as the costs go up, we start at 400 and some, we go to 700 and some, we go up to 1.4 here after a little bit. It's going to mount up, but for me this year, I think this is, the reason we funded these way back when, that rationale has not changed. It's still worthwhile. We haven't stopped all of the crime issues in Clearwater County, so I think it's still a good investment for our community.
Councillor Hoven.
I agree with Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. But I would like to see a strategic planning meeting set aside for this topic, just so we can go more in depth and perhaps even reach out to the RCMP and so we can make a decision with all the information.
Councillor Lang.
I agree with Deputy Vandermeer and Councillor Hoven. Being on Crime Watch for the last year, I've heard over and over again how these admin staff are so appreciated, and it allows the officers to get out in our community. And the sergeant or staff sergeant has even expressed how he would like more admin staff. So I think it would really tie their hands to take away from the min staff right now. But I would like to have a conversation with them, and so that they know as this ask keeps climbing that we may be forced to have to do what we don't really want to do.
I think that that should give administration some direction with regard to where we plan to go. It looks like we are funding it for 2021, as we had indicated. We do want to have the conversation. We do not want to see continued scope creep, and we want to have a discussion with why this is an issue for us. What's next on the list? Transfers.
Transfers from the county to the town for their operations. So that's the rec funding, the library funding, the all the rec capital items. I think if we go back to that point on their agenda item on the first day, it's the bottom link there under delegation. And then I want to say it is.
Actually, I thought that it was well laid out in that two-page part from yesterday on page 29 and 30 of 76 yesterday. You'll find it on page 30 of 76. It's in the blue font. These are the items that have been indicated as not being well defined in the current recreation agreement. Is there a way that we could, we clearly have got it in the budget, that we could hold it in principle for further discussion and a new agreement?
Absolutely, we could just pass it in principle and bring something back to the first strategic planning meeting.
So could we just quickly go over the numbers here? We've got Splash Park at 23,100.
Yeah, that's the operating portion of the splash park or spray park.
If you don't mind walking us through it, that would be great.
Sure. Now, the next item is the North Saskatchewan River Park. There's some operating costs there because the town has taken that over from the, I don't remember what the board is that was looking after it before, but yeah. It looks like the recreation software, they're calling it capital expense. So it's $10,000 for new recreation software. Oh, that might be our portion, so probably the software's 20,000. Floor scrubber for 12.5, that's at the arena. The aquatic center HVAC upgrades. Yeah, in 2021, it's just $7,200 or $7,300. $7,500. You'd think I'd be better at math.
At this time of day, I think you're doing great.
Spray park again, but this is just the final items for.
Shade areas, picnic tables.
Yeah, just.
That are additions to the outside of the actual spray park pad itself.
Yeah, so that's a one-time ask, not something for operational. The infield dirt upgrades at the North Saskatchewan River Park. They're indicating that they're not sure how often that will happen 5 to 10 years, I think, that's what he said yesterday. I'm not sure, lighting of the football, soccer, running track, there was some confusion there because I thought the town had not passed that project, but I think it was.
That one is dependent on a CFIP grant.
Yeah.
And they were denied in 2020, they're reapplying in 2021.
Oh, okay.
So the only way that moves forward is if the football club gets the CFIP grant.
Okay.
Which we would be then committing to 62.5. So that one, we either have to say, if we say no to that now, then it doesn't matter if they get the grant or not. If we
Right.
approve it and they get the grant, we are committed to the 62.5.
Okay.
Councillor Hoven?
I was very disappointed with the town's presentation yesterday. I was very disappointed with the quality of the reporting we got. For example, on page 46 of 76 with the numbers about Christensen Center. You know, it's, first of all, they say operating actual versus budget history. And if you look, I can't see any actuals on there. So, you know, what report did we actually get? I believe someone yesterday requested, let's see the 3-year history so we know exactly what we're funding. I think that's required. Secondly, so just, my first comment was the reports are just very poorly done. And I made the comment yesterday, I'm more confused after hearing their presentation than before hearing their presentation. If you look on page 41 of 76, the contribution for cost shared programs, the number we have in the report is different than the number they gave verbally. By a significant amount. There's a discrepancy, I believe, in the airport admin. So I'm just concerned about the validity of all these numbers. And I think we should get a proper report done. And this is the ex-teacher in me, label the report correctly before you hand it in, student. But I want clarification on these numbers. What number are you actually asking for? And please, when you give us the report, have the correct numbers on. And then on page 56 of 76, all the capital requirements, once again, just a very poor report because they have the fire stuff in that should be a totally different part of the budget. The terminal building, wastewater, the lagoon stuff, and then we have $25,000 for the spray park, $25,000 for the infield dirt. We haven't approved any of these capital costs. So we need more information, and we need to make sure that this council is comfortable spending Clearwater County taxpayer money on all these projects on a report that is not accurate.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
So yes, I'm not willing to prove anything yet for a few reasons. Councillor Hoven just mentioned a whole whack that I haven't thought of. But I would like the historicals of the past operating expenses. Jim, you might be able to help with some of this. The North Saskatchewan River Park infield dirt upgrades, have we ever funded that before?
Councillor Duncan?
Sorry, I'm tired.
No.
Yeah, okay.
All activities there before were done by volunteers. So every time that there was a need for upgrades there was volunteers or community input into that. It's only since the town has taken it over that they are now responsible for doing these upgrades if they're needed, and this has come at the request of the clubs of the rodeo board and the chuck wagons that use it. And what happens there is that on rodeo, and probably Eric has maybe even a better idea than me on this, but with infields and even the track, there's different layers of materials, a base, some clay, covered with a sand or something, you know, to provide the right conditions. And that gets, over the years, mixed up and deteriorates and gets packed away in tires and all that sort of stuff. So they have to, it has to be resorted, redone, and repackaged kind of to make it a suitable track again. And that's where this is coming from, is that every few years it has to be upgraded. And if you look at that infield, after a few years, it starts to sag in the middle and water sits there and that kind of stuff. It needs to be regraded. Same with the track, and get out of line, and it has to be regraded as well.
So there's just an assumption that,
Well, the rodeo board and the Chucks have come to them with a request that this is a year that we need to re-upgrade the dirt on the infield.
so had the town not taken this over completely, would the rodeo board and Chucks have come to us?
They could have come to us, but it would have been a delegation to a council as opposed to coming as a request as a budgetary item, because the town now is the managing group there as opposed to the Chucks and the rodeo people.
Okay, so I can handle that one a little bit more now with that explanation. The splash park, it's in here now. I'm trying to recall, I remember when they first came to us, there was this ask so that some, I think some provincial dollars would come in. And so we put dollars in to enable the province to hand down some dollars, but I don't ever remember a commitment that we're gonna go ahead with the splash park in helping funding the total project. I don't know, maybe my memory is fuzzy, and it probably is.
Councillor Duncan.
Councillor Swanson might remember some of this as well. You're right, the original, they started raising money for the splash park, and they raised some funds, not a whole lot, but then there was a donation by the town and the county so that they had enough funds to qualify for the CFIP grant. So, yeah, even though it went out as a spray park was providing the CFIP application, it was truly funded mostly like 80 or 90% share of that was from the county and the town, not really from the spray park. They raised, and I'll just ballpark this, I think they had raised something like $10,000 and they needed $125,000, so there was grants made, and then we spent, that was money. And after that, there was another request for funds after that too. Because that was not enough to do everything there. And some of that was the additional capital items that came, that not all of which were built or approved, which, the change house for the football field and bathrooms and stuff like that were part of that. And I don't remember exactly what's built there now. I don't know if Councillor Swans remembers. We didn't even build the change house, right? That part was taken out of the budget.
Yeah. Mr. Hagan might be able to help us.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information available.
I just seen your light was on.
I was waiting to make another comment.
Okay, I'll wait, back to Councillor.
So
Yes, you're right. I think as a council, neglected to probably, we kind of went along, and I'm just thinking of how it turned out. We went along with the requests as they came in, and the assumption was made, or we never said either way, so the assumption was made that we were going to fund this half the capital of the spray park. Whatever they could not raise on their own, sorry.
Yeah, no. Okay, so is my thinking the same as yours? So my understanding as we went along, put some dollars in so they could help get the CFIP grant. But I remember some conversation that we wouldn't be tied into the total project, and I'm not sure council ever landed on that.
We may or may not have, but we did contribute more funds and approve more funds from this council because the spray park ended up costing $600,000. The CFIP was for $250,000, or $125,000 plus the $125,000 that was in the application form, of which we had put in at least $62,500. Yes, so I don't know if, we'd have to go back to minutes and meetings to find out the true thing there, sorry.
Ms. Sherhan.
So the first ask came for $50,000 that we provided funds to the Splash Park organization so that they could have matching funds, which the town also made that donation to the Splash Park Fund. And then subsequently, they couldn't raise enough money to complete the project, so they came back for the second time and said they needed an additional 200,000, so the county agreed. But there was never an agreement to fund at 50%, and it was never discussed about operating.
Okay. So what you're seeing here, just about promoted you to the other side of the table. We're all getting tired. Mr. Hagan.
I hear it's less stressful on that side of the table.
Is it?
I just wanted to address Councillor Hoven's observations. Administration intends to follow up with the town administration to clarify some of the questions that council and administration have had regarding the reported numbers and requests and so forth. So we will work with them to iron that out. I think what concerns me a little bit more is just the timing, is that I think it's got to be difficult for council to get their heads collectively around these requests at essentially the 11th hour as we're trying to pull this budget together. So what I'd like to do with council's permission is contact the town administration and see for future years, starting with the 2022 budget, if we can't get together earlier, say September, I'd have to see how that coordinates with the rec board meetings as well. But if there was an opportunity to bring this forward to, say, our September strategic planning meeting, and we could start getting this information out where we could start discussing it, and we'd be much better prepared for not only our budgeting process, but I think it would honestly help the town as well, because they could potentially have some direction as to where the county's at in terms of funding, willingness and so forth. So I think it would take some of those unknowns out and take the time crunch out as well. So again, with council's permission, that's where I'd like to proceed.
I think it's appropriate. Councillor Lang, anything additional?
Yeah, I believe there was another year that we had someone come from the rec board at the 11th hour too, like 2 years ago. Mr. Hagan, I always remember, I think it was the first year you were here, that's something you said, and it's, I've always believed in it, but you said it in this room, and you said that we have to remember for every capital expense we have, we're going to have ongoing operational costs. And it's one thing when it's ours, but when these capital belong to another municipality where those assets belong to them, and we're married to these ongoing costs to maintain this capital expense year after year after year, and every year there's more and more capital added. It's concerning to me. And at some point in time, it's going to be unsustainable.
All right, it looks like we've got a bit of a game plan going forward. I'm not sure if I was kinder or worse to my students, Councillor Hoven. I just put that stuff in the garbage and told them to start again. So from what I can tell is what we've got here is a case of scope creep. If we can hold those dollars in principle until we can have some discussion and revision of the recreation agreement, at least we've got a go forward way. There seems to be a lot of assumptions, and I would say even presumptions of and interpretations of an agreement that we've now stretched beyond its limits. So we definitely need to have that conversation. I think that parks that for now. What's next on our list?
Positions added to the budget. Do you want to speak to those? I think there's just 2.5. Or 1.5, I mean, well, 1.5 for 2021, and then 2 FTEs going forward from there.
So further to discussions at strategic planning, what we've added in to corporate services is a records, I'll call it a records control coordinator, and as well an additional communications person. So the timing of those are roughly halfway through 2021 to hire into them. The records position might be earlier in the spring. And then going forward, and this is similar to Councillor Lang's comment, not only with capital equipment, but when we increase resources as well, it's going to be a full year's cost starting in 2022. So I want to be clear on that, that even though we're starting the positions partway through 21, it would be 22. So those are the two positions within corporate services. Did we have anywhere else?
The only other position-related change was just reclassifying one position from custodian to labor, and there was no cost difference in them.
Mr. Emmons?
Well, and the other one that hasn't been talked about because it isn't new is the vacant assistant fire chief position. Unless otherwise directed by this council, it's my intent to replace that vacant position. We have 2 reports that validate that empty position. I know the overtime the previous fire chief put in, keeping up with the current complement, and it would be my objective to see it filled unless otherwise told. So just want to be very open about that.
We haven't had that bear report thing come to council. That'll come in early in the new year, right?
Just workshop, yes.
That's all that's come so far, so it'll need to be approved by council at some point. Is there an opportunity to discuss it further at that point? I think we need to understand, because there's some transitioning there of how AC to be hired and a DC and somebody to become a DC, I don't know. Like there was some promotions and stuff happening there. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. In terms of the Bear Fire Service Master Plan, that is already, I believe, approved to come into the council agenda package in the first meeting in January. Administrative's recommendation for that would be for council to accept as information. As for the 4th position and its place within the org chart, the Bear report did reference a kind of an org structure change. Currently, we have a fire chief, a deputy chief, and 2 assistant fire chiefs, one position that's been vacant for some time, and that was largely due to the negotiations related to the fire service agreement. And then we had the operational plan for the fire service master plan underway, and we thought we'd hold off until we saw the outcomes of that as well. So again, to echo CAO Emmons' comments, the intent would be to fill the position. Now, in terms of the reclassifications, we had fire chief, deputy fire chief, and 2 assistant fire chiefs. Within those AC roles, there's an AC of training, AC of prevention. In the Bear report, they asked to reclassify so that there was a fire chief, a deputy chief, 2 deputy chiefs, one for operations, one for training and logistics and support services, and then under that, the AC of prevention. So administratively, we've taken a look and we're rejigging the job descriptions, but I felt that was an administrative process, but certainly we can bring that to council if that's the wish.
Councillor Lang?
Yes, I recognize what the Bear report says, and I did hear the fire department when they came, and it didn't get by me the amount of overtime that they're putting in. And I understand the need. But I do want to have this SARS thing with them worked out first, and the only reason I'm hesitating is because from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing is a lot of their training and hours are going towards SAR operations now. And maybe if they just did fire and their MVAs on the highway and they left SARS do what SARS does, what SARS has always done in the past, there may not be that need. And if there still is that need by By all means. And I'm gonna ask, I was gonna call you Chief Laird, sorry. Reeve Laird, how many did you have when you were chief in headquarters?
We had the 3 positions, chief and 2 deputy chiefs, and then the 2.6 of admin, or 1.6, sorry, 1.6 of admin.
Can I ask another question?
Oh, go ahead.
So have the call volumes gone up? Has the work gone up in the fire department in the last 3 years, 4?
I don't have the call volume binder in front of me, but in terms of call volumes, I believe they've remained relatively stable year over year. There's obviously cyclical and ups and downs depending on the nature of the year and what kind of visitor traffic we have as well. I just wanted to go back to your comment about search and rescue and that role. From a fire service perspective, our service levels are set by that intermunicipal agreement that we have with our regional partners. So we stick to those service levels that are set out by council within that agreement. So the training that we do is based on, I think it's Schedule B within the agreement that lays out the types of work that fire service does. Within that, I do know that SAR has expressed that concern related to roles and clarity. And I heard Councillor Lang, you mention off-highway vehicles in yesterday's meeting. I just wanted to clarify, for fire service, we do rescue related to off-highway vehicles. The difference between us and search and rescue would be the location of the incident. So for instance, if it's in the backcountry and more than 300 meters from that road access for either truck or apparatus, certainly that's within the realm of SAR. If it's in someone's driveway or in a ditch on a roadside or within that 300-meter mark, that's where that would be a fire rescue service. So we do have services that we train to do similar things, but certainly the jurisdiction is what they're questioning in terms of location. So I sent council an email earlier today that just kind of outlined a meeting that we had with their board and some members from provincial SAR last week. We talked about the issue. We discussed a draft SOG from the fire services perspective that's going to lay that out in terms of clarity. I think that would be enough to make them comfortable with that. But in terms of talking about the 4th position for fire services and search and rescue, that's a very small portion of the calls that come through to the ones that you're talking of that come through. If we have an average of, between 550 and 600 calls per year, those search and rescue calls that we talked about were 40, and of those, there were quite a few of them that were a true fire rescue service provision. Sometimes we go with them to a call that they're going to. Sometimes they come to a call that we're going to. And then there's other times that they should be tasked by the RCMP. So I do take those points, and we have set up, like I said, that meeting we had last week, and we intend to meet with both Search and Rescue and RCMP into the new year to make sure we nail down that clarification. But from an operational standpoint, I don't believe the 4th position and the need for that position and the Search and Rescue clarification are linked in terms of the capacity for that job requirement.
Okay, can you, I don't know, did you need another person when you were chief? I'm confused. If the calls have not gone up, why do we need more?
Well, and perhaps this isn't the venue to have that conversation. There's an opportunity to have that discussion when that report comes back, and we can have those questions and answers fleshed out. Mr. Emmons, you had your light on.
No, I think that put a pin in it, so we'll wait.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. What's next on our list?
Revenue sharing?
There we go.
Yeah. So historically, we've had revenue sharing with 3 municipalities, and in 2020, we had revenue sharing with 1. So just some direction on, currently in the budget, there's, we budgeted to have revenue sharing with the 1 municipality.
Sounds appropriate. Everybody's okay with that? Anything else? I don't see any other thoughts that's on our parking lot.
No, that's it. Everything else we've talked about. So the final, with putting that $4,700 in for the dust suppression to be brought back at a later date, the draw on the tax rate stabilization reserve would be $1,702,296.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions? Well, I can tell you without a doubt, on this side, it's been quite the 2 days to get to a balanced budget. Drawing on this tax rate stabilization seems like the appropriate thing to do, given the circumstances that's going on in the province is having and in the world economy these days. I know that we've referenced it in past years as being a rainy day fund, and we certainly saw the rain. Last year, I thought it was hail. I'm not sure what to describe it as, other than maybe a blizzard, because we're not really sure how we see our way forward, but we just persevere. And we are pioneers, and we will continue to persevere out here in the countryside. Thank you to all the staff for all your efforts, especially given the new system that we understand the hours that you put in to make this happen. It's rather remarkable to think that we got through it, given the circumstances. It's my understanding that we'll be meeting again on Monday? Monday at 1 p.m. Monday at 1 for a special meeting so that we can pass this budget now that we've got it balanced. That in itself, again, is rather remarkable considering the year that we've had. I want to thank all of the staff for your efforts and your work. I want to thank my fellow councillors. It feels like a warrior's job on both sides of this desk this year. And you described it best and in your opening statements about the challenges that we faced, and it is for sure what we've saw in the last 2 days. I think with that, we can conclude today's meeting. I'll be looking for somebody to adjourn the meeting. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Thank you again.